Chapter 3476. After a while, the situation on the Basket Plains became more and more unbearable. Other than the high-grade Demon King who was being besieged by Lao Ke and Yin who was still struggling at death's door, the rest of the people had either fled without a trace, been killed by Boya from afar, or been intercepted by Cloud Shadow's reinforcements. The high-ranked Demon King who was fighting with Yang Kai was also showing signs of weakness. He almost died a few times and was bleeding profusely. He had already sensed that his situation was not good. Putting aside the fact that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, Boa was about to come out. Once that woman targeted him, he was afraid that he would have no chance of survival. Thinking of this, he hurriedly used his divine sense and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. "Master, please have mercy. Tokaro is willing to give up the darkness for the light and serve Master faithfully." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but his movements were not careless. Every move was deadly. He sneered and said, "You are Tokaro?" Lao Ke had previously reported that when Lai Kuang brought people to Cloud Shadow City, the nest of 1,000 devils was guarded by Tokaro. This Demon King was also a high-ranked Demon King from Basket Plains continent. However, when Lao Ke and Yin brought people over, they let him escape. So it was this guy. What a coincidence. For him to beg for mercy at this time, it was obvious that he felt powerless. If he did not beg for mercy, he would only be waiting for death. Looking at him indifferently, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Give me a reason to spare your life." Tokaro resisted with all his might while continuing to send a message. "After this battle, Basket Plains will definitely not be able to resist Master's might. Blue Plains continent will also be under Master's control. However, as far as I know, Master only has 3 high-ranked Demon Kings. How can 3 high-ranked Demon Kings guard the territory of 2 continents? Tokaro is not talented, but I am willing to share Master's burden." Kai Yang chuckled. "What you said is very reasonable." Hearing this, Tokaro was delighted. He thought that Yang Kai was going to agree, but Yang Kai looked at him coldly and mocked. "Aren't you afraid that Yu Sang will find trouble with you? Changing sides at the last moment is very hateful." Tokaro's face could not help but turn pale. Yang Kai's words were what he was most worried about. There was no problem in begging Yang Kai for mercy at this time, but the key was whether Yu Sang would settle accounts with him after learning about this. Yu Sang was a half-saint, and if he really wanted to take Yang Kai's life, Yang Kai was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to protect him. However, he had obviously thought of this a long time ago, so he naturally had an excuse. He immediately replied in a serious voice. "Lord Yu Sang has already been sent to the Two-Realm battlefield. Obviously, he has done something wrong and angered the Saint Sovereign. Not to mention whether he can return, even if he can, who knows when it will be. Moreover, Master was conferred the title of Prince. Obviously, Master Yu Sang values you more than Master Yu Sang. Master Yu Sang must have some misgivings." After pausing for a moment, he smiled bitterly. "The most important thing is that if Master does not spare me today, Tokaro will be buried here. Therefore, I beg Master to show mercy. Tokaro will be willing to follow Master's orders in the future." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He snorted. "You are quite sensible." Tokaro's words were sincere, and what he said was the truth. If he could not persuade Yang Kai to spare him today, he would definitely die. Instead of worrying about whether Yu Sang would come after him, it was of course more important to stay alive. Moreover, Yang Kai did not intend to kill him. Although he hoped that more people died in the demon race, as Tokaro said, after today, the Blue Plain continent would be under his control. However, he only had 3 high-ranked Demon King. How could he guard the vast territory of 2 continents? Subduing him could also make up for the lack of manpower. This was also the reason why he did not kill him. Otherwise, even if Tokaro was a high-ranked Demon King, Yang Kai could have taken his life with his current ability. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "It is not impossible to let you live, but you need to open your knowledge sea and let this king plant the divine soul brand." Tu Chiao Luo was different from Lao Ke and the others. Lao Ke, Kusin, and Yin were relatively clean, and Yang Kai had Yu Ming's orders, so he wasn't worried that they would do anything to harm him. However, Tu Qiaoluo was Yu Sang's subordinate, so how could Yang Kai feel at ease if he didn't place his soul brand on him? Once the divine soul brand was planted, Tukaro's life would be in Yang Kai's hands, and he would not be able to resist in the future. This was even more tragic than Boa being controlled by Soul Puppet. Therefore, when he said this, Tukaro's expression changed greatly. He said bitterly, "Master, there is no need to plant the divine soul brand. I am willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that I will not be disloyal to Master in the future." Yang Kai snorted. "If an oath is useful, what is the point of cultivating? You can think about it carefully. This king is not in a hurry." Tukaro's face twitched. He thought to himself, "You are not in a hurry, but I am." At this moment, the feather demon dozens of miles away had already drawn his bow and aimed at him. He could shoot the fatal arrow at any time. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Tukaro could clearly feel the threat of death coming from dozens of miles away. He wanted to dodge, but Yang Kai was suppressing him. He could not dodge at all. While he was hesitating, the aura dozens of miles away became more and more condensed. It seemed that the arrow was about to be shot at him. Knowing that it would be too late if he continued to hesitate, Tukaro clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I will do as Master says. This subordinate will follow Master's lead in the future. I hope that Master will treat me with sincerity. You will know what this king's character is like in the future." Yang Kai chuckled and turned around, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Boya's attack path, allowing Tu Qiaoluo to relax. Staring at Yang Kai for a moment, Tu Qiaoluo let out a sigh and opened his knowledge sea. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He immediately used his divine sense and planted his own brand in Tukaro's knowledge sea. The two secretly reached an agreement here, but their hands did not stop. They were still fighting, mainly because they were afraid that the demon kings at the realm gate would see through them. After the brand was planted, a trace of imperceptible depression flashed across Tukaro's face. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "Master, this subordinate can help you subdue 2 more people. What do you think of this, Master?" "Why 2 people?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. There were still 3 high-ranked demon kings left at the realm gate. At this time, they were also looking at this side. Kurson and his subordinates had been captured. Kurson and the others were not their opponents. The only reason they could hold on until now was because they were merciful. Seeing that the situation here was not good, the demon kings who were still at the realm gate naturally used their full strength. As early as when Lao Ku and Yin appeared, Kurson had already become a prisoner. They obviously wanted to use Kurson as a bargaining chip to have a good talk with Yang Kai. Tukaro said, "One of them is Yu Sang's confidant. I am afraid it will not be easy to subdue him. Instead of keeping him alive, it is better to kill him directly." Yang Kai chuckled and looked at him meaningfully. With the divine soul brand, how could it not be easy to subdue him? No matter how loyal that demon king was to Yu Sang, as long as the divine soul brand was planted, he would be Yang Kai's man. Tukaro's suggestion was probably not entirely as he said. Maybe he already had a grudge with that demon king and wanted to use Yang Kai to get rid of him. However, Yang Kai did not intend to investigate further. Even if Tukaro really had the intention of intimidating Yu Sang, if there was really one of Yu Sang's confidants over there, it would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed in Tukaro's eyes, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess. He smiled slightly and said, "Do you have any life-saving means?" Tukaro was startled, but soon understood Yang Kai's intention and quickly replied, "Yes." "Then use it." Yang Kai gently nodded. "But be careful, don't get shot to death by that woman Boa." Tukaro's face twitched, thinking that if he really died because of this, he would be wrongly accused. However, he also knew that Yang Kai could not warn Boa now, so he could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. He immediately shouted, and a mist of blood spurted out of his pores. His entire body turned into a red light, and quickly fled toward the realm gate. With two whooshing sounds, streams of light shot out from dozens of miles away. Just as Yang Kai expected, Boa brazenly shot arrows. These two streaks of light were powerful, and they were launched later but arrived first. However, after Tokuro had executed a life-saving secret technique, he managed to dodge one of the arrows by a hair's breadth, but the other arrow nailed into his thigh, directly piercing a bloody hole in his thigh, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, this kind of injury was nothing to Tokuro. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover, and if he missed this opportunity, Boa would not be able to kill him again. Master! Not far away, Lao Ku and In led many elites of Cloud Shadow over. They cupped their fists and carefully examined Yang Kai's condition. After confirming that there were no injuries, they breathed a sigh of relief. As for the high-ranked demon king that they had intercepted before, Boa had already secretly shot and killed it. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded, and leisurely looked toward the realm gate. He saw that Tokuro had already met up with the demon race there, and was saying something to them, causing a commotion. With a chuckle, Yang Kai looked at the embodiment's side. The commotion there had also subsided, and none of the demon race that had been lying in ambush there had escaped. It was a true annihilation. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, all the demon race had turned into dried corpses. At this time, the embodiment was hiding under the ground, quietly approaching the realm gate. After a few breaths of time, Boa valiantly flew over. She looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, as if she had met him for the first time, and asked, "That guy was turned over by you?" Yang Kai glanced at her. "You saw through it?" Boa sneered. "If not, why would you deliberately block my attack?" She was not a fool, and naturally could see some clues. Moreover, she had already noticed that the divine thoughts between Yang Kai and Tokuro were surging. She did not know what they were secretly communicating with each other, but it was not difficult to guess this point. Chapter 3477. Yang Kai said in realization. "So you did it on purpose." Since Boya was able to see through Tu Qiao Luo's defection, then the two arrows from before were obviously just for show. It wasn't a mistake. However, this gave Yang Kai a deeper understanding of her archery skills. Even after Tu Qiao Luo used his life-saving secret technique, Boya was still able to accurately shoot through one of his legs. It was obvious that this woman's archery skills were superb. Boya snorted. "This is more realistic, isn't it?" Yang Kai did not comment. He only paused for a moment before walking forward and saying with a smile, "Let's go meet them." Thousands of people followed behind, valiant and spirited. At the realm gate, the many members of the demon race had bitter and unwilling expressions. This was especially true for the high-ranked demon king in the lead. His face was twisted to the point of being sinister. This time, they had planned an ambush, thinking that they would be able to get rid of Cloud Shadow in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that they would be beaten to a pulp by the enemy, suffering heavy losses? In today's battle, whether it was the early planning or the later confrontation, there were no problems. In terms of numbers and strength, Cloud Shadow's side was several times stronger than Cloud Shadow's side. No matter how one looked at it, Cloud Shadow had the upper hand. However, in the end, Cloud Shadow had obtained a complete victory, and Cloud Shadow had suffered heavy losses. Of the 9 high-ranked demon kings, only 4 had survived. As for the other mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, there were more than a dozen of them dead. The number of demon generals was innumerable. This kind of result made everyone on Cloud Shadow's side feel ashamed. And the main culprit behind all of this was actually a human, a feather demon. They no longer had the advantage of being the first to arrive. On the contrary, the enemy's army was gathered and their morale was high. If they were not careful, they might really be wiped out here. Fortunately, Cloud Shadow still had captives on hand, so it was not impossible for them to make a comeback. Seeing Yang Kai leading the Cloud Shadow army towards them, a commotion broke out at the realm gate. The high-ranked demon king in the lead shouted loudly, calming the hearts of the people. They still had 4 high-ranked demon kings, so they still had the strength to fight. As long as they could make Yang Kai and the others retreat, they would be able to protect Lao Yuan. When Master Yu Sang returned from the two-realm battlefield, they would naturally be able to regain their face. As for whether Yu Sang would punish them for what happened today, it was no longer within the scope of their consideration. Some physical pain was better than dying here. After a short while, Yang Kai led the Cloud Shadow army to a place 1,000 feet away from the portal. The army stopped, and a group of Cloud Shadow army elites lined up behind them, glaring fiercely at the portal. The silent and austere pressure caused the demons of Lao Yuan to involuntarily tighten their grip on the weapons in their hands. Their expressions changed. One careless move had caused the position of the host and the guest to change. This was truly a great humiliation and mistake. The confrontation only lasted for a few breaths, but the demon race on Lao Yuan's side was somewhat unable to bear the tense atmosphere. The high-ranked demon king in the lead placed one hand on Kursan's head, and the demonic chi in his palms surged, as if he could take Kursan's life at any time. He looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression and said, "Human, this king feels that we can sit down and have a good talk." Yang Kai could not help but sneer, and looked at the other party with ridicule. "Talk? What talk? What do you have to talk to this king?" The high-ranked demon king coldly snorted, and the demonic chi in his hand moved, immediately causing Kursan to reveal a painful expression. He said seriously, "How about using his life to talk to you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and coldly refused. "Not interested." Kursan's eyes immediately revealed a look of despair. The high-ranked demon king was not surprised at all, and only ridiculed. "You don't care about his life or death at all? In any case, he is still your subordinate." Yang Kai snorted. "This king's subordinates should have the awareness to sacrifice their lives for this king, and disregard life and death. If they are timid in their actions, what use is there for this king?" He then stared at Kursan and said, "Don't worry, this king will kill them all and bury them with you. Not a single one will be left alive." When these words were said, the demons of Lao Yuan were in an uproar, and all of them revealed a look of horror. When the high-ranked demon king heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He originally thought that Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things, but now it seemed that he was playing for real. For a moment, he did not know what Yang Kai was thinking. Although he could easily take Kursan's life, he would have no bargaining chips in his hands. When the time came, he could only meet with weapons. And with the current morale and strength of his side, if it really reached that point, more than half of the people present would die, and he himself would have no chance of survival. Gritting his teeth, he said in a sinister voice, "If that is really the case, then no one will have an easy time today. If you want to fight, then go ahead and try. Let's see if this king can take you all down with him." Having said this, he could only advance in order to retreat, hoping that Yang Kai would make a wise choice and give him a chance to talk. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only laughed sarcastically. "Take you all down with him? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications." His face sank, and he shouted, "Kill!" When the word kill came out, the high-ranked demon king's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed drastically. This guy in front of him really did not care about the lives of his subordinates. This was clearly not giving them a way out. And Kursan could not help but close his eyes, as if he was waiting for his death. With a chi sound, Boya, who was hiding in the dark, took the initiative to shoot an arrow. Her target was the high-ranked demon king, and in an instant, he felt the aura of death. He instinctively raised his hand and placed Kursan in front of him, wanting to use Kursan as a shield to block this terrifying attack. But just as he moved, a violent demonic aura surged behind him, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas came from his back, causing his internal organs to tumble. His body staggered forward, and blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. He immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tokuro!" Although he did not look back, he knew who had attacked him from behind. After being together for so many years, he could not be more familiar with Tokuro's demonic aura fluctuations. A thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely understood that Tokuro had betrayed him long ago. Otherwise, why would he attack him at this time? So that was it. Escaping back here using a secret technique, and getting hit by an arrow was just a disguise to make him lower his guard. The hatred in his heart could not be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. And after Tukuro blasted out his palm, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he anxiously transmitted a message to the other 2 high-rank Demon King. "Don't attack, I'm running out of time, I guarantee that you won't die." These 2 were originally at a loss for what was happening in front of them, but after hearing Tukuro's words, they immediately understood the cause and effect. They only hesitated for a moment before dispersing their demonic aura. At the same time, like Tukuro, they also retreated to show their sincerity. However, both of them let out a long sigh, and a complicated look appeared in their eyes. At the same time, Boya's arrow was already in front of them. Seeing that Kurson was about to be killed by this arrow, the arrow strangely made a turn, swept past Kurson's neck, and directly blasted into the shoulder of the high-rank Demon King behind him. Flesh and blood exploded, and half of the high-rank Demon King's shoulder was almost flattened. The violent power caused his body to lean back slightly. Before he could react, Yang Kai had already pounced over and grabbed Kurson from his hand. Without even looking, he directly threw Kurson behind him. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and sent out a palm strike. Flowing time, Great Emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. At this moment, time seemed to stop for a moment. When everyone regained their senses, they only saw the high-rank Demon King spurting blood from his mouth after being hit by Yang Kai. His aura was weak. Chi chi chi, 3 arrows flew over, and Boya, who was hiding in the dark, once again made her move. With incomparable precision, the 3 arrows pierced into the enemy's body, causing blood to splatter all over the sky. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. Whether it was the demon race or Cloud Shadow, except for a few people who were mentally prepared, everyone else was shocked. After releasing the flowing time Great Emperor, like a shuttle, Yang Kai didn't make another move. He only watched with a cold expression. He knew that there was no need for him to make a move. There was someone who wanted this guy to die here more than him. Sure enough, after Boya released the 3 arrows and heavily injured the high-rank Demon King, Tukuro immediately roared, "Attack!" He didn't care about the after-effects of using the secret technique, and desperately urged his demon Yuan to rush toward the high-rank Demon King. The other 2 Demon Kings who had been watching with folded arms also followed closely behind, attacking their former comrades at the same time. Lao Ku and Yin were dumbstruck as they watched from the side. They suddenly realized that there was nothing for them to do here. First, they were ambushed by Tukuro from behind, then they were hit by Yang Kai's divine technique, and then they were hit by Boya's 3 arrows. The high-rank Demon King was already heavily injured. Now that Tukuro and 2 other high-rank Demon Kings had joined forces to attack it, how could it possibly win? This Demon King knew that he was going to die, so he didn't have any intention of begging for mercy. He just used all his strength, looking like he wanted to drag someone down with him. However, it was impossible for Tukuro and the others to give him this opportunity. They were very cautious and didn't act rashly. They would rather miss a good opportunity than risk their lives. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the dust settled. Tukuro was gasping for breath, his face was pale, and there was a lingering fear in his eyes. However, he forced himself to stay alert and cupped his fists, saying, "Master, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, gently nodded, and said, "Not bad." He then turned his head and looked indifferently at the other 2 high-ranked Demon Kings. These 2 already had no way out when they joined forces with Tukuro, so they naturally knew what to say at this moment. They both said, "We are willing to submit to Master. We hope that Master can disregard our former enmity and give us a chance to redeem ourselves." Yang Kai said indifferently, "That depends on your sincerity." These 2 high-ranked Demon Kings looked at each other, thinking that they had already shown their sincerity. Yu Sang's henchmen were killed by them and Tukuro. Now, other than submitting, what else could they do? Tukuro had an awkward expression on his face. He coughed lightly and transmitted his voice to them. When the two demon kings heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Tokuro in disbelief, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Tokuro's face turned slightly red, and he transmitted his voice to them again. After a while, these two demon kings cupped their fists bitterly and said, "We are willing to let Master plant the brand of divine soul. From now on, wherever Master points, we will follow." At the same time, they cursed in their hearts, "Fuck, I boarded a pirate ship. If I had known earlier, I would have fought with all my might. Maybe I would have had a chance to survive." Chapter 3478. However, since things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. If they wanted to live, they could only offer their loyalty. At the same time, they blamed Tokuro in their hearts for not making things clear earlier. If they had made things clear earlier, they might not have turned traitor. Instructing the two demon kings to open their knowledge seas, Yang Kai placed his soul brand in each of their knowledge seas one by one, the cold look on his face finally disappearing, replaced by a warm and friendly one. Since they were on the same side, there was no need to hold back. Lao Ke, Kusin, and Yin also came up to congratulate him. However, they were a little worried in their hearts. Although Yang Kai was conferred the title of Imperial Prince and seemed to be highly valued by the Saint Master, the Saint Master had sent him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the World Gate. Now that this guy had taken down the Basket Plains and led them to kill so many Demon King level masters, they did not know if the Saint Master would blame them if he knew. In the Demon Territory, although the Demon Saint had conflicts with each other, causing the continents under the Demon Saint to be hostile to each other, this was already considered an internal conflict. Whether it was the Cloud Shadow mainland or the Basket Plains, they were all Uru Meng's territory. Especially when the war between the Demon Territory and the Astral World had broken out, it was time to eliminate all internal conflicts and work together to fight against the outside world. Moreover, even if the Lord would not blame him, what about Yu Sang? Yu Sang was indeed sent to the two-realm battlefield, but the Basket Plains was his territory after all. When Yu Sang returned, the Basket Plains would not be settled peacefully. Lao Ke and the other two were worried, but they couldn't say anything at this time. Although Yang Kai was partly responsible for this incident, ordering Kusin to block the Basket Plains boundary gate was an act that had crossed the line. Basket Plains' response was simply too excessive. Otherwise, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. Since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Yu Sang's trusted aide had been eliminated, and the remaining three high-ranked demon kings, Tokuro and Tokuro, had also been implanted with the Divine Soul brand. The others naturally did not have any thoughts of resistance. In any case, the rafters that stuck out would rot first. With Tokuro and the other demon kings in front of them, they had nothing to fear. After a single battle, the entire Grapple Plains had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. This was something that the Grapple Plains would never have thought of. Yang Kai was not prepared to get involved in the matter of Lao Yuan. He ordered Tu Chao Luo and the other two to take care of it themselves. He only wanted to maintain the stability of the Realm Gate. He then ordered everyone to collect the corpses of the Demon King and throw them into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to devour. Although these Demon Kings were already dead, there was still a lot of energy left in their bodies that hadn't been released yet. It would be useful for the avatars to devour them. As for the spoils of war, Yang Kai kept most of them and gave the rest to Lao Ke. The demons were very grateful and felt that their king was very generous. After dealing with all the matters, Yang Kai brought everyone back to Cloud Shadow to continue his mission. Time flew by and 2 months passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been comprehending at the Realm Gate. Lao Yuan and Cloud Shadow were both under his control. The Realm Gate was completely sealed off, so naturally, no one would disturb him. After 2 months of comprehension, Yang Kai had gained a lot in terms of space principles. However, he didn't make much progress in protecting the Realm Gate, so he didn't really care. As for Yang Kai's seizure of Lao Yuan, it also caused a big disturbance in the Holy City. Bai Zhua had said before that in the Demon Territory, the strength of a Demon Saint and Half-Saint was directly related to the number of territories they occupied. This was not only because the territories they occupied could provide some mysterious luck to the half-saint and demon saint, but more importantly, it was because of the myriad demon pills produced by each continent. The more territories they occupied, the more myriad demon pills they would be able to obtain. The same went for the number of experts under their command. Laoyuan continent was originally Yu Seng's territory. Now that Yang Kai had seized Laoyuan continent before Yu Seng returned, it could be said that he didn't have the right to do so. He even killed 6 high-rank demon kings and dozens of mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, greatly weakening Laoyuan continent's strength. This caused many half-saint guards to be dissatisfied with him. Yu Meng's side had received complaints from the half-saint more than once. They wanted Yu Meng to punish Yang Kai as a warning to others. Of course, Yu Meng wouldn't do that. However, with so many half-saint complaining about this, she couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, it would affect her prestige. A month after Yang Kai seized Laoyuan continent, Yu Meng sent someone over and fiercely reprimanded Yang Kai. She said that Yang Kai's Laoyuan continent wasn't his territory, and that he shouldn't do such a thing. She also said that Laoyuan continent's power had been greatly weakened, but there was no suitable person to take charge of it. She asked Yang Kai to temporarily take charge of Laoyuan continent's affairs and wait for Yu Seng to return from the two-realm battlefield. When the news spread, the half-saint felt that it was inconceivable. They felt that the half-saint was a little too biased towards this human. She said that she would wait for Yu Seng to return to Laoyuan continent, but who knew when Yu Seng would return and whether he would be able to return alive? The war in the star boundary was intense. It wasn't impossible for a half-saint to fall. However, since Yu Meng had already taken a step back, they couldn't force her too much. This matter was left unsettled. They couldn't use Yang Kai's matter to make an example out of Yang Kai. Instead, they helped Yang Kai to take over Laoyuan continent. This made the half-saint reevaluate Yang Kai as a human. Yang Kai himself didn't take this matter to heart. In the past 2 months, other than cultivating at the Realm Gate, he had sent people to various continents to gather information. Now that he had people from 2 continents at his disposal, he had sent over tens of thousands of spies out. His main mission in the demon territory was to bring back the Great Emperor's bright moon, but he hadn't made any progress so far. Previously, he had asked Yu Meng, but she wasn't too sure either. Now that she knew the whereabouts of the Great Emperor's bright moon, Yang Kai didn't want to ask her, lest she became suspicious. He couldn't ask anyone else either, so he could only rely on himself for Bright Moon's matter. He sent the spies out to gather information about the abnormal situation in various continents in the past year, especially during the period when Bright Moon fell into the demon territory. He hoped to infer Bright Moon's location from these clues. One day, Yang Kai was comprehending the principle of space transformation at the Realm Gate when sound suddenly flew over from afar. She exchanged glances with Kurson, who was guarding the place, and their divine thoughts surged as they communicated for a while. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. When sound came over, he was aware of it, but he didn't pay attention to it. Now, looking at her in Kurson, it seemed that something big had happened. "Your Majesty." Sound cupped her hands slightly and said with a slightly excited voice, "The nest of 1,000 devils has been a little abnormal recently. The demonic chi is surging. I'm afraid that the 1,000 demons pill is about to take shape." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an excited expression. "Are you sure?" Sound smiled and said, "Most likely. Usually, as long as there is this abnormal movement, we can collect it within a month." "Very good, let's go and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested. He had been to the nest of 1,000 devils once before, but it was just a dark pit with nothing special. According to Lao Ke and others, the nest of 1,000 devils was usually like this, and there would only be some changes when the 1,000 demons pill was about to take shape. Yang Kai was very concerned about the 1,000 demons pill. This pill was useless to him, but it was very beneficial to the Dharmakaya. It was just that the Dharmakaya needed too many pills, and the 1,000 demons pill was only collected once every 10 years. The Cloud Shadow could only collect dozens to hundreds of pills each time. With the 1,000 demons pill alone, the Dharmakaya needed 3,000 pills to progress further. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. With the 1,000 demons pill this time, the Dharmakaya could also shorten the growth time. When Yang Kai first came to the Cloud Shadow mainland, Lao Ke and others said that within half a year, the 1,000 demons pills should be ready to be collected. Counting the days, it should be about the same time now. When Yang Kai brought Carson and Sound to the nest of 1,000 devils, they saw the demonic chi soaring to the sky, and the demonic clouds rolling. The originally ordinary pit now seemed to have a life of its own and was constantly moving. Lao Ke stood not far away from the nest of 1,000 devils, looking excited and expectant. For many years, ever since Lai Kuang joined Yusang, they had not participated in the collection of the 1,000 demons pill. Every time the 1,000 demons pill took shape, the Basket Plain mainland would send people to collect it, and then directly send it to Yusang, who would then pass it to the holy sage. Originally, every time they collected, they would be given 1 or 2 pills, and the rest would be given to the holy sage. However, all these years, the 1,000 demons pill that originally belonged to them had gone into Yusang's pocket, which made them angry and helpless. Seeing Yang Kai coming, Lao Ke immediately greeted him and cupped his fists. "My king! How's the situation?" Yang Kai looked over and saw that every time the nest of 1,000 devils swallowed and spat out, a large amount of atmospheric energy would be sucked into the pit, and because of this, countless tornadoes would be formed. The scene was terrifying. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The last time he was here, there was nothing unusual. He did not know what the nest of 1,000 devils was like, and why it existed in almost every mainland of suitable size. He had inquired about this before, and knew that the nest of 1,000 devils did not exist in the beginning of the demon territory. It was formed later, and there were many theories about when it was formed. The most popular theory was that the nest of 1,000 devils suddenly appeared 1,000 years after the demon territory became a fragment of the mainland. He did not know what the nest of 1,000 devils had to do with the collapse of the demon territory. Looking at the situation, the harvest this time should not be small. There should be at least 70 to 80 pills, or even 100 pills, Lao Ke replied with a smile, looking like an old farmer who had finally reaped a harvest after a year of hard work. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for being so happy. After interacting with Yang Kai for the past few months, he found that Yang Kai was quite good. This time, when he collected the myriad demon pills, he would definitely share some with them. Not to mention the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, the high-rank demon kings would at least be able to obtain one as a reward. Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. "You can even tell how much we can harvest?" Lao Ke replied. "I've seen a lot, so naturally I can make some judgments." Yang Kai nodded lightly and turned his head to look around. He saw that many members of the demon race were sitting cross-legged on the ground, circulating their chi and cultivating. He asked thoughtfully, "Is it beneficial for you to cultivate nearby?" Yi nodded and said, "My king is right. Every time the nest of myriad devils moves, the yuan chi of heaven and earth will gather. At this time, cultivating in this area is several times more efficient than usual. Naturally, no one is willing to waste such an opportunity." Chapter 3479. After listening to Yin's explanation, Yang Kai nodded slightly. The current situation of the nest of myriad devils was akin to a whale devouring the yuan chi of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, turning this place into a holy land for cultivation. In the following days, this phenomenon became more and more obvious. The yuan chi gathered from all directions grew stronger by the day. With the nest of myriad devils as the center, within a radius of 10 li, countless demon race members sat cross-legged, silently circulating their secret arts, eagerly increasing their strength. Lao Ke, Yin, and Carson took turns to guard the nest of myriad devils, while the other two searched for a good place to sit cross-legged and circulate their secret arts. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had nothing to do. Although the cultivation conditions here were good, the heaven and earth yuan chi in the territory was not suitable for him. After observing for a few days, there were no signs of the myriad demons pill taking shape. The initial surprise disappeared, and instead, he became a little bored. He might as well stay at the realm gate and comprehend the law of space. But if he left now, he might have to come back soon, so he could only wait patiently. Staring at the nest of myriad devils devouring the surrounding Yuan Qi, Yang Kai thought that if he threw his avatar in, he should be able to obtain a lot of benefits. The cultivation efficiency of many demon race members increased by several times here, and the avatar had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret arts, so the effects would be even better. Once this thought appeared, he could not help but want to throw his avatar in to test the effects. Looking around, he found that Lao Ko was standing guard not far away. The other demon race members in charge of monitoring the surroundings had also scattered, so no one was paying attention to him. Immediately, his figure flickered and disappeared. In order to avoid any flaws, Yang Kai directly went to a place 100 li away from the nest of myriad devils, found a deserted place, and released his avatar. With a single thought, the embodiment understood Yang Kai's intentions. Its huge body silently sank into the ground, approaching the nest of myriad demons from underground. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to the nest of myriad devils. Lao Ke glanced at him curiously, but did not dare to ask anything. Yang Kai put on a bored expression and sat down cross-legged. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he was paying close attention to the movements of the Dharmakaya. Thousands of feet below the ground, the embodiment quickly moved forward. The soil and gravel couldn't hinder it in the slightest. After a short while, it approached the nest of myriad demons. After pausing for a moment, it broke through the last layer of defense and entered the nest of myriad demons. Just as it entered, Yang Kai's expression brightened. The Dharma body was formed by a strand of his spirit that entered the body of the stone mongoose, so he could feel everything that happened to the Dharma body. At this very moment, the originally ordinary nest of myriad devils was actually a sea of brilliant colors. It was as if the entire nest of myriad devils had turned into a living creature that was incessantly stirring. Every time it stirred, it could devour a huge amount of Yuan Qi. Not only that, Yang Kai also faintly sensed that something else had been devoured by the nest of myriad devils. However, because of the layer of embodiment between them, he couldn't tell in detail. Fortunately, the embodiment didn't cause any abnormalities when it entered the nest of myriad devils. Otherwise, it would have been exposed. After a short pause, the avatar headed straight for the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils. The deeper he went, the more outrageous the energy stored inside became. There were even fist-sized tumor-like existences on the walls of the nest of myriad devils. As the nest of myriad devils vibrated, they moved up and down as if they were beating hearts. These fist-sized tumor-like objects were neither flesh nor stone. They looked very strange, but Yang Kai could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within them. For the time being, he couldn't figure out what these tumor-like objects were, so the embodiment didn't dare to rashly touch them. After a while, the avatar arrived at the lowest level of the nest of 1,000 devils. This was a huge space filled with an unimaginable amount of Yuanli of heaven and earth. The Yuanli of heaven and earth that had gathered here had almost condensed into a solid form. Even the walls of the cave were filled with water droplets. After finding a spot, the embodiment sat down cross-legged and activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. His huge body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing the Yuan Qi in this place. After a while, Yang Kai, who was resting with his eyes closed outside, smiled. The truth was just as he expected. The effect of cultivating in the nest of myriad devils was surprisingly good. If the cultivation speed of Lao Ke and the others was several times faster than usual, then the speed inside the nest of myriad devils might be several dozen times, or even 100 times faster. Perhaps only the embodiment could achieve such a terrifying efficiency. If it were anyone else, even if they had such conditions, without the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, they wouldn't be able to devour much Yuan Qi. They would only waste the opportunity. As time passed, the Yuan Qi accumulated in the nest of myriad devils didn't decrease at all. However, the rate of increase decreased by a lot. After all, the embodiment's devouring speed wasn't slow. Through the embodiment, Yang Kai continued to observe the situation inside the nest of myriad devils, wanting to pry into the secrets of this place. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to sense something and couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. This caused Lao Ke, who was standing guard nearby, to quickly turn his head and glance at him. After observing for a long time and seeing that Yang Kai didn't make any other movements, he looked away. Yang Kai didn't notice Lao Ke's attention at all. At this moment, he was completely immersed in investigating the situation inside the nest of myriad devils. Previously, he had felt that every time the nest of myriad devils devoured Yuan Qi, it seemed to be devouring something else besides the vast amount of Yuan Qi. Now, this feeling was becoming more and more obvious. However, after careful investigation, he still couldn't find anything. This left him puzzled, wondering if he had made a mistake. At this moment, the nest of myriad devils shook again. Yang Kai hurriedly paid close attention to it through the embodiment, and this time, he finally found some clues, causing his expression to shake. In order to confirm whether or not there was anything wrong with his observations, in the following days, every time the nest of myriad devils shook, he would pay close attention to it. After a few days, a strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. After these days of observation, he finally understood why the myriad demon pill had such a powerful effect. This was not because the nest of myriad devils had devoured a large amount of the Yuan Qi. This was only one of the reasons. The biggest reason was that the nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring the energy of all living beings on this continent. This kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Even Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything strange before. If not for the embodiment's perception in the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils, he wouldn't have noticed. In the Cloud Shadow continent, the demon race numbered in the hundreds of millions. The nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring their energy. If this continued, how terrifying would the gathered energy be? However, as Yang Kai had observed, this kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Moreover, it didn't harm the Foundation, so even those demon kings didn't notice it in the slightest. The energy of each living being devoured by the nest of myriad devils was insignificant. However, if all this energy was gathered in one place, it would form the embryonic form of the myriad demon pill, the root of the myriad demon pill. At this moment, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth that was being devoured could help this root blossom and bear fruit. This was the fundamental reason why the myriad demon pill could contain such a huge amount of energy. This was probably something that only the 12 demon saint knew about, but had never publicized. Even those half-saints should know about it. This discovery made Yang Kai feel that it was inconceivable. According to the current situation, the nest of myriad devils seemed to have a life of its own. It gathered the insignificant energy of hundreds of millions of living beings into one place to form the myriad demon pill, and then created countless powerhouses of the demon race. Just as he was pondering, there was another abnormality on the embodiment's side. For some reason, the embodiment had a faint connection with the nest of myriad devils, which made Yang Kai feel as if the entire Cloud Shadow mainland was under his control. Sensing it, Yang Kai's spirit was lifted. He clearly sensed that there was an additional ball of white light in the nest of myriad devils, which was constantly hovering around the embodiment. It was the existence of this white light that allowed the embodiment to have such a strange connection with the nest of myriad devils. Carefully examining it, he saw that within the white light was a continent map that had shrunk countless times. It was the shape of the Cloud Shadow mainland, and traces of the power of law were overflowing from it, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. Origin? Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Although this was the first time he had seen this thing, he felt that it was very similar to the origin. Back when he was in the Stars' territory, he had refined the origin of the Stars' territory. Naturally, he was no stranger to this kind of thing. Could this be the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland? There was actually the existence of the origin in the fragment of the Devil territory. This greatly surprised him. He had thought that since the Devil territory had collapsed into countless fragments, even if there was an origin, it should have been annihilated. But what he saw in front of him subverted his understanding. The origin of a continent was obviously the foundation of the continent. As long as he could refine this origin, he would really be able to completely control this continent, and become the master of this continent. Yan Kai didn't know why this origin had mysteriously appeared, but he knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If the embodiment could really refine this origin, then the Cloud Shadow mainland would really be his territory in the future, and not just a title given by Yurum. The embodiment obviously also realized that this was an opportunity. There was no need for him to communicate with Yan Kai, and he had already begun to try to accept and refine this ball of origin. The origin showed no signs of rejecting the embodiment at all. Since it had appeared on its own, it was obviously attracted by some kind of force. Yan Kai guessed that it should be the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique performed by the embodiment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was called an evil technique in the astral world, and it was not tolerated in the world. But it was exactly what the devil territory wanted. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperors could be born in the devil territory, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. Therefore, without much effort, the embodiment accepted the origin, swallowed it into his stomach, and performed a spell to refine it. In a split second, Yan Kai felt that the connection between the embodiment and the nest of myriad demons, as well as the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, had become closer. And this close connection further confirmed his previous observation. The nest of myriad demons was really devouring the power of the billions of creatures in the entire continent, and transforming these powers into myriad demons' pills. Then, unintentionally, the embodiment devoured the vital energy of heaven and earth gathered in the nest of myriad demons while refining the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Yan Kai observed for a while, and then he calmed his mind. Chapter 3480. There was no need to pay attention to the embodiment anymore. Yan Kai opened his eyes and found that the person on duty had been replaced by Yin. He immediately beckoned her over and asked her about the continent's source in the demon territory. Who would have thought that this matter was not a secret at all? Yan Kai felt that he was making a big fuss over nothing. According to Yin, the reason why those half-saint could surpass ordinary demon kings was because they had refined the continent's source. It could be said that every half-saint was the true master of a continent. For example, the quintessence of Blue Sea continent had been refined and absorbed by Yusang a long time ago, and it was the same for all the other continents that possessed a master. However, because the quintessence of these continents was very weak in tolerance, even a half-saint could only refine and absorb a single quintessence. When Lai Kuang joined Yusang, he was promised that Yusang would help him refine the Cloud Shadow mainland's source. Once Lai Kuang succeeded, he would have a great chance of becoming a half-saint in the future. This was good news for Yan Kai. He had deeply experienced the convenience of being the master of a continent when he was on Shadowed Star. Now that the embodiment had become the true master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he would be recognized and protected by the heavens and earth on this continent. It could be said that the road to becoming a half-saint was paved in front of him. As long as he accumulated enough strength, becoming a half-saint was a foregone conclusion. During this trip to the demon territory, Yan Kai did not complete his business and did not reap many benefits. Instead, he fought for a future for the embodiment. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow, and it had turned into a shade. Hearing Yan Kai's question, Yin obviously misunderstood something. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Your Majesty is from the human race, and the power you cultivate is different from ours. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to refine the continent's source. Moreover, Lai Kuan has been searching for the Cloud Shadow mainland's source for many years, but to no avail. Unless you are really blessed by this continent, it is impossible for you to refine it." Yan Kai chuckled and said, "I'm just asking casually." Yin retreated doubtfully. The following days were peaceful, but after 8 days, there was a sudden change in the nest of myriad devils. The entire nest of myriad devils was in turmoil, and the yuan qi that had been sucked in by the nest of myriad devils was being sucked in and spat out in a frenzy, causing the yuan qi to surge into the clouds. It was as if a rain of yuan qi had fallen from the sky. Lao Ke and the others also woke up from their cultivation. They gathered around Yang Kai excitedly. This meant that the infinite demon's pill was about to take shape and could be harvested. Sure enough, half a day later, when everything calmed down, the nest of myriad demons was completely silent. Lao Ke cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill has been formed. Please extract it." Yang Kai gently nodded and led Lao Ke and the others forward. The embodiment also quietly left at the same time he entered the nest of myriad devils. It had already refined the cloud shadow origin, so it was now the true master of this mainland. With a single thought, it could go anywhere, so it naturally wouldn't reveal any flaws. This wasn't the first time Yang Kai had entered the nest of myriad devils. When the embodiment entered earlier, he had been following it with his divine sense, so he was naturally familiar with the place. After walking for a short while, they arrived in front of a cave wall. There was a tumor-like thing on the wall, which was exactly what the embodiment had seen before. Lao Ke pointed at the tumor-like lump of meat and said, "Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill is inside. You only need to touch it lightly to extract it." He also knew that Yang Kai didn't understand these things, so he explained it to him. Only then did Yang Kai understand what these strange tumor-like things were for. It turned out that the myriad demon's pill was growing inside. He didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to touch the tumor-like thing. When his hand touched the tumor-like thing, it bloomed layer by layer like a flower, and a myriad demon's pill about the size of a longan fell to the ground. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the pill in the palm of his hand. He took a closer look at it, and immediately raised his eyebrows. 3 pairs of burning eyes stared at him from all directions. Lao Ke suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Why does the myriad demon's pill this time feel smaller than before?" It wasn't just smaller, it was smaller by a whole circle. Such an obvious thing was naturally noticed by the other demon kings, and they immediately revealed suspicious expressions. In the past, they had collected infinite demonic pills many times. Although the size was different each time, it was basically the same. This situation had never happened before. This small one was too obvious. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew where the problem was. The embodiment must have swallowed too much world energy before, causing the formation of the myriad demon's pill to be affected. If this was the case, then there might be more than one small pill. Yang Kai didn't say anything. In any case, Lao Ke and the others didn't know the reason, so he simply said, "You can collect all of the myriad demon's pills." He was just here to try something new, so naturally he wouldn't really collect every single myriad demon's pill. Lao Ke and the others received this order and immediately headed deeper into the myriad demon cave. About half an hour later, Lao Ke and the others returned, their expressions somewhat surprised as they handed a space ring to Yang Kai and said, "Great King, there were only 67 myriad demons pills collected this time." 67? Yang Kai pretended to look at him in surprise. Sweat seeped out of Lao Ke's forehead as he said somewhat guiltily, "I don't know what's going on, but there seems to be something wrong with the output this time. Not only is the quantity much less than what I predicted, but the size is also smaller." Kusun and In also nodded to the side. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Lao Ke immediately said, "Great King, subordinate is willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that there is absolutely no embezzlement. All of the myriad demons pills collected this time are here." He thought that Yang Kai was suspecting him of embezzling, and quickly explained nervously. Although Yang Kai knew the reason and understood that Lao Ke couldn't be lying, he still glanced over at Kusun and In with a gloomy expression and had the two of them also swear in the name of the great demon god, lest Yang Kai misunderstand. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It seems that there really was an accident. Can you guess the reason?" Lao Ke and the others all looked at each other and shook their heads. They were also feeling quite strange. The myriad demon cave was obviously quite impressive, so they had estimated that it would produce at least 70 to 80 or even 100 myriad demons pills, but in fact, the number harvested was very different from what they had previously estimated. "Forget it." Yang Kai pretended to be generous and waved his hand. "If it's 67 then so be it." After a pause, he asked, How do you usually distribute the myriad demons' pills after collecting them? Lao Ke replied. When we were in charge of collecting them before, we would offer them all to the Holy Senior, but the Holy Senior would give us a few pills as rewards. Us high-rank demon kings can probably get 1 or 2 pills, while the other mid-rank and low-rank demon kings are rewarded with some demonic crystals depending on their cultivation. Later on, Lai Kuang was the one who collected them, so there was nothing for us to do. Yang Kai nodded and took out 6 myriad demons' pills from his space ring, giving 2 to each of them. As for the others' rewards, you can decide for yourselves. Lao Ke and the others were overjoyed. They had thought that with such a small harvest this time, there would definitely be no share of myriad demons' pills for them, but Yang Kai had actually rewarded each of them with 2 pills. This was simply a show of kindness, so they quickly thanked him loudly, all of them beaming with joy. Carson said, "My king, the myriad demons' pills and cloud shadow have been collected, and the basket planes should be almost done. Do you want me to go and take a look?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, when the time comes, send the myriad demons' pills you collected to me." Although he had planted the soul brand on Tu Qiaoluo and the others and controlled their life and death, who knew if they would secretly embezzle? It was one thing to reward them, but another to fill their own pockets. With Carson there, even if Tu Qiaoluo and the others had the intention, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. As for the matter of sending the myriad demons' pills to the Holy Senior after collecting them, Yang Kai had already neglected it, and presumably Yu Ru Meng wouldn't mind. "Yes," Carson cupped his hands and replied. Now that the myriad demons' pills had been collected, Yang Kai naturally had to return to the Realm Gate. After such a long time, he only had a vague idea of how to maintain the Realm Gate, and had not made any substantial progress. However, after returning this time, he had made rapid progress. The main reason was that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of Cloud Shadow, and had become the master of this land. With the help of the Dharmakaya, Yang Kai could easily see the reason for the instability of the Realm Gate, the assimilation of the law of heaven and earth. Just like how after Yang Kai tore the space crack would soon disappear, and the law of heaven and earth would repair the flaws and loopholes between heaven and earth, returning everything to its original state, and the Realm Gate was no exception. However, the Realm Gate was too big, and even if the law of heaven and earth wanted to assimilate it, it wouldn't be easy. If the Realm Gate was stable, it wouldn't be like this, but once there was a problem, it would be assimilated by the law of heaven and earth within a limited period of time and return to nothingness. Since he had found the reason, it wouldn't be difficult to solve it. Yang Kai tried for a long time before he finally found a reliable solution. With his own attainments in the law of space, he eliminated the influence of heaven and earth on the Realm Gate, stabilizing it. However, this method only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. Perhaps the Realm Gate would be stable for a few years, but it definitely wouldn't be stable for long. Yang Kai estimated that within 1,000 years, it would have problems again. If he wanted to solve it completely, his attainments in the law of space would have to be further improved. However, Yang Kai couldn't care so much about what would happen after 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of this land, he wouldn't have cared so much about this matter. After this Realm Gate was stabilized, Yang Kai didn't stay idle. Since he had already done so, he might as well restore the other Realm Gates that had disappeared, in case Yu Sang really returned from the two-realm battlefield one day, and he was stuck in the Cloud Shadow Land. As long as he restored the other Realm Gates, even if Yu Sang returned, he could escape through the other Realm Gates. The other Realm Gates had disappeared long ago, and it wouldn't be easy to restore them. Fortunately, Yang Kai already had experience. Even if it was a little troublesome, it wouldn't deviate from the original principle. This time, there was no need to seal the Realm Gates. Even Lao Ke and the others were sent back by him, and he went alone to the places where the Realm Gates had disappeared. Chapter 3481. A month passed quickly, and Yang Kai finally repaired the second World Gate. This World Gate was connected to the Thunder Sky continent, which was also the continent that Yang Kai and Sound had torn space to go to. The reason why it took so long was mainly because this world gate had long disappeared. Although there were some traces left, it still took a lot of effort to repair it. This time, Yang Kai did not ask Dharmakaya for help, and completed it himself. With this experience, it would not be difficult for Yang Kai to repair other world gates. However, he did not intend to repair other world gates. The main reason for repairing this one was to guard against Yusang. Now that he had a way out, why would he repair other world gates? It would benefit the demon race. Anyway, the existence of 2 world gates was enough to ensure that Cloud's shadow would not disappear, and Dharmakaya, the master of the continent, would not have any worries. After recuperating for half a day, Yang Kai returned to Cloud Shadow City. When he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and turned to look in one direction, with a thoughtful look on his face. After a short while, he seemed to have made a decision and rushed in that direction. In the wilderness, Yang Kai floated in the void, with his eyes closed. This was the place where the world gate that connected to the blood-flamed continent was located. It was also the first of the 5 world gates to disappear from the Cloud Shadow continent. Last time, when Yang Kai and Yin investigated the world gates together, this was the only place where they didn't find anything. There were still traces left in the other places, enough for him to determine the location and tear space. The reason why he came here was also on a whim. Now that he could repair the world gates that still had traces left, he did not know if he could do it here, so he naturally wanted to give it a try. If he could repair the world gate here, then he could find the blood-flamed continent, and even all the lost continents in the territory of the demon race. Of course, he would not be so kind to the demon race. Even if he succeeded, he would not announce it to the public. At most, he would secretly go to the lost continents to find some benefits. In addition, he had to prevent himself from being exposed in the future. He could use this to negotiate with the demon race, and even use this to exchange the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. To the demon race, the return of the many missing continents was much more valuable than killing the great emperors of the astral plane. However, what disappointed him was that even though he had successfully repaired the realm gate twice before and his attainments in the law of space had deepened during this period of time, he still didn't find anything here. It was impossible to detect any trace of the realm gate's existence. In desperation, Yang Kai used his divine sense to communicate with his embodiment in the small sealed world bead, opened its entrance, and used its power to investigate the surrounding void, but still found nothing. It seemed that there was really no other way. Yang Kai was not disappointed. He came here on a whim and did not have much expectations. Now that there was no harvest, he could just go back home. Just as he was about to leave, though, the embodiment suddenly sent him a divine sense message. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly investigated the small sealed world bead. At this moment, beside the embodiment, Return to Ruins was jumping up and down, its black eyes staring at the entrance, as if it could see the outside world. Its eyes flashed with excitement, and even its big tongue was hanging out, dripping with saliva. When he was preparing to come to the demon territory, Yang Kai made a special trip back to the High Heaven Palace to bring Return to Ruins with him, but during this time, he left it in the small sealed world bead and ignored it. Yang Kai never thought that it would act so strangely at this time. Return to Ruins was a strange beast in the demon territory, and it survived by devouring the demon race and the demonic chi. Now that it was acting so strangely, did it discover something? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly let it out. As soon as it appeared, the ultimate rushed off excitedly into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A few breaths later, it rushed back from a faraway place. It repeated this many times, but it did not diminish its excitement. It was like a wanderer who had returned home after many years, and was using this crazy running to vent the excitement in its heart. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He thought that Return to Ruins would discover something, but who knew that this guy only sensed the aura of the demon territory? Yang Kai did not stop it. Although it only had a trace of Return to Ruins' bloodline, and strictly speaking, it was not a true Return to Ruins, but to some extent, the demon territory was indeed its hometown. After letting it run wild for a while, returned to ruins, calmed down, and returned to Yang Kai's side, running around at Yang Kai's feet. At a certain moment, it suddenly stopped, sniffed, and then opened its bloody mouth, biting down on the void. Yang Kai clearly heard a crunching sound, and a black hole was bitten into the void in front of him. For a moment, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stared at the hole in a daze, then lowered his head to look at Bow Wow at his feet, unable to recover for a long time. He had already seen through the various strange abilities of Return to Ruins. Although this guy looked small and cute, it was actually an extremely terrifying fierce beast, especially for the demon race. It could even swallow a master at the level of the Demon King in one bite. On the contrary, it could not do anything in the Emperor realm. Feng Ming was only a second-order Emperor realm master, so it could still escape after being swallowed by it. But Yang Kai did not expect this little guy to be able to bite off a piece of the void. Under his perception, the void that was bitten off by it had clearly collapsed. Even with the power of this world, it would not be easy to repair it. It would take at least a few days to restore it to its original state. It had not done this in the star boundary. Could it be because this was the demon territory? Return to Ruins could restrain the various powers of the demon race. Perhaps it could also restrain the principles of the demon territory. But it was not over yet. A few more cracking sounds were heard, and the hole in front of him became much bigger. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he had known this would happen, he would not have bothered to repair the world gate. He would have just thrown it out and let it bite a few more times. Its bite could destroy the principles, and it would be enough to maintain the damage for a long time without disappearing. It would then form another world gate. Just as he was about to reprimand it and take it back, the embodiment suddenly exclaimed and quickly stopped him. "Don't touch it." Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" The embodiment said in a serious voice, "I seem to have sensed the aura of another continent." As soon as this was said, Yang Kai was shocked. This place was originally the world gate that connected the Cloud Shadow mainland and the Blood Flame mainland, but because the world gate had disappeared for too long, all traces of it had disappeared. Even the Blood Flame mainland had disappeared from the demon territory. If the embodiment really sensed the aura of another continent, it meant that there were traces to be found, and that continent was undoubtedly the Blood Flame mainland. This was really a glimmer of hope. Yang Kai looked solemn and hurriedly used his heart to sense, but he could not feel the aura of another continent, as the embodiment said. But this was not surprising. The embodiment was now the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, so its perception here was naturally countless times stronger than his. It was something that he could not compare to. With its reminder, Yang Kai could not help but be excited and look forward to it. He turned his head and looked around. Raising his hand, he released the embodiment from the small sealed world. With a slight thought, the embodiment immediately used the power of the master of a continent to completely isolate this place from the outside world. In this way, no one would be able to enter this 100-kilometer range. Even if there were any secrets here, they would not be exposed. Kacha 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 sounds rang out incessantly as the void of end continued to gnaw at the void in front of it. Not long after, a black hole about 10 feet in diameter appeared in the void. Yang Kai still did not sense anything, but the embodiment's perception was getting more and more obvious. There was indeed the aura of another continent faintly coming over, which had a subtle impact on this continent. I really found the Blood Flame mainland. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. In his mind, he recalled some of the information he had read before and Yin's explanation. The last gate of the Blood Flame mainland disappeared 1,000 years ago, but before the gate disappeared, all the Demon King level masters on the continent had withdrawn in advance. Even some demon commanders and demon general had left the Blood Flame mainland. It could be said that in the current Blood Flame mainland, there was not a single Demon King level master, so Yang Kai was not worried that he would encounter any danger if he really went to the Blood Flame mainland. However, the population of a continent was enormous. Even if the Demon King and a considerable number of demon commanders and demon general had withdrawn in advance, there would definitely be a large number of demon race left there. He did not know how they had lived in the past 1,000 years, and whether the disappearance of the gate of the world and the isolation of the continent would have any effect on them. In addition, there was the storage of the entire continent. The masters of the demon race could withdraw in advance, but the resources of the continent could not be taken away. After finding the Blood Flame mainland, Yamkai was equivalent to sitting on the resources of the entire continent. The resources of the demon race were useless to him, but the embodiment did not reject them. Especially now that the embodiment had become the Cloud Shadow Master, under the influence of the Cloud Shadow origin, his huge body became demonic chi, which was similar to a real demon race. He could even secretly occupy the Blood Flame mainland and use the power of the entire continent to stir up the situation in the demon territory, diverting the attention of the demon territory. If he could find the Blood Flame mainland, it would mean that he could find more continents. At that time, he would have the power of dozens of continents in his hands. He might even be able to challenge the demon saint. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yankai's mind. At this moment, he finally felt an aura that did not belong to the Cloud Shadow mainland from the black hole in the void. As the embodiment said, this was the aura of another continent, and it was escaping through the void. If even he could feel it, it meant that the boundary between the two continents had become extremely weak. As long as he put in a little more effort, he could break it open. In fact, this was indeed the case. After return to ruins took a few bites, a huge suction force silently came from the void in front of him, as if a layer of invisible barrier had been broken through. The vigorous aura of a small world rushed toward him. Return to ruins was not careful, and was directly sucked in. His face was full of fear and uneasiness. Yan Kai and the embodiment looked at each other and stepped in together, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 3482. His vision turned upside down, and the scenery in front of him changed. When Kai Yang regained his senses, he had already appeared in another world. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. There was no doubt that this was another continent. It must be the Blood Flame continent, which was adjacent to the Cloud Shadow continent. However, the scene here was a little different from what he had imagined. The whole world gave people a feeling of death and silence, without the slightest bit of vitality. The place where he could see was a wasteland. Not only was there no trace of living creatures, but there were also no plants. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and the wind was whistling constantly, rolling up tornadoes and smoke. The momentum was terrifying. Just from what he could see, there were hundreds of tornadoes raging madly, destroying everything in their path. Is the Blood Flame continent's environment so bad? Although Yan Kai knew that the environment of every continent in the demon territory was different, in general, most of the continents had pleasant conditions and were suitable for living. However, if the Blood Flame continent was like this everywhere, then the demon race here would not be able to survive. Obviously, the embodiment also saw this point. They looked at each other and were a little surprised. They didn't know whether the Blood Flame continent was born like this or what happened later. However, since they were here, they naturally had to check it out carefully. Putting the return to ruins on his shoulder, he rushed forward side by side with the embodiment. Although the tornadoes along the way were terrifying, they didn't have much of an effect on them. Not long after, a huge ruin suddenly appeared in front of them. It covered an area of about 1,000 miles. Looking from afar, it looked like the outline of a city. However, when they got closer, Yan Kai found that the city was deserted. The whole city was covered with yellow sand, and there was not a single living person in such a big city. Scanning the area with his divine sense, Yan Kai frowned. His figure flickered and he came to a certain place. With a wave of his hand, an object was pulled out from the ground. This was the corpse of a member of the demon race. It was unknown which race she came from, but it seemed to be the corpse of a woman. She had died a miserable death. Although there were no external injuries, it seemed that she had suffered a great deal of torture before she died. Her essence had been completely devoured, just like Lai Kuang's death. He had become a dried corpse and had been buried under the yellow sand for many years to preserve his corpse. Now that it was exposed to the wind, it immediately turned into fine powder. Even the bones were shattered. On the other side, the embodiment also took several corpses from the ground. They were just like the corpses of the female demon race. All of them were in a shriveled state. It was unknown who had devoured their spiritual essence. There was no need to investigate any further. All the demon race in this city had probably died in this manner. Moreover, since there was a city here, it meant that the original environment was not so bad. Otherwise, how could the demon race survive here? The yellow sand and the tornadoes should have appeared later. Did the demon race also have someone who practiced the battle techniques similar to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the scene here. But what was the matter with the environment here? For a moment, he could not understand. He could only continue to move forward with the embodiment and investigate along the way. After an entire day, the scenery in front of them did not change at all. Instead, they found the ruins of several cities, big and small. But without exception, they were all in the same situation as they first discovered. All the members of the demon race were dead, and all the corpses of the demon race had become dried corpses. Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. If the demon race had really practiced the battle technique similar to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it would be impossible for them to do such a thing. Before the last world gate of the blood-red continent disappeared, the demon king had already evacuated in advance. The strongest one left behind was only at the level of demon commander. How could they have the ability to massacre the entire city? To do such a thing, they had to be at least an upper-grade demon king. But why would an upper-grade demon king still stay here? Just as he was pondering, the embodiment suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Yang Kai was startled awake. He looked up and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that the void in front of him was actually separated. A huge void gully lay in front of him. The gully was filled with a violent energy tide that could destroy heaven and earth. On the other side of the gully, 100 miles away, the shadow of another continent was faintly discernible. He and the embodiment actually ran to the edge of the blood-red continent. But that's not right. The blood-red continent's surface area was not small. It couldn't be just this scale. He and the embodiment had only been here for a day, and there were delays along the way. How could they have flown to the edge of the continent? Looking at the continent in front of him, it seemed to be of the same origin as the continent he was in. Yang Kai suddenly realized. The blood-red continent has collapsed. The continent in front of him was obviously a fragment of the blood-red continent, just like the one under his feet. But what kind of power could actually cause a continent to collapse and turn into countless fragments? But thinking about the situation in the entire demon territory, it made sense. Relatively speaking, the current situation of the blood-red continent was a miniature version of the entire demon territory. It was just that there was no life here. Could it be that the disappearance of the last world gate caused the blood-red continent to separate from the demon territory? This was also possible. If it was really because of this reason, it could explain the harsh environment of the blood-red continent. If the demon territory was compared to a person, then every continent in the demon territory was an organ of this person. The blood-red continent was separated from the demon territory due to the disappearance of all the world gates, causing the entire continent to collapse and evolve into the current state. If a person's hand was chopped off, then the hand would wither and decay. This was the best description of the blood-red continent. Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. If this guess was true, then the future of the demon territory was worrying. A person could survive without a hand or even limbs, but what if all the internal organs were to disappear one by one? The continents that disappeared one by one were equivalent to an organ in the demon territory. Once enough continents disappeared, it would affect the survival of the entire demon territory. Could the demon race invading the star boundary be related to this? With the disappearance of the demon territory, the demon race had no place to stay. Naturally, they had to find a new place to stay, and the star boundary was their target. Thinking about this, Yang Kai's face turned pale. If his guess was true, then the demon territory wouldn't be as simple as an invasion. It would be an irreconcilable situation with the star boundary. There was a limit to how many creatures the star boundary could accommodate. The demon race's population was huge, and the star boundary might not even be able to accommodate them, let alone leave a place for the creatures of the star boundary. No wonder the demon saint agreed to the great emperor's suggestion so easily, forbidding all the great emperors from interfering in the war of the two realms. Firstly, they were afraid that too much power would destroy the stability of the star boundary. Secondly, they probably wanted to use this opportunity to reduce the population of the demon race. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and the expression on his face kept changing. The embodiment didn't stay idle, and had already brought him through the void ravine that stretched for hundreds of miles, arriving at another fragment of the continent. Only then did Yang Kai restrain his thoughts. There was no point in thinking about this now. Even if he guessed right, so what? He still couldn't stop the invasion of the demon territory. For now, he should first understand the situation of the Scarlet Blood continent. He originally hoped that the Scarlet Blood continent would bring him some benefits, but now, it seemed that this continent had withered and declined after leaving the demon territory. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from it. After another day of investigation, the situation was exactly the same as before. This fragment of the continent was also deathly silent. Yang Kai was in a daze, but the embodiment seemed to have discovered something. He stared at Yang Kai and softly said, "Nest of 1,000 demons!" Yang Kai was startled for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the embodiment's words made sense. If it weren't for his discovery in the nest of 1,000 demons, he might not have thought of this. But because he had discovered some secrets in the nest of 1,000 demons, coupled with the miserable state of the mummified corpses, Yang Kai felt that the culprit behind the extinction of the demon race was the nest of 1,000 demons, and not some demon race expert who had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. The nest of 1,000 demons was constantly devouring the essence of the demon race on the continent. It was just that the speed of devouring was insignificant, and it didn't have any effect on the demon race, so no one noticed it. But what if it erupted with an extremely powerful force? That would be equivalent to using the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique on the entire continent. The consequences would be extremely terrifying, and it was also in line with the death of the old demon race. "Find it!" Yang Kai spat out a word, and immediately split up with the embodiment to search for the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent. If they could find something in the nest of 1,000 demons, it would mean that their guess was correct. However, the Scarlet Blood continent had collapsed into fragments. Not to mention that Yang Kai didn't know where the nest of 1,000 demons was. Even if he did, he would have to search for it carefully. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Lao Ke and the others to collect information on the Scarlet Blood continent. With some information, it would be much easier to search for it blindly. He could only hope that the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent hadn't been destroyed by the changes in the world. Searching one fragment after another, it took Yang Kai a full 3 days before he finally found the Myriad Demon Cave on a fragment of a continent. This was all thanks to the return to ruins. Its sense of smell was extremely sharp, and it was also very sensitive to things related to the demon race. If it wasn't for its reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to find the nest of 1,000 demons that was buried more than 10 feet underground. Casting a spell to lift up the ground, he immediately saw a hole in front of him. However, this hole was also buried by yellow sand. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to clear it out, and he went all the way down. After a few turns, there were finally no more obstructions. The nest of 1,000 demons here was similar to the one in Cloud's Shadow. Although the light in the cave was dim, it didn't affect Yang Kai. After walking for a while, Yang Kai found a tumor-like thing on the wall of the cave. It was neither flesh nor stone, and looked like a fruit. Chapter 3483. The things inside these tumors were naturally myriad demon pills. Yang Kai was certain of this. However, what surprised him was that the cave wall in front of him was full of these myriad demon pill tumors, densely packed together. At a rough count, there were at least a few dozen of them. Why are there so many? Although the nest of 10,000 devils on Cloud Ying's side was also in a similar situation, there were obviously fewer of them. They were all separated by a certain distance, and definitely wouldn't be densely packed together like this. Before Yang Kai could figure out what was going on, Return to Ruins, who had been crawling on his shoulder, rushed over excitedly, pounced on the cave wall, and with a roll of its tongue, half of the tumors disappeared. With a gudung sound, a large lump appeared on its throat before it rolled into its stomach. With another roll of its tongue, the rest of the tumors disappeared as well. Yang Kai's face darkened. He had been hoping to obtain more myriad demon pills for his embodiment so it could become a half-saint as soon as possible and become his most powerful ally, but Return to Ruins had given it a taste of its own medicine. Return to Ruins liked to devour the demon race, and since these myriad demon pills were formed from the essence of the demonic chi, they were naturally favored by it. Dozens of myriad demon pills were gone just like that, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely distressed. Quickly reaching out and grabbing this evil creature, ignoring its howls and protests, he directly threw it into his sealed world bead, giving him some peace and quiet. Turning his head to look at the bare cave wall, Yang Kai's face twitched fiercely, hoping that there would be more myriad demon pills in the 10,000 demon nest instead of all of them growing outside. Calming himself down, Yang Kai walked deeper, and after a short time, he smiled happily again. Sure enough, there were even more myriad demon pills here. Just like what he saw just now, they were densely packed together, and there were dozens of them. With his previous experience of collecting myriad demon pills, Yang Kai reached out and touched one of the tumors, causing it to blossom like a flower. A round, rolling myriad demon pill fell out and was quickly caught by him. Just as he was about to stuff it into his space ring, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something else and carefully examined the myriad demon pill, his thick brow rising as a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that the myriad demon pills here were larger than the ones he had obtained before, and their quality seemed to be better as well. Unable to figure out what was going on, Yang Kai didn't plan to investigate. In any case, the better these myriad demon pills were, the more useful it would be for his embodiment. As he walked deeper in, Yang Kai could be described as having a great time collecting myriad demon pills. The scene inside the myriad demon cave was beyond his imagination. Almost every 10 meters or so, he would find a large number of myriad demon pills, ranging from 20 to 30 at a time to 40 to 50 at a time. The number of myriad demon pills collected by Cloud Ink could not compare at all. After more than half an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the deepest part of the myriad demon cave. This was the end of his journey, and there was no way forward. All the myriad demon pills he had encountered along the way had already been collected. Taking out his space ring and counting, Yang Kai found that he had actually collected more than 1,400 myriad demon pills. If he counted the ones that had been eaten by Return to Ruins at the beginning, then the number of myriad demon pills produced in this myriad demon cave was almost 1,500. This number gave Yang Kai quite a fright. Although he had somewhat expected this from the beginning, so many myriad demon pills still shocked him. According to normal calculations, since the blood flame continent had disappeared for 1,000 years or so, even if myriad demon pills were produced once every 100 years, only 10 batches would be produced every 1,000 years. Each batch would produce a few dozen pills, so 10 batches would only produce a few hundred pills. This number was much lower than 1,500. However, Yang Kai knew that the myriad demon pills here were not produced under normal circumstances. Instead, the blood flame continent had undergone a mutation, and the myriad demon cave had suddenly erupted with a powerful force, swallowing all the life forms on this continent. Of course, if the essence of the entire blood flame continent's demon race was converted into myriad demon pills, it would definitely be far more than 1,500. 15,000, or even 150,000 would be difficult to measure. However, this continent was originally a withered part of the demon territory, so the myriad demon cave was likely unable to function normally. Being able to produce 1,500 high-quality myriad demon caves was already a stroke of luck. Asking for more would be somewhat insatiable. When Yang Kai walked out of the myriad demon cave, his embodiment was still nowhere to be seen. There was no need to look for it though, as there was a subtle connection between them. If it couldn't find the myriad demon cave, it would definitely come looking for him. As for the continent under his feet, Yang Kai pondered for a long time before he made up his mind. Raising his hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. Forming a series of seals, the sealed world bead burst out a cloud of smoke and turned into a huge monster that covered the sky. It looked like a fat fish, but only the outline of a fish with no facial features. Instead, it had a bloody mouth that could swallow the heavens and earth, causing one's hair to stand on end. The bloody mouth opened, aimed at the continent under its feet, and bit down. With a cracking sound, a large piece of the continent disappeared. The sealed world bead underwent a mutation when Yang Kai returned to star territory in the past. It could now transform into a behemoth that could swallow planets. In the territory of the Great Desolation Star, 3 cultivation stars were swallowed by it, causing the space inside the sealed world bead to become extremely vast. So far, the creatures of those 3 cultivation stars were living peacefully inside the sealed world bead. Since the blood-flame continent no longer had any living creatures and had been reduced to fragments, it was perfect for the sealed world bead to swallow. After all, there were still remnants of the demon territory's world principles here, which were still very useful to the perfection of the sealed world bead's internal space. Since the blood-flame continent could no longer return to the demon territory, it naturally couldn't waste such a huge resource. As the sealed world bead bit down, the fragment of the continent under his feet shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared into nothingness, turning into an endless void that caused one's heart to palpitate. In just a few days, this fragment was completely swallowed up by the rolling sealed world bead, leaving nothing behind. Under Yang Kai's control, the rolling sealed world bead then targeted another fragment of the continent next to it. The embodiment finally came over, obviously also aware of the movement here. After just a glance at the rolling sealed world bead, he understood what was happening. Taking the space ring Yang Kai threw to him, he swept it with his divine sense and immediately exclaimed, "So many!" Obviously, he was also shocked by the huge number of myriad demon pills. According to Yang Kai's previous estimation, 3,000 myriad demon pills were enough to allow the embodiment to truly become a half-saint. With this, he had already achieved half of his goal. If he could find a place similar to the blood-flame continent, he would be able to completely gather the cultivation resources needed for the embodiment to become a half-saint. A lot of continents had disappeared in the demon territory over the years, and the blood-flame continent was just one of them. Now that he had the help of the Return to Ruins, it would be very easy to find other lost continents. Yang Kai had already made up his mind. After he finished his business here, he would search for other lost continents and collect myriad demon pills. When the embodiment became a half-saint, it would be much easier for him to act in the demon territory. Could it be that this was his opportunity? Before coming here, the Heaven's Revelation's great emperors, Chu Tianji, had once told him that in the demon territory, he had an opportunity and a tribulation. Yang Kai still had some trust in the words of the Heaven's Revelation's great emperors. Since they were called Heaven's Revelations, they naturally had their reasons, but if this was the opportunity, what was the tribulation? Could it be that his intentions were exposed, and he had a falling out with Yu Meng? In the demon territory, becoming an enemy of a demon saint was a great tribulation. It would take a certain amount of time to roll and devour the fragments of the blood-flame continent, so Yang Kai alone could take care of it. The embodiment had already returned to the mysterious small world to devour and refine the myriad demon pills. The myriad demon pills he obtained from clouding last time had long been devoured by him. This time, he obtained more than 1,400 pills from the blood-flame continent. Even if the embodiment had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, it would take him at least 2 months to completely refine them. Although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was powerful, it was not omnipotent. There was always a limit to what it could bear. If it swallowed too many myriad demon pills at once, it would need time to digest them. Only then would it be able to maximize the effects of the myriad demon pills. More than 20 days passed in a flash, and the rolling finally finished devouring the blood flame continent. Not only did the space inside the sealed world bead expand by a lot, it even gained some world principles from the demon territory. The passage he came in from before had disappeared. It was probably assimilated and repaired by the world principles in clouding. Fortunately, he had the return to ruins and released him. He let him search for traces and bite out a passage in the void. Only then was Yang Kai able to return to Clouding. After identifying the direction, he rushed all the way to Clouding City. When he entered the city and entered the palace, the demon race guards all bowed respectfully. As soon as he took office, he killed Lai Kuang with lightning speed. Even now, Lai Kuang's dried corpse was still hanging at the highest point of his residence. No one dared to put it down. After that, he led the demon race here to fight against Lai Yuan. He defeated the strong, killed 6 high-ranked demon kings of Lai Yuan, completely subdued Lai Yuan, and repaired the realm gate with his own strength. He maintained the stability of the realm gate, and protected the clouding mainland from falling. Everything that happened in the past few months was shocking. Even if they did not personally participate in the demon race in the palace, they had heard about it. How could they not be respectful? To the demon race, having a strong and powerful boss was also a source of pride. He did not see Lao Ke and the others, and did not know what they were busy with. Yang Kai did not plan to look for them either. He called Xiao Wu over and instructed her to prepare warm water. He wanted to take a bath and change his clothes. He had been running around outside for the past few days, so he was a little travel-worn. He wanted to take this opportunity to think about his next plan. After a while, he was in a huge pool. The water temperature was moderate, and the pool was filled with flower petals. The fragrance was pleasant. Yang Kai leaned against the wall of the pool and soaked his body in the water. He placed one hand on the edge of the pool, and the other hand casually took out jade slips from the side and checked them. These jade slips were handed to him by Xiao Wu just now. She said that the spies sent out from the 2 continents had gathered all the information and gathered it in her hands. However, because Yang Kai was not around, she could only keep it for the time being. Yang Kai did not specify what the spies were looking for. He only instructed them to report everything big and small to him. After all, this was related to the great emperors of Bright Moon. He did not dare to be careless. He only hoped that he could find some clues from the information, and see if there were any traces of the great emperors of Bright Moon's whereabouts. Chapter 3484. Looking through the jade slips one by one, Yang Kai found that most of them were trivial matters. Occasionally, there were some major events, but Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, through the information gathered in these jade slips, Yang Kai had some understanding of the internal strife in the demon race. The demon race had never been a peaceful race. Even though they were still at war with the Star Realm, their internal strife was not peaceful. On the contrary, the flames of war were incessant. Today, the demon king of this continent and the demon king of another continent had a dispute. Both sides had gathered a large number of troops to attack each other. Tomorrow, the demon king of that continent would find helpers to take revenge. In short, some places were in complete chaos. This made Yang Kai more and more convinced that the demon race had too many people. The demon saint intended to use all kinds of methods to whittle down their numbers. Otherwise, they could just throw all of these demon race members into the 2-realm battlefield. Only one of the jade slips revealed information that he was somewhat concerned about. The information recorded in this jade slip was about a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. This continent originally had 6 world gates that led to 6 different continents. However, 4 of the world gates suddenly disappeared a year ago. Not only that, the exits of the remaining 2 world gates were heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. At first glance, there was nothing strange about this information. In the past 10,000 years, the disappearance of the world gates of the continents could be found everywhere. Many continents had disappeared from the map of the demon territory because of this. In the eyes of those who did not know the truth, the Eternal Heaven continent would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of those disappeared continents. However, Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he read it. Although the time recorded in this information was not too certain, it matched the time when the War of the Two Realms broke out. In other words, the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent also fell into the demon territory at that time. And the sudden disappearance of 4 world gates was clearly too abnormal. Looking at the world gates that disappeared in the demon territory, all of them first had some abnormal reaction, and then slowly disappeared. However, the 4 world gates of the Eternal Heaven continent seemed to have strangely closed up overnight, and disappeared without a trace. This situation could only mean that there was an external force that interfered with these 4 world gates, or even an extremely powerful force that caused these 4 world gates to collapse. And to be able to have such a powerful force, it could only be the demon saint. In other words, it was very likely that the demon saint had made a move in the Eternal Heaven continent. The only ones who could exchange blows with the demon saint were the great emperors of the great emperors, of course. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai almost had a complete train of thought in his mind. At that time, the 4 great emperors had become the demon race's territory to investigate together, but they had fallen into the demon saint's ambush. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent sacrificed themselves for a righteous cause, delaying the many demon saint with their own strength, allowing Iron Blood and the others to escape to the star boundary. Then, they retreated as they fought, all the way to the Eternal Heaven continent, and finally fought a life and death battle with the demon saint on the Eternal Heaven continent. If this conjecture was true, then the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent must have fallen into the Eternal Heaven continent. As for whether they were alive or dead, it was unknown. However, the Bright Moon continent was the great emperor's, and was recognized by the star boundary. If something really happened to them, the star boundary would certainly change. In addition, the great emperors of Heaven's revelations had once said that the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent still had a chance of survival. Therefore, Yang Kai felt that the Bright Moon continent wasn't dead, but should be trapped. The Eternal Heaven continent, Yang Kai tightly grasped the jade slip with an excited expression. After being in the demon territory for such a long time, he had finally found some clues. His efforts hadn't been in vain. He promptly took out the map he had bought before and checked it. After seeing the location of the Eternal Heaven continent, he couldn't help but frown. This Eternal Heaven continent wasn't in Yuru Meng's territory. This made things a little difficult for him. If the Eternal Heaven continent was Yuru Meng's territory, it wouldn't be difficult for him to sneak in with the help of the space law with his title as a prince. But now that the Eternal Heaven continent was in the territory of another demon saint, things were a little difficult. After all, he was a human. Yuru Meng valued him so much that she didn't hesitate to use the heart imprint secret technique to bring him back to the demon territory. However, it didn't mean that other demon saint also thought the same. If he rashly ran into someone else's territory and was accidentally killed by them, he would become a laughingstock. But no matter what, he really had to make a trip to the Eternal Heaven continent. At the very least, he had to figure out whether the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent were there or not. If they were, then he had to think of a way to rescue them. If they weren't, then he had to continue to inquire for information. But before that, it would be best to let his embodiment advance to half-saint. At that time, his safety would be somewhat guaranteed. Just as he was pondering, a burst of footsteps came from behind him. Yang Kai wrinkled his brows and put away the jade slip and map somewhat unhappily. He thought to himself, why is this Xiao Wu so insensible? I clearly ordered not to let anyone in. He turned his head to look back and was slightly startled. The person that had arrived wasn't Xiao Wu, but a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure, a charming appearance, and red lips. This woman was probably a snow devil. She had long silver hair that hung loosely down to her buttocks, and her skin was whiter than snow. She wore a pure white dress, and she gave off a pure and holy feeling. This kind of pure and holy dress formed an extremely strong visual conflict with her charming and enchanting figure, giving people a kind of surprise that was neither pure nor demonic. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He was secretly baffled. Is there such a person in the palace? Why haven't I seen her before? but judging from her posture, she seemed to be just a maidservant. She was walking over with a tray, on which there was a cup of crimson blood wine and a bunch of grape-like spirit fruits. Their eyes met, and the woman smiled, making the world lose its color in an instant. Only this smile was enough to make Yang Kai's mind fall into a trance. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus emitted a cool aura that woke him up abruptly. In an instant, alarm bells rang in his heart, and Yang Kai's face sank. He slapped the pool of water and, under the stimulation of his Emperor Qi, turned the pool of water into countless tiny droplets that flew towards Snow Demon. Each droplet was supported by Yang Kai's Emperor Qi and was incredibly heavy. A trace of surprise flashed across Snow Demon's beautiful eyes, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to recover so quickly and react so quickly and decisively, directly attacking her. Seeing the countless droplets approaching, Snow Demon smiled and raised her hand, causing the tens of thousands of droplets infused with Emperor Qi by Yang Kai to strangely float in front of her, as if frozen in place. When she looked again, Yang Kai had taken advantage of the moment her sleeve blocked his vision to leap into the air, his aura surging as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Snow Demon's face warmed. Yang Kai's action had undoubtedly made her a little angry, so she gently raised her jade-like palm to meet his attack. With a loud bang, a shockwave swept out, causing the tables in the room to crash and the pool of water to churn. Yang Kai was surprised, realizing that he had underestimated this woman. Even if he did not use his full strength, that palm was not something an ordinary demon king could casually take. The fact that the other party could block it so easily showed that she was at least a high-rank demon king, or even a half-saint. If it was a month ago, Yang Kai might have been a little afraid. He had no way to resist the might of a half-saint, but now that his embodiment had become the master of Cloud Shadow, his embodiment had a unique advantage on this continent. Even if the other party was really a half-saint, he was not afraid. If she provoked him, he would release his embodiment, and guarantee that he would beat her until even her mother couldn't recognize him. When the time came, he would let her know how strong he was. When he landed, Yang Kai had already summoned his myriad sword and pointed it at Snow Demon. With his nose in the air, he shouted with an insufferably arrogant look, "Who are you, lowly slave?" Snow Demon's unhappy little face suddenly fell, and the plate in her hand trembled slightly. Obviously, she was very angry. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "What did you say?" The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She seemed to be smiling, but in fact, there was not the slightest hint of a smile. "You should have heard what I said. Quickly tell me your name, and I will spare your life." Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking out a set of clothes from his space ring and wrapping them around his waist to cover his vitals. He had been completely naked before, but there was nothing he could do about it. This woman had come too suddenly, so he hadn't had time to put on any clothes. No matter what the other party's intentions were, just the fact that she had entered uninvited was enough to make Yang Kai hostile. He did not remember having such a female demon king under his command. The other party's strength was not weak, so she was obviously not from the Cloud Shadow continent, or even the Blue Origin continent. It was ridiculous that this lowly slave disguised herself as a maid and approached him. He did not know what her purpose was. "You have guts, daring to speak to this queen like this." Snow Demon was obviously on the verge of exploding in anger, but she inexplicably laughed again. "You also have guts, daring to barge in when a man is bathing. Aren't you afraid that something will happen between a man and a woman alone?" As he spoke, he deliberately looked up and down, as if he wanted to use his eyes to do something to her. Snow Demon faintly asked, "What do you want to happen?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, whatever happens will happen." Snow Demon looked at him strangely for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Although she looked pure and holy, that didn't mean she couldn't understand Yang Kai's words. On the contrary, this kind of giggling made her seem even more charming. "What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Yang Kai looked at her with his nostrils and cursed in his heart. Why were all the women in the old demon's territory so bold and unrestrained? Yu Meng was like this, and this snow demon was also like this. He was now almost naked, but she did not know how to avoid suspicion. After a long while, Snow Devil stopped smiling and slowly shook her head. Her beautiful hair fluttered behind her back like a silver fairy. I was going to punish you severely, but seeing how interesting you are, I'll just give you a small punishment as a warning. After a pause, she tilted her head to look at Yang Kai and said, But then again, if Yu Meng knew that you were teasing this queen like this, do you think she would teach you a lesson? Yang Kai frowned and said arrogantly, It's not certain who will teach who a lesson. But your tone is as big as your guts. Chapter 3485. Seeing Yang Kai act so arrogantly, Snow Demon was taken aback. She hadn't expected that he wouldn't even put Yu Meng in his eyes. Her beautiful eyes carefully examined Yang Kai before a look of realization appeared on her face and she said in shock, She's really willing to spend so much on you. Yang Kai was baffled by these words, but before he could think about it, Xiao Wu stumbled in from outside the door, followed by Li Shiqing, who lived next door. Obviously, she had also heard the commotion and ran over to take a look. However, when she saw Yang Kai's nearly naked body, Li Shiqing quickly covered her eyes and turned around. Crash. 2 rows of soldiers rushed in from outside, led by Lao Ke, filling up the room. Just now, although Yang Kai had only fought with Snow Demon for a short time, the noise it had caused was not small. If Lao Ke hadn't noticed this, then he would have been too negligent. After all, he was the city palace's commander. Great King, what happened? Lao Ke asked in alarm. Yang Kai immediately cursed. A bunch of trash, someone has sneaked in and you don't even know? What does this king need you for? Even if this snow demon was a half-saint and Lao Ke wasn't her match, allowing her to break into his room was still a big mistake. At the very least, he should have noticed. Only then did Lao Ke notice that there was an enchanting woman with silver hair in the room, causing sweat to appear on his forehead as he cupped his fists and said, Please calm your anger, great king! Raising his head again, he stared at Snow Demon's back with eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, What are you standing around for? Take her down! Just now, he hadn't been able to test the depths of this woman's strength, but now he could use Lao Ke to test her. Lao Ke immediately obeyed, suppressing his anger as his demonic chi surged and he slammed his palm towards Snow Demon's shoulder. Halfway through, his palm turned into a claw, obviously intending to capture her first. Although Lao Ke was old, he was still a high-ranked demon king. However, Snow Devil seemed to have not noticed. She still stood there calmly, and then slowly turned half of her body. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at Lao Ke, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smile as she quietly looked at him. When their eyes met, Lao Ke's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The aura of a high-grade devil king burst out like snowflakes under the blazing sun, instantly disappearing without a trace. His palm abruptly stopped when it was less than 3 inches away from Snow Devil's slender palm. The strong wind brought about by the palm blew Snow Devil's hair, causing her snow-like hair to flutter in the wind. Time seemed to stop. The sweat on Lao Ke's forehead became even denser, converging into bean-sized beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Wu couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands as she looked at Snow Demon's face in shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned. He looked at Xiao Wu, then at Lao Ke. He suddenly felt that the situation had become a little complicated. He could clearly see fear in Lao Ke's eyes. Lao Ke knew this woman? What was her background? She could actually make a high-ranked demon king feel fear. Was it really as he had guessed, a half-saint? While he was still in shock, Lao Ke had already hurriedly retracted his hand and knelt down on one knee. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, Lao Ke greets the Holy Sovereign! In an instant, the demon race soldiers who had been eyeing Snow Demon covetously also knelt down. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Snow Demon in front of him in disbelief. Holy Sovereign? He had clearly heard what Lao Ke had called this woman. In the entire demon territory, the title of Holy Sovereign was only given to the 12 holy sovereigns who stood at the peak. Even the half-saint subordinates didn't have the qualifications to be called Holy Sovereign. This woman was actually a demon saint. Yang Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't good. He had originally thought that the person who had come was at most a half-saint. Now that he had joined forces with his embodiment to occupy Cloud Shadow, he didn't need to be too afraid of a half-saint. However, if the other party was a demon saint, then the situation would be completely different. Even with the convenience of Cloud Shadow and the embodiment being the master of Cloud Shadow, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. If she was a demon saint, she should have just revealed her identity. Why did she have to sneak in as a servant girl? No wonder Lao Ke and the others didn't discover her. It would be strange if a demon saint had entered this place. However, in any case, this matter would be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai didn't know why the demon saint had come to Cloud Shadow, but it was obvious that she had come for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have quietly approached him. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus, otherwise he would have fallen into the other party's trap. The situation was worrying. After Lao Ke called out the two words Holy Sovereign, Yang Kai's eyes drifted left and right, looking for a way to escape. At this time, he had already made a decision in his heart. He immediately urged the law of space to escape from here. No matter what the other party's intentions were, a demon saint wasn't something he could fight against right now. If he really fell into the hands of the other party, he was afraid that even death would be an extravagant hope. She wasn't like Yu Meng. Yu Meng had the Heart Seal's secret technique to restrain him. No matter how he treated her, Yu Meng wouldn't really do anything to him. This woman's mental state didn't seem normal. Who knew if she had prepared some kind of torture waiting for him? But just as he urged the law of space, Snow Demon suddenly looked back and said with a smile, "Where do you think you're going?" Saying so, she gently raised her hand and flicked her finger in the direction of Yang Kai. Heaven and earth were imprisoned, and the law of space collapsed. Yang Kai, whose figure had just drifted a little, was suddenly pulled back from the void. With a bang, he felt a pain in his head. In an instant, he saw stars and his vision turned upside down. His whole body was sent flying backwards, hitting the wall and falling to the ground. When Kai Yang stood up again, he grimaced in pain. Reaching out to touch his forehead, he was shocked to feel a large bulge. Looking up, he saw Snow Demon smiling at him, a mischievous look on her face as she walked towards him, step by step. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. "If you have something to say, let's talk it out. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists, all right?" Snow Demon smiled sweetly, a very moving sight, but Yang Kai felt that this smile was more sinister than anything else. He smiled bitterly in his heart as he thought to himself, what an unlucky year. While he was staying in the city palace, a demon saint had actually come knocking on his door. Now, the only one who could save him was Yu Meng, but that woman was still in the Phantom Continent, hundreds of millions of kilometers away. By the time she received the news, his bones would have already turned cold. Using our mouths and not our fists? Snow Demon pursed her lips into a smile, causing her red lips to become even more lustrous. "You really are a gentleman. Did you enjoy scolding me just now?" Speaking up to this point, her voice had already become somewhat cold. That cheap slut had really angered her. She was one of the 12 dignified demon saint, so when had she ever been insulted like this? Even when Yu Meng was scolded by him, she still had to pester him, let alone a strange woman. Yang Kai solemnly said, "What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope Holy Senior won't take it to heart." In other words, if Holy Senior was bathing in the fragrant soup and someone suddenly came in without invitation, how would Holy Senior react? When Lao Ke, who was half kneeling on the ground, heard this, his back was immediately drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, this king really dares to say anything. This Holy Senior is a woman, but he actually dares to mention the matter of bathing in the fragrant soup in front of her, Snow Demon lightly said. Naturally, I would kill you and then extract your soul, making you suffer for eternity. But how can you be compared to this holy senior? Don't worry, this holy senior won't kill you. At most, this holy senior will just rip off your tongue. Yang Kai bared his teeth. Seeing that not only did Snow Demon's aura not decrease, but it also increased as she approached him. He knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. Immediately, evil thoughts rose in his heart, and he became angry. Although this king's strength is not as strong as yours, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for the Holy Senior to rip off my tongue. If the Holy Senior insists on doing this king can only fight to the death. He held the myriad sword in front of him, and his expression suddenly became as calm as an ancient well. Snow Demon chuckled. Now this is interesting. If you don't resist, this Holy Senior won't be able to enjoy myself to my heart's content. Fuck you, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Today's matter was purely undeserved. If Snow Demon did not sneak in, there would not be so many troublesome matters. Seeing this woman approaching step by step, Yang Kai hurriedly restrained his thoughts, and did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Heaven and earth buzzed, and everyone in the room felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those demon generals and demon general with lower cultivation even had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps, Snow Demon and Yang Kai were getting closer and closer, and the demon saint's aura reached its peak. Suddenly, a sigh came from behind. Yang Kai, have you had enough? As soon as this was said, Snow Demon, who was almost in front of Yang Kai, finally stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and smiled gently. You finally showed up? Are you afraid that I will really rip off your man's tongue? The voice said coldly. You can try. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise as he looked through the gap in Snow Demon's neck and found that the person who had just spoken was none other than Xiao Wu, who had followed him from the Phantom Continent to Cloud Shadow. However, at this moment, the maidservant Xiao Wu, who had always obeyed Yang Kai's every command, had a completely different temperament. Although her face was covered in scars, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from her body, causing her to become incomparably dignified. Her eyes were filled with anger, as if she was standing in the clouds, overlooking all living beings. Yuru Meng? At this moment, the aura exuding from Xiao Wu was surprisingly Yuru Meng's aura. Yang Kai's mind flashed, and he immediately realized what was going on. Soul descent! He had encountered this kind of thing with the guard by Yao Lin's side. Breaking through the seal of space, a wisp of the great emperors of the serene soul descended. At this moment, Xiao Wu's situation was exactly the same as the guard by Yao Lin's side. Obviously, a wisp of Yuru Meng's soul had descended on her. Chapter 3486. Only now did he understand why Yuru Meng felt at ease coming to Cloud Shadow Continent alone and even let Xiao Wu follow him. Yang Kai thought that Yuru Meng wanted Xiao Wu to be her personal servant and monitor him so that he wouldn't fool around outside, but now it seemed that Xiao Wu was the carrier prepared for today's soul descent. Soul descent was not easy, and it was not as if as long as one was strong enough, one could simply descend into anyone's body. There must be a variety of secret techniques in advance. If not for this snow demon called Baliamo coming here today and pressuring her step by step, Yuru Meng obviously would not have shown up. Yang Kai even suspected that this Baliamo did it deliberately. Otherwise, with her ability, if she really wanted to teach him a lesson, why would she go through so much trouble? The one she really wanted to find was Yuru Meng, and threatening Yang Kai was just one of her methods. If she wanted to find Yuru Meng, she could have just gone to Phantom Continent's holy city. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Baliamo chuckled and said, Not to mention just a wisp of soul, even if your body was here, do you think this senior would be afraid of you? Both were demon saint, so Baliamo really was not afraid of Yuru Meng. Turning her head, she looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, I'll pull out his tongue and break his teeth now. You dare! Yuru Meng shouted. If you dare touch a single hair on his head, this senior will not leave a single chicken or dog in your proud snow continent. As soon as these words came out, Baliamo stared at Yuru Meng in a daze, a look of disbelief on her face. After a while, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, almost to the point of tears. Yu Meng looked at her coldly, then glanced at Yang Kai worriedly. Yang Kai shrugged, only thinking that Bai Li Mo's nerves were really abnormal. A dignified demon saint could actually have such violent mood swings. After a while, Bai Li Mo's laughter subsided and she looked at Yang Kai with interest and said, "I was just a little suspicious at first. I didn't expect it to be true. Did you really use that secret technique on him?" "None of your business," Yu Meng coldly snorted. Bai Li Mo sighed. "The secret of the heart seal is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You've invested too much in him, is it worth it?" Yu Meng still said, "It's none of your business." Bai Li Mo nodded slowly, as if she didn't care at all. She even reached out her hand and lifted Yang Kai's chin. Kai Yang's face was filled with disgust, but due to the situation, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only turn his head and shake off her teasing. His face was blank, he felt like the roles had been reversed. Shouldn't he be the one teasing her? Bai Li Mo snorted. "You have quite the temper. Don't think that Yu Meng can save you. She's just a strand of her divine soul. She can't do anything to me." Yang Kai sighed and said, "If you guys have something to talk about, just don't involve me." Bai Li Mo snorted. "I like to involve you." Saying so, her jade hand gently hooked around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist, but an irresistible force passed from her jade hand, instantly making him unable to move. In the next moment, her jade hand pressed down, and Yang Kai lowered his head, burying his face in a very soft and fragrant place. Staring with wide eyes, he could even see a white ravine with the help of the weak light. "Damn, what's going on?" Yang Kai was stunned. Instinctively, he took a deep breath. His mouth and nose were filled with that sweet and sticky smell, making him linger on and forget to return. His blood vessels were swelling. "You court death!" Hearing Yu Meng's gritted teeth roar, Yang Kai didn't even need to look to imagine her angry appearance. She could tolerate Yang Kai, Su Yan, and the others running amok. She could even tolerate Yang Kai indulging in debauchery outside, but she absolutely couldn't tolerate Bai Mo taking liberties with Yang Kai. This woman was her natural enemy. They had been enemies for tens of thousands of years and had always been entangled with each other. Over the years, they had both won and lost. At this time, she didn't hesitate to tease Yang Kai. It was nothing more than a show of force. Otherwise, how could a dignified demon saint act so absurdly? Bai Li Mo ignored her and simply whispered into Yang Kai's ear. "Little brat, what that woman Yu Meng can give you, this senior can also give you, and even better. How about you come with me?" Yang Kai said in a muffled voice. "Nothing much, Yu Meng and I are in love with each other. The heavens and earth can bear witness to our unswerving loyalty. How can a woman like you try to sow discord between us with just a few words?" Bai Li Mo sneered. "In love with each other, in love with each other? Not necessarily, right? Do you know what kind of secret technique she used on you? She's a succubus demon. What you're feeling right now is fake, it's the effect of that secret technique. If you come with me, I can help you dispel that secret technique." Yang Kai thought to himself, father already knew. Moreover, that bullshit secret technique was already broken by me. Why would I need you to give me advice in hindsight? Immediately, he refused without hesitation. "No need, we're very good. It's like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Yu Meng and I will love each other forever. Even when the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, our hearts will never change." On the other side, when the furious Yu Meng heard this, most of her anger disappeared in an instant, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to melt everything in the world. Bai Li Mo snorted. She also knew that under the effect of the secret technique, whether it was Yang Kai or Yu Meng, both of them would view each other as the most important person in each other's lives. It was impossible to move them with just a few words. However, she had managed to grab hold of Yu Meng's little tail with great difficulty, so she was a little unwilling to let go just like that. Yang Kai then said, "As for you, I advise you to hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Although this position was pleasurable, it was really embarrassing. Being pressed on the chest by a woman and unable to move, even if the other party was a demon saint, it would only make him a laughingstock if word got out. Oh? Bailey Mo didn't have any intention of teasing him and was about to let go, but when she heard this, she calmed down and said with a smile, "What are you going to do to this senior, After a strange muffled groan, Bailey Mo hurriedly retreated, a touch of red appearing on her white face as she glared in front of her. Just now, this man had mercilessly bitten her, and although it wasn't a vital place, it still bit her chest. "I warned you!" Yang Kai looked at her and sneered. Bailey Mo's face was cold as ice as she gloomily said, "You are courting death." Murderous intent filled her eyes as her hair fluttered without wind. Behind her, Urumng said indifferently, "I'm not afraid to tell you, this senior has already set off for Proud Snow Continent. If you don't want Proud Snow Continent to be destroyed by this senior, you'd better behave yourself." If it was another continent, Bailey Mo might not care too much, but Proud Snow Continent was the place where she made her fortune and was incomparably important to her. This trip to find Yang Kai was also because of Proud Snow Continent. If Urumng really destroyed Proud Snow Continent, it would have a huge impact on her. Bailey Mo knew that with Urumng as a hindrance, there was no way she could do anything to Yang Kai unless she was prepared to completely shed all pretense of cordiality. She couldn't help but coldly snort, gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai. "I'll deal with you later." Withdrawing her murderous intent, she turned to look at Urumng and said, "Let's talk. What do you want to talk about?" Urumng looked at her and asked. Bailey Mo smiled gently, then her divine sense surged as she communicated with Urumng. No one knew the content of the conversation between the two demon saint, but from the changes in the expressions of the two, it was obvious that some dispute had occurred, and finally reached a certain degree of compromise. After a long time, Bailey Mo said, "Then it's settled." Turning to look at Yang Kai, she smiled and said, "This senior will wait for you." Finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves and walked away. "Psycho!" Yang Kai muttered, reaching out and rubbing his forehead. Just now, he had been flicked by that woman, causing a big bump to appear on his head, which had not disappeared yet. That woman was really heavy-handed. If it had been someone else who had been flicked by her like that, they would have lost half their life. "Everyone leave!" Urumng raised her hand. Lao Ke and the others quickly obeyed and retreated. After the door closed, Urumng looked at Yang Kai and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai's face was filled with lingering fear as he slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but that woman, what's the situation?" Urumng sighed. "She came to you for help." Yang Kai sneered. "Then I don't see the slightest sincerity." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Realm Gates?" If there was anything he could help the demon saint now, it would be to repair and maintain the Realm Gates. His actions in Cloud Shadow would certainly not be hidden from the observation of those who were interested. Cloud Shadow now had 3 Realm Gates, 2 of which were repaired by Yang Kai. Urumng had also said before that many Realm Gates in the demon territory were abnormal. Urumng's territory was like this, and the other demon saints' territories were also the same. Since Yang Kai had the ability to repair them, he would naturally be targeted by those demon saint. It was just that Bailey Mo's territory was very close to Urumng's territory, so she was the first to come. In other words, even if there was no Bailey Mo today, there would be Nanli Mo and Dongli Mo in the future. Urumng nodded and said, "It is the Realm Gate. She wants you to go to her territory and repair the disappeared Realm Gates and stabilize the other Realm Gates. You agreed?" Yang Kai frowned. Urumng sighed. "What can I do if I don't agree? This kind of thing will happen sooner or later." Although she asked Xiao Wu to follow Yang Kai to prevent something like today from happening, she also knew that since Yang Kai had this ability, he would attract the attention of other demon saints sooner or later. Instead of letting those demon saints join forces to pressure her, it was better to plan early. Moreover, Yang Kai had this ability to rely on, so no one in the demon territory would dare to take his life. "What price did she pay?" Yang Kai asked. 5,000 million demon pills. Oh, what a big deal! Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said unceremoniously, Give me half! Chapter 3487. Yu Rumeng laughed and said, What do you want the million demons elixir for? Although Yang Kai had become the demon race in the astral world and had a demonic nature, the million demons elixir should be useless to him. Taking it would only harm him. Why do you care? Just tell me if you will give it to me or not. Yu Rumeng knew about the existence of the embodiment, but at this time, he did not intend to tell her in detail, lest she think too much. But then again, the cloud shadow was Yu Rumeng's territory. The embodiment had now refined the origin of the cloud shadow and became the master of this continent. If her original body really came here, she would definitely find some clues. After all, the demon saint was not so easy to deceive, but now she was just a wisp of her divine soul, so Yang Kai was not worried about the matter being exposed. Yes, I will give it all to you. Although 5,000 million demons elixir was not a small amount, almost equivalent to the total harvest of hundreds of continents, Yu Rumeng really did not take it seriously. She had been a demon saint for many years and had accumulated countless million demons elixir in her hands. While speaking, Yu Rumeng glanced at him, which made Yang Kai shudder involuntarily and look away. If Yu Rumeng was herself, this posture would definitely be pleasing to the eye and make people restless. The key was that the object of her soul was Xiao Wu. This girl's figure was not bad, but the crisscrossing scars on her face like centipedes were really disgusting. Yang Kai did not dare to look at her. Who knew that Yu Rumeng would not let it go? She walked directly to him, grabbed his collar with one hand, stared up at him, and gritted her teeth. Why don't you look at me? Do you think I am ugly now? Yang Kai quickly glanced at her and quickly looked away. This is Xiao Wu's face, not yours. What does it have to do with you whether it is ugly or not? Yu Rumeng said angrily. Well, you stinky men are really the same. When you see a beautiful woman, you can't bear to look away, but when you see an ugly woman, you disdain. If I become so ugly one day, won't you not even want to look at me? How could this matter be tangled up? Yang Kai really didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop messing around. You're a grand demon saint. Who can ruin your appearance? Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and said, I will scratch my face now and come to you immediately. I'd like to see how you react. Yang Kai originally didn't want to pay attention to her. This woman was clearly pestering him endlessly. But thinking that if he ignored her, she might really do such a thing. At that time, there would be no end to this matter. Sighing in his heart, he lowered his head and looked in front of him. At this moment, his eyes became tender and sweet. He said in a low voice, Rumeng, no matter what you become, my feelings for you will never change. What I said just now was not for Baliamot to hear, but my words from the bottom of my heart. At the same time, Yang Kai grabbed one of her hands and placed it on his chest, as if letting her touch his conscience. After speaking, he slowly and firmly leaned over, his eyes fixed on her. Yu Rumeng didn't move, as if she was stupid, but her violently trembling eyes and eyelashes showed the fluctuations of her inner emotions. Just when Yang Kai's lips were about to touch hers, Yu Rumeng suddenly turned around and stepped back from him. Biting her red lips, she said, Little Wu, you also want to kiss me? You really have no taboos. Yang Kai smiled slightly. At this moment, he felt a little gentle like jade. Since your divine soul has descended, then the one standing in front of me is not Little Wu, but the person in my dreams. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, that was close. I almost made the play real. Fortunately, he was sure that Yu Rumeng wouldn't let him have any intimate contact with other women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Sure enough, it was useful to take risks. However, this last sentence had undoubtedly completely defeated Yu Rumeng's psychological defense. At this moment, the dignified demon saint showed a shy expression like a little girl. She said in a happy and angry tone, You still have some conscience. Seeing that you performed well, I won't argue with you about what happened just now. Yang Kai was at a loss. What happened just now? Yu Rumeng glared at him. Don't you know what happened? Only then did Yang Kai realize that she was referring to the matter of Bei Liamo pressing him on her chest. He immediately complained. You can't blame me. She is a demon saint. If she really wanted to deal with me, I couldn't resist. Humph! Yu Rumeng curled her lips and squinted at Yang Kai. Did you feel good? Yang Kai immediately showed a warm expression. This is the shame of this king's life. Sooner or later, I will make her pay the price. He said it as if it was true. In fact, it felt quite good. All right, I said I won't bicker with you, so I won't bicker with you. But you really have to be careful of that bitch. Although I agreed to let you go to her territory to repair the world gate, she definitely won't give up so easily. She and I have always been on bad terms, so don't fall into her trap. Yang Kai frowned and said, Can I not go? He had just obtained some clues about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Originally, he wanted to go to the Eternal Sky continent as soon as possible. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? He didn't know if the Eternal Sky continent was in Bailey Mo's territory. If it was, he could go there. If not, it would be a waste of time. Bailey Mo's territory bordered Yu Rumeng's territory. On the map, the Eternal Sky continent was very far away. Yang Kai estimated that the chances of the Eternal Sky continent being Bailey Mo's territory were very slim. Yu Rumeng smiled bitterly and said, You can't avoid this matter. The reason why I tried so hard to bring you back to the demon territory was because of the realm gate. If the other demon saint knew about your ability, how could they abandon you? You will have to work harder. For a long time in the future, you may be running around the various continents in the demon territory. As for your safety, you don't have to worry too much. With me here, they won't do anything to you. At this point, Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't resist. However, Yu Rumeng's next words made his eyes light up. If it was as she said, and the other demon saint valued his ability to repair the realm gate, then he would be able to enter the Eternal Sky continent sooner or later. However, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. If it was delayed too long, it wouldn't be good if something happened to Bright Moon. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai asked, Then when should I go to Bailey Mo's place? Yu Rumeng said, In a few days. First, you should deal with the realm gate in my territory. By the way, now that you have a way to repair the realm gate, and can even reopen the realm gates that have disappeared for many years, do you have the confidence to find the missing continents? Yang Kai shook his head and said, The reason why those realm gates can be repaired is because the connected continents still exist. There are some traces that can be found, but I can't do anything about the missing continents. These words weren't all lies. With his own strength, he really couldn't find the missing continents. However, if he had the help of the Return to Ruins, then it would be different. Only he knew the situation of the Blood Flame continent. Perhaps even Yu Rumeng and the other demon saint didn't know that once the continents disappeared, the plates that were separated from the demon territory would completely collapse and all life would be extinguished. Even if he could find them, it would be meaningless. However, he didn't give her a definite answer and continued, Perhaps when my attainments in the law of space are deeper, I will have some ideas. Yu Rumeng wasn't too disappointed by this, and only tried her best to say a few words to Yang Kai and didn't ask any more. After that, Yang Kai asked her a few more questions about the two-realm battlefield and learned that the battle there had escalated. The half-saint and false emperor frequently appeared on the battlefield and fought to the death. Both sides had suffered casualties. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble. It hadn't been long, but the battle was already so intense. If it continued for a few more years, he didn't know if the astral territory would be able to hold on. Before coming to the demon territory, he wasn't too clear about the strength of the demon territory. However, after coming to the demon territory, he discovered that the number of top experts in the demon territory was much higher than in the astral. Even if both sides suffered losses, the demon territory wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Once the demon saint and the great emperor stepped onto the battlefield, the final battle would begin. There was still time. Yang Kai was worried. He didn't know what he could do in the demon territory, and how he could help. Even if he could borrow the power of Cloud's shadow to stir up the situation in the demon territory, the power of an entire continent couldn't shake the foundation of the demon territory. Yu Rumeng had already left. Yang Kai carried the unconscious Xiao Wu back to her room. Soul descent still had some side effects on Xiao Wu. Although Yu Rumeng had restrained her strength to the greatest extent, the divine soul of the great devil saint was not something Xiao Wu could withstand. Therefore, after Yu Rumeng left, Xiao Wu fell limply to the ground. Yang Kai didn't doubt that if Yu Rumeng had really fought with Bai Liemo just now, regardless of the outcome, Xiao Wu would have undoubtedly died. After settling Xiao Wu down, he walked out of the room and saw Li Shiqing standing timidly at the door. Their eyes met and Li Shiqing's expression was a little complicated and also a little fearful. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, after a while, she didn't make the slightest sound. Yang Kai was impatient and turned to leave, but he didn't expect her to suddenly grab his sleeve. Yang Kai sighed and said, "If you have something to say, say it. If you don't bother me. I have enough things to do today." Li Shiqing mustered up her courage and said, "Can I follow you? Follow me? Follow me where?" He couldn't let her hear what he said to Yu Rumeng just now. What did she mean by that? "I mean, when you go out in the future, can you take me with you?" Li Shiqing looked up at him, and then quickly lowered her head. Yang Kai frowned, thinking, "What can I do with a little doormat like you?" It was because of this reason that he had left her in the city palace. Just as he was about to refuse, his heart suddenly moved and he looked up at the corner of the corridor. Over there, Boya's head quickly shrank back. Yang Kai looked at Li Shiqing thoughtfully, and suddenly understood why she had made such a request. She couldn't stand Boya's harassment anymore. "Get over here!" Yang Kai looked up at the corner. "Why are you sneaking around? Do you think I'm blind?" Chapter 3488. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Boya had no choice but to walk over unwillingly. She squeezed out a smile and greeted him. "What a coincidence, you're here too." Yang Kai stared at her and pointed at Li Shiqing, saying, "Stay away from her in the future. If you dare to disturb her again, I'll break your legs." Boya's face turned pale and she said angrily, "Don't go too far. This is my freedom. Who are you to control me?" Yang Kai sneered and didn't say anything. He took out the soul puppet slowly, bent his finger, and pointed it at the soul puppet's forehead, as if he was about to flick it. Boya immediately covered her forehead with her hand and took a few steps back. She said with fear in her eyes, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. Do you remember what I said?" Yang Kai asked seriously. Boya looked unwilling, but she could only nod. Yang Kai then turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, "Come find me if you have any problems in the future." Li Shiqing gave in, and showed a grateful expression. Yang Kai waved his hand and left, leaving Boya looking at Li Shiqing with a bitter face. Her eyes were filled with despair and she was about to cry, but she only received an apologetic smile. After returning to his room, Yang Kai studied the map of the demon territory again. He looked at the place where the realm gate connected to the Eternal Heaven continent was. He also called Lao Ke and asked him some questions. Only then did he have some clues. The next day, he set off alone. Since he had promised Yu Rumeng to deal with the realm gate in her territory, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to delay. The war in the two-realm battlefield had escalated, and the final battle between the human and demon races could come at any time. There wasn't much time left for him and the great emperors. Yu Rumeng controlled as many as 50 to 60 continents, and nearly half of them had half-saint overseeing them. In other words, Yu Rumeng alone had 20 to 30 half-saint subordinates. Baizhua and Yu Sang were only two of them. If Yu Rumeng alone was like this, then the other 11 demon saint subordinates were similar as well. In the entire demon territory, there were nearly 300 half-saint level powerhouses. This was an extremely terrifying number. Yang Kai didn't know how many fake emperors there were in the astral boundary, but it was impossible for there to be so many of them. It would be a miracle if there were even half of the fake emperors here. Every half-saint was the master of a continent. Of course, among the many continents there were also ownerless lands like Cloud Shadow, which accounted for almost half of the total. However, these ownerless continents always had the opportunity to give birth to a new half-saint. This was why Baizhua had said that the number of territories one had was directly related to the strength of a demon saint. This wasn't just because the more territories one had, the more myriad demon pills they could obtain. A considerable part of the reason was the number of half-saint subordinates they had. Yang Kai finally understood why Baizhua was so friendly to him at that time. He even didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yu Sang to protect his safety. Of course, it was because of Yu Rumeng, and also because he didn't get along with Yu Sang, but more importantly, he needed to use Yang Kai's law of space. As a half-saint, Baizhua also had his own continent. The situation of his continent was almost the same as that of Cloud Shadow. Most of the world gates had disappeared, and only 2 were left. One of them was extremely unstable, and no one had dared to enter or leave through that world gate in the past 100 years. Since he needed Yang Kai's help, he naturally had to treat Yang Kai with special respect. Cloud Shadow was an ownerless land, so Yu Rumeng let him come here first. There must be the intention of letting Yang Kai experiment with Cloud Shadow. If Yang Kai could really repair the world gate, it would be great. If he couldn't repair it, even if the last world gate was destroyed, it wouldn't be a big loss. Anyway, the last world gate in Cloud Shadow would disappear within 100 years, so it didn't make much difference if it disappeared earlier or later. Now Yang Kai's performance in Cloud Shadow could be described as amazing. Not only did he maintain the stability of the last world gate, but he even repaired the 2 world gates that had disappeared. Only then did Yu Rumeng feel relieved and let him work hard. Nearly 1/5 of the continents under her control had more or less problems with the world gates. In serious cases, the world gates had disappeared, and in minor cases, the world gates were unstable. They all needed the help of Yang Kai. Before leaving, Yu Rumeng told him the locations and names of these continents. She also said that she would let each continent fully cooperate with him and satisfy any request he had. Therefore, Yang Kai's trip could be said to be extremely smooth. Every time he arrived at a continent, he would be warmly received. He even got to know several half-saint who were overseeing their own continents. Since they had a request, these half-saint naturally wouldn't put on a high and mighty attitude like Yu Sang. What's more, Yu Rumeng seemed to value Yang Kai very much. Yu Sang only had a small conflict with Yang Kai, but was sent to the 2-realm battlefield by Yu Rumeng, and was not allowed to return without imperial orders. With Yu Sang as an example, how could they dare to be careless? They even guessed that this human who was proficient in the law of space was the Lord's gigolo. Although their lord was born as a succubus demon, her reputation was still very good. They had never heard of any strange rumors about her with the opposite sex. Suddenly, she favored a human so much, it was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't think too much. However, in this way, it was convenient for Yang Kai to do things. Everywhere he went, his requests were met. Many half-saint called him brothers. Those demon kings who didn't have a half-saint overseeing the continents didn't dare to slight him. They practically treated him like a grandfather. The name of Prince Yang Kai was also widely spread in Yu Rumeng's territory, so that the demon race at the bottom had heard of him. It took Yang Kai a full month to deal with the realm gates of more than 10 continents. During this time, he also secretly found 2 other continents that had disappeared. Including the Blood Flame continent, 3 continents had already been swallowed by the sealed world bead. There were more than 3 continents that had disappeared from Yu Rumeng's territory. According to the information obtained by Yang Kai, there were 6 continents. However, the other 3 continents needed to be entered through different continents. Currently, the realm gates of the 3 continents had no problems, so Yang Kai couldn't casually enter to avoid arousing suspicion. After the sealed world bead swallowed 2 more continents, its area expanded again. Moreover, the law of heaven and earth within the demon territory had become much more dense and condensed. Yang Kai even suspected that if it swallowed more continents, the sealed world bead would become another demon territory. The only thing that Yang Kai felt was a pity was that he didn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill from these two continents. It was because these two continents had disappeared for too long, and even the nest of myriad demons had collapsed. Naturally, he couldn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill. Yang Kai originally thought that he could obtain the omnipotent demon pill enough to promote his Dharmakaya to a half-saint, so he was slightly disappointed. As soon as he returned from the disappeared continent, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction. Before he could move, he saw a stream of light rapidly approaching him from afar. The stream of light was like a flash of lightning, and its speed was somewhat ridiculous. Before it even arrived, a terrifying pressure had already hit him in the face. Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked back at the void that was bitten by the return to ruins and thought to himself, "This is bad." Because he wanted to search for the disappeared continent, Yang Kai ordered the demon kings of this continent to scatter around 100 miles away. He didn't let them come forward, and only told others that he was trying to repair the realm gate here. In any case, they wouldn't know what he had done here. It would only take a few days for the gap that was bitten by the return to ruins to automatically repair itself. At that time, there would be no trace of him at all. Who would have thought that someone would actually come over at this time? Moreover, judging from the aura, it was surprisingly a half-saint. Didn't the half-saint of this continent already go to the two-realm battlefield? Could it be that he had coincidentally returned at this time? It was definitely too late to cover up his tracks now. The other party had probably already discovered the situation here. As his thoughts raced, Yang Kai made a decision. Using the law of space, he reached out and punched the gap in the void. The law of space surged, causing the void to become even more chaotic and formless. Although this move couldn't completely cover up his tracks, it could make it difficult for others to see clearly. With a whoosh, the stream of light stopped 100 feet in front of Yang Kai, revealing a tall figure. He glanced curiously at the gap in the void before sizing up Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Are you Brother Yang Kai?" During this period of time, he was used to calling the half-saint brothers, so he didn't have much of a reaction to the other party calling him Yang Kai. He nodded and said, "That's me. May I ask who you are?" As soon as the other party appeared, he knew that this half-saint wasn't the master of this continent. According to his understanding, the master of this continent was a female half-saint, and the newcomer was a man. Who was this guy? Why did he come here? Yang Kai was full of doubts. The demon race smiled slightly and said, "Sure enough, it's Brother Yang. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. I am half-saint Baya, a subordinate of Holy Senior Bailey Mo. I am here to welcome Brother Yang to Proud Snow Continent under the orders of Holy Senior." Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. It turned out that this person was a subordinate of Bailey Mo. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Bailey Mo. Although this woman was a demon saint, her actions were somewhat absurd. If it weren't for Ru Meng's soul descending last time, he might have suffered a big loss at her hands. However, the other party was polite, so Yang Kai couldn't show a sour face. He could only cup his hands and reply, "So it's Brother Baya." After a pause, he laughed and said, "It seems that Holy Senior Bailey Mo's temper is quite impatient." Ru Meng had clearly discussed with her that he would go to her territory after dealing with the matters here, but she still sent a half-saint over. To put it nicely, it was to welcome him, but to be realistic, it was to escort him. This made Yang Kai very unhappy. How could Baya not understand the meaning behind Brother Yang's words? He smiled and said, "Since Brother Yang has the ability to repair the realm gate, Brother Yang is naturally valued by Holy Senior. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me." After a pause, he said, "Not only Holy Senior, my brothers are also looking forward to Brother Yang's arrival." The brothers he mentioned were naturally referring to the half-saint like him. Everyone was carrying a sedan chair. Since a half-saint was so polite, what else could Yang Kai say? He could only smile and say, "Brother Baya is too serious. Since the two holy seniors have an agreement, this king will do his best." Baya glanced at the void gap and frowned. "Brother Yang, have you dealt with the matters here? It's almost done. It will take a few more days." He had to wait until the void here was completely closed before he could leave. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Chapter 3489. A few days won't hurt. Baya smiled slightly and looked up the gap in the void again. I have long heard that Brother Yang has a very deep understanding of the law of space. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became solemn as he carefully identified his position, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he asked. If I remember correctly, the mainland this world gate was connected to has long since disappeared. Could Brother Yang be able to find it? The law of space in the gap in the void was surging strangely, as if it led to a mysterious place. Even though Baya was not proficient in the law of space, with his cultivation level as a half-saint, he could see some clues. It was no wonder that the Lord valued this human so much and even asked him to come and meet him personally. When Baya first received this task, he was very tired of it. To think that he, a half-saint, had to travel hundreds of millions of miles just to meet a human. Even if this human was very capable, the Lord thought too highly of him. However, he could not disobey Bailey Mo's order, so he could only come here reluctantly. Now it seemed that this human did have some skills. If he could really find the missing continent with the law of space, he would not mind suffering a little. Yang Kai smiled when he heard this and said calmly, I can't do it for the time being. I am just trying to do it under the Lord's order. Although I have some clues, I still can't determine the coordinates of the continent on the other side of the void. Coordinates of the void? Baya showed a doubtful look. Yang Kai explained with a smile. Although the continent disappeared and was swallowed by the void, it must exist somewhere in the void. It's just that it is difficult for humans to reach it. If we can determine its position in the void, we will have a chance to find it. With the help of many space secret techniques, we may be able to reopen the realm gate. Its position in the void will be its coordinates. Baya nodded doubtfully. Although he was a half-saint, he still did not know much about the law of space. He could not tell if Yang Kai was talking nonsense or not. He gently nodded and said, Brother Yang is very talented. If his words just now were perfunctory, then his praise at this moment was more sincere. It was already shocking enough to have a chance to find the missing continents. If Yang Kai could really do this, he would definitely be a hero in the entire territory of the demon realm. Perhaps, he could even get the recognition of that person. By then, even if he was just a human, he could not be ignored. He had already made up his mind that even if he couldn't be friends with him, he definitely couldn't be enemies with him. If Brother Baya has nothing else to do, you might as well go to Clouding and wait for me for a few days. After a few days I will return to Clouding and we will set off together. Baya was slightly startled, but since Yang Kai had already said so, he naturally could not shamelessly stay, so he smiled and nodded. All right, then I will be waiting for Brother Yang. Please! Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Watching Baya leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. If Baya had been a little suspicious and insisted on entering the void gap to investigate, the things he tried to hide would have been exposed. Fortunately, this guy did not seem to want to offend him, so he was able to pass smoothly. However, this made Yang Kai realize a problem. In Yu Meng's territory, Yang Kai could mobilize all the resources available to him to protect him, but if he went to Bailey Mo's territory, he wouldn't have any sense of security without his own people on guard. This was also the reason why he had the bright idea to ask Baya to go to Clouding and wait for him. He had to go back to Clouding first and bring some people out with him so that it would be convenient for him to do things. After waiting for a few days, Yang Kai finally set off and returned to Clouding mainland when the heaven and earth law in the territory of the demon realm had completely repaired the void gap. Driving the tiger-headed chariot, he passed through several realm gates and finally returned to Clouding City. Without further ado, he summoned Celestial Resonance. After giving some instructions, Celestial Resonance left with the order. Baya had been here for a few days and was carefully received by Lauka. When she saw Yang Kai return, she quickly came out to greet him. They chatted for a while, and the faint urging in her words made Yang Kai feel funny. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not need to delay. Even if Bai Yi did not urge him, he was in a hurry to go to Bai Limo's territory. After a while, Yin came back and whispered a few words to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then let's go." Walking out of the palace, there were already thousands of demon race gathered outside. Among them, there were nearly 50 middle and low-rank demon king, and the rest were all demon commanders. There was not a single demon general. Bai Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. He did not know what Yang Kai meant by gathering so many demon race at this time. Could it be that he wanted to bring them to the proud snow continent? Yang Kai obviously saw his doubts. He smiled and said, "Brother Bai Yi, please don't blame me. It's not that I don't trust Saint Master Bai Limo, but I need some people to repair the realm gate. These people are used to cooperating with me, so it's easy to use them. I'm afraid that it will delay the progress, so I have to bring them with me." Bai Yi said with a strange expression. "Brother Yang can make the decision for this kind of thing. I don't think the Saint Master will refuse." He said that he did not trust Saint Master Bai Limo, but it was obvious that he did not trust him. "But you are going to the proud snow continent. What's the use of bringing these guys with you? If the Saint Master really wanted to harm you, not to mention a few thousand people, even tens of millions of people would be useless." He did not know what this person was thinking. However, Bai Yi did not want to say much about this kind of small matter, so he simply followed Yang Kai's instructions. Yang Kai turned to look at Lao Ku and Carson and said, "When I'm not here, you must take good care of Cloud Shadow. If anyone dares to harm Cloud Shadow, inform me immediately." He was not afraid of others, but he was afraid that Yu Sang would suddenly return from the two-realm battlefield. Although this possibility was very small, it was still necessary to guard against it. Lao Ku and Carson naturally agreed respectfully. Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go!" After that, he nodded slightly at Bai Yi, and the two flew out side by side. Many middle and low-level demon king followed closely behind, followed by the demon commanders. After a while, they formed a long line, which attracted the attention of countless demon race in Cloud Shadow City. They did not know what was going on in the palace. After flying for a while, a demon commander suddenly rushed up from behind using a secret method. He stopped beside Ian and said a few words to her through telepathy. Ian nodded slightly and waved him away. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. Ian said, "Your Majesty, you'll know when you see what's behind us." Yang Kai looked back and saw that more than 10 miles behind the large group, a white light was following them unhurriedly. In the light, a graceful figure was faintly discernible. This scene made Yang Kai's teeth ache. He thought to himself, "What's the matter with this girl? Why is she following us?" But no matter what, since she had followed them, he could not ignore her. He immediately stopped and said to Bai Yi, "Brother Bai Yi, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." Bai Yi obviously also noticed the situation behind them. She smiled meaningfully and said, "No hurry, Brother Yang, do as you please." "Why did you rush me just now if you're not in a hurry?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart, then turned and flew back. As soon as he stopped, the thousands of demon race also stopped in midair. The people following them also had to stop. Approaching them, Yang Kai stared at Li Shiqing and asked, "Why are you following us?" Li Shiqing lowered her head and said, I don't want to be alone." No matter how bad Yang Kai's attitude towards her was, she was still a human. Moreover, he was the only human in the demon race's territory other than her. Compared to the demon race, she was naturally more willing to stay with Yang Kai. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai was both amused and annoyed. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Forget it, since you're already here, let's go together." The main reason he brought Xiao Wu along this time was that he was really worried about Bai Limo. With Xiao Wu by his side, even if there was any danger, Yu Meng could use soul descent at any time. In the past few days, Li Shiqing and Xiao Wu had occasionally communicated with each other. Although they were not very familiar with each other, at least they were not strangers. Now that Xiao Wu had left, Li Shiqing had no one to talk to in the entire Cloud Shadow City. For someone of her character, staying in Cloud Shadow City was undoubtedly a kind of torture. Even if Lao Ke and the others did not dare to be rude to her, they would still be afraid. Not having expected Yang Kai to agree so readily, Li Shiqing's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help bursting with joy as she stared at him, a trace of gratitude flashing across her eyes. Kai Yang continued, "But you must be obedient, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Taking advantage of the situation, he put on a ferocious look, scaring Li Shiqing into nodding her head like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, looked her up and down, and asked, "Won't you be affected by rashly urging your strength?" After all, this was demon territory, and the surrounding world essence chi was constantly eroding her protective emperor chi. Once she consumed too much of her strength, she would inevitably be affected. If she was really eroded by the demonic chi, it would not be a small problem. Li Shiqing whispered, "I'll be careful." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "Do you still have source crystals and pills?" "Yes, you gave me a lot, but I only used a little." Li Shiqing raised her head and summoned the courage to smile at him, but her smile was extremely stiff. "Remember to look for me when you're almost done," Yang Kai said before wrapping her in his emperor chi and flying forward with her. Li Shiqing was a little flattered and suddenly found that Yang Kai didn't seem so fierce after all. On the other side, seeing Yang Kai return, Baiya smiled faintly, looking at Brother Yang's luck with women. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him and simply flew past him with Li Shiqing, taking Xiaowu with them. Behind them, Baiya secretly gritted her teeth and moved her red lips a few times. Although no sound came out, there was no doubt that she was cursing something. With thousands of people marching, it was naturally impossible for them to travel too fast. After a full day, they finally saw a world gate in the distance. Baiya showed a puzzled look and quickly caught up with Yang Kai, asking, "Brother Yang, why did you go this way? This place should be quite far from the proud snow continent. We should have gone through another world gate." Chapter 3490. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Passing through the other realm gate is indeed closer, but this king still has some things to deal with here. Brother Baiya, please don't be impatient." Hearing him say so, Baiya could only gently nod. In any case, his task was to take Yang Kai to the proud snow continent as soon as possible. A little delay and a long detour didn't matter much. The team of several thousand people had just passed through the realm gate and entered the Blue Origin continent when a large group of people suddenly came from the distance. The two leading demonic chi were both high-ranked demon kings. Then, the number of demon race's troops was almost the same as this group, and they rushed straight to this side. As soon as the two sides met, the two leading demonic chi clasped their hands and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Looking at Baiya, they quickly looked serious and bowed. "Greetings, Master Baiya." They were puzzled and didn't know how Yang Kai got together with Baiya. They naturally knew that Baiya was one of the half-saint subordinates of Holy Sage Bailiamo. Her relationship with Yu Sang was neither good nor bad. They couldn't be considered friends, but they occasionally had some contact. The two who came were naturally the high-ranked demon kings of the Blue Origin continent. One of them was Tukuro, and the other was called Baza. They also received a message from Clouding, so they hurriedly gathered their troops and rushed over to join Yang Kai. They didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. At this time, when they saw Baiya and the elite demon race behind Yang Kai, they more or less misunderstood. They thought that he was going to attack some continent, and couldn't help but feel a little pressured. Baiya gently nodded and didn't say much. Although a high-ranked demon king was not bad, he really didn't need to care too much about it. He was just a half-saint. Yang Kai didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said, "Follow!" Without stopping, they continued to fly forward. The team of several thousand people suddenly expanded to over 10,000 people. There were more than 100 demon kings, and although there were fewer high-ranked demon kings, there were still 3 of them. Under the command of Tukuro and Baza, the demon race on the Blue Origin continent quickly gathered with the Cloud Shadow Demon. These 2 demon kings came to Yin's side and quietly asked a few questions. After learning that Yang Kai actually had the ability to repair the realm gate, he was valued by holy sage Bailey Mo and specially invited him to deal with the realm's realm gate, Tukuro, and Baza. They thought that they were really going to start a war with some continent, but it turned out that they were only going to repair the realm gate. This lineup was a bit too big. Was there a need for this? Not only the two of them couldn't figure it out, but Baya also couldn't figure it out. Looking back at the team of over 10,000 people, she thought that those who didn't know would think that Yang Kai was going to send troops to the proud snow continent, which was disadvantageous to the holy sage. It turned out that he was referring to this when he said that he was going to deal with something. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shuttling through the realm gate, they passed through one continent after another. Although the scale of the march of 10,000 people wasn't large, it was definitely not small either. It made several continents along the way a little nervous. 2 days later, when Yang Kai plunged into a realm gate, an ice-cold aura hit him in the face. Looking around, he couldn't help but be stunned. The continent in front of him was a world of ice and snow. It was a scene of pure white without a trace of impurities. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers were constantly falling from the sky, and the hot air exhaled from the mouth and nose could be clearly seen. In the distance, a few mountain ranges rose and fell, like a few enchanting white dragons. Between the mountains, clouds tossed and turned, and it was a magnificent sight. The undulating white world was vast and boundless. Coming to this world, it was as if his body and mind had been purified. There was no need for Baya to explain more. Yang Kai also knew that they had arrived at the proud snow continent. Bailey Mo was born as a snow demon, so she liked this kind of cold environment the most. This was somewhat similar to the second elder of the dragon race, Fu Si. Her ice snow island was like this scene in front of him, but it was just an island, so naturally, it wasn't as majestic and beautiful as the whole continent. Behind them, the team of over 10,000 people arrived one after another through the realm gate, and those who had just arrived here were a little dazed. Xiao Wu was not stingy with her praise. "What a beautiful place!" Li Shiqing nodded vigorously at the side. Baya smiled at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, what do you think of this place?" It's beautiful, no wonder Saint Senior Bailey Mo can rise here." Baya smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. The proud snow continent is closely related to Saint Senior, so Baya sincerely asks Brother Yang to help Saint Senior solve her problems." "It's my duty!" Yang Kai responded readily, but in his heart, he was a little disapproving. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to secretly go to the Eternal Heaven continent, who would be willing to come to this place? He couldn't wait to see the destruction of this continent. Maybe he could shake the foundation of that bitch Bailey Mo. However, on the way here, he also checked a little. Although the Eternal Heaven continent was not in Bailey Mo's territory, but in the territory of another demon saint, it was not impossible to enter. The realm gate in the Eternal Heaven continent was connected to a continent under Bailey Mo's command. If he could use that continent as a springboard, he would definitely have a chance to sneak into the Eternal Heaven continent. He just didn't know if there was a problem with the realm gate of that continent. If there was, it would be convenient for him to do things. Baya naturally didn't know what he was planning, but seeing him agree so readily, she couldn't help but have a good impression of him. She laughed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Yang, please come with me." Saying so, she led the way. Everyone followed closely. The proud snow continent was not small. Generally speaking, the area of the continent where the demon saint resided would not be too small. Moreover, the yuan qi between heaven and earth was also very rich. If the entire territory of the demon saint was divided into 3 classes, then the proud snow continent and the phantom continent belonged to the upper class, or even the upper class of the upper class. The cloud shadow continent belonged to the middle class, and the blue origin continent should be considered to be in the upper middle class. They walked quickly all the way until a day later, when a towering and huge building appeared in the distance. Before they even got close, a vigorous aura had already hit them in the face. Moreover, under the refraction of the sunlight, the building was actually emitting a colorful light, which was magnificent and magnificent. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Only after using his eyesight to look did he discover that the building was actually a huge ice palace. The whole structure was completely carved out of blocks of ice. The colorful light was all refracted by the sunlight that soaked the ice, making the ice palace look like a fairyland. Baya pointed to the front and explained, "That is the proud snow ice palace of the Lord. The Lord has been waiting for a long time. Brother Yang, follow me directly to see her." "Thank you, Brother Baya." After a while, everyone arrived at a distance of 10 miles in front of the ice palace. Baya paused and looked at Yang Kai a little hesitantly. "The Lord does not like to be disturbed by too many people. Brother Yang, look at your subordinates." Yang Kai turned around and shouted, "Stay here and rest." Even if Baya did not say that, Yang Kai did not intend to bring all of them into the ice palace. Although he did not like Bai Limo, he still knew the basic etiquette. Moreover, now that he was in her territory, it was better to be honest, lest she find fault with him. Although she had a request, she would not really do anything to him, but she could still do something to make him feel uncomfortable. Een, Tukuro and the rest nodded in agreement. Baya then led Yang Kai and continued to fly forward. After entering the ice palace, Yang Kai was a little surprised that there weren't many servants here. At the very least, compared to such a large place, the number of servants was far too small. In addition to some necessary guards, there weren't many maids walking around. However, the scenery in the ice palace was still very beautiful. The surrounding walls and the underground walkways were all made of crystal clear ice. There was not a single gap. Yang Kai wondered if the entire ice palace was made by Bai Limo by hollowing out a huge block of ice. There were also some white ice flowers on the ice walls, and the whole ice palace was exuding a faint fragrance. Not only that, but there were also some strange colors flashing through the ice walls from time to time, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Yang Kai looked around, and although he was already past the age where everything was new to him, he still couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of this place. He thought to himself, women are still women, whether they are demon saints or not, they are always very fond of beautiful things. Even their own residence is so special. But then again, although this was an ice palace, it did not feel cold. Instead, it felt warm. He did not know why. While he was looking around, Boya, who was leading the way, had a cold expression on his face. He quietly sealed his pores, and even his breathing temporarily stopped. After walking for a short while, Baya suddenly stopped at the door of a room. She cupped her fists and said, "Baya is here to bring Yang Kai to see the Lord." Only then did Yang Kai realize that they had arrived at the place. He immediately stood behind Baya. The door was not closed tightly. There was a gap of a few fingers wide. There was some movement inside, but it could not be heard clearly. After Baya finished speaking, a woman's voice came from inside. "Baya is back? Bring him in." In the entire Ao Shui continent, only Bai Liemo dared to call Baya by her name. However, this woman's voice at this moment was extremely languid, completely devoid of the coldness from the last time they had met. This kind of languidness gave Yang Kai an indescribable feeling. When Yang Kai heard this, it was as if there was a small invisible hand grasping his heart, causing it to suddenly jump. Damn it, I knew this woman was up to no good. Last time, she suffered a loss at my hands, oh no, at my mouth. This time, I will definitely get back at her. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. He was secretly vigilant. Baya turned around and gestured to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please!" Without any hesitation, Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in, his eyes widening as he tried to see what kind of trap Bai Liemo had set for him. But when he looked around, he was greatly disappointed, because there was no one in front of him. Instead, there was a door to the side. Bai Liemo should be inside. Without any delay, he did not need Baya to invite him in. He raised his head and opened the door curtain. He plunged in. Behind him, Baya looked at him with pity. Chapter 3491. Yang Kai greets. Following the principle of being careful, Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting as soon as he entered, so as to not give Mo a chance to find fault with him. However, halfway through his words, he couldn't continue. His eyes widened even more as he stared in front of him, dumbfounded. On the soft couch in front of him, a graceful body was lying lazily. She was wearing a translucent chiffon dress, and the beauty inside was faintly discernible. Although the dress was called chiffon, it was actually a piece of silk-woven fabric. It barely covered some of her vital parts, but the scenery in front of her chest was exposed. Almost half of her chest was exposed, and her exquisite collarbone and slender neck were in full view. Her two beautiful legs were dazzling, and her dress was directly parted to her buttocks. With a casual glance, one would be able to see the beautiful scenery inside, but they couldn't see it, which made one's heart itch. When he heard that languid yet seductive voice just now, Yang Kai had already mentally prepared himself. He knew that Mo would definitely tease him, and if a woman wanted to tease him, her body was nothing more than an asset. Coupled with her supreme status as one of the 12 demon saints, she could definitely arouse a strong desire to conquer any man, making his blood boil and making it difficult for him to restrain himself. But when he saw the scene in front of him, Yang Kai was still a little surprised. This girl was too willing to spend her capital. You are a demon saint, so is it okay for you to dress so indecently? If you want to wear it, you should wear it secretly. Baya and I are both men. Even Yurumeng, a succubus demon, didn't wear it like this. If the last time he saw Mo, she was a perfect combination of holiness and charm, then at this moment, she was completely devoid of holiness. Every part of her body was extremely seductive. This made Yang Kai wonder if this person in front of him was the same pure and flawless Mo he had seen last time, wearing a pure white dress. If that was all, it would be fine. But this woman was surrounded by 4 or 5 other women. These women were all heavenly fragrances, and their appearances could turn the world upside down. They were all dressed similarly to her, wearing chiffon dresses that covered half of their bodies. At this moment, Mo's head was resting on a woman's slender thigh. The woman's head was lowered, and she gently exhaled a weak breath from her mouth. It swept over Mo's earlobe and neck inch by inch, causing Mo to squint her eyes and let out a soft moan. Only then did Yang Kai understand that the faint movement he heard outside was this. On the other side of the soft couch, there was another woman. Her pair of delicate hands gently stroked Mo's thigh, as if she was playing with the most exquisite piece of art in the world. Her movements were careful, and her expression was joyful. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that one of her hands had reached the base of Mo's thigh. The remaining 3 women surrounded her on the left and right. They were either stroking her sensitive parts or licking her earlobe. They were doing their best to please this demon saint. Their every movement, coupled with the weak sounds in the room, were almost at the peak of seduction. Even if Yang Kai was mentally prepared, the scene in front of him was like a bolt of lightning. He was a little dazed, and his throat instantly became dry. He thought to himself, "You fucking reincarnated into the wrong body. You should be the succubus demon. Compared to you, Yurumeng was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. What a disgrace to the name succubus demon. If you have the guts, why don't you find a few men here? What's the point of having a few women here?" Turning his head to glance at Boya, Kai Yang saw that this fellow had his head lowered, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation. Kai Yang sneered in his heart, knowing that this fellow didn't have the guts to look at these things. He understood Mo's plan, so no matter how shocking the scene in front of him was, Yang Kai quickly recovered and coughed lightly, then said again, "Yang Kai greets the Holy Senior." Mo turned a deaf ear to these words. Perhaps she wanted to show off her strength to Yang Kai, or perhaps she wanted to deliberately leave him hanging here, but she simply continued humming softly under the care of the other women. Yang Kai shouted again, this time deliberately circulating his emperor's chi, causing the surrounding ice walls to rustle. This caused the women to glare at him angrily. Even Baya was sweating and quietly reached out to tug at the corner of his clothes. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since the Holy Senior is busy, I won't disturb you any further." When the holy senior is free, this king will come and visit again. After saying so, he turned around and left without hesitation. Originally, this woman had something to ask of Yang Kai. Previously, she had run to Clouding and forced Yu Meng's soul to appear and negotiate with him. This time, he had come to help her, but she still had ulterior motives, so Yang Kai was too lazy to serve her. If it weren't for his strength being inferior to hers, Yang Kai would have already turned this ice palace upside down. You're already here and you still want to leave? On the soft bed, Bailey Mo finally opened her eyes. She had no choice but to open her eyes. If Yang Kai really left, she would definitely be covered in dirt. Yang Kai stopped and turned back. Seeing that the holy senior is busy, I really don't want to disturb you. What else can I do but leave? Bailey Mo snorted coldly. Such a bad temper, didn't Yu Meng teach you the rules of the demon territory? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and raised his nose to the sky. I'm just like this, if the holy senior doesn't like it, please allow me to take my leave for now. How dare you! Before Bailey Mo could speak, a woman beside her suddenly shouted, her demon chi rolling. Only then did Yang Kai discover that this woman was actually a high-ranked demon king. Yang Kai glanced at her but didn't take her words to heart. Instead, he turned to Bailey Mo and said, You have to understand that it wasn't me who wanted to come here, it was you who invited me here. The holy senior doesn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality, so why should this king stay here and embarrass himself? I asked the holy senior to allow me to return to Cloud Shadow mainland. The cold sweat on Baiye's forehead increased, and she whispered, Brother Yang, the holy senior didn't mean to disrespect you, but at this time every day, the holy senior is. Bailey Mo waved her hand and said, There's no need to explain, he's right, this holy senior has indeed neglected him. After saying so, she gave a look to the side. When the female demon king who scolded Yang Kai saw this, she quickly moved a chair from the side and placed it diagonally opposite the soft couch. Bailey Mo didn't move, she just pointed at Yang Kai and said, Sit down. Yang Kai thought for a moment, then obediently walked back and sat down. The main thing was that he definitely couldn't leave, and if he continued to pester Bailey Mo, he would definitely anger her, and then he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. Baiye saw this and couldn't help but feel relieved. She cupped her hands and said, Holy Senior, Brother Yang is here, this subordinate will take his leave first. Go. Bailey Mo closed her eyes again and said faintly. Baiye lowered her head and stepped back step by step until she was out of the inner room, then turned around and strode away. After a short while, she left the ice palace, turned into a stream of light, and rushed in a certain direction, with a sense of urgency. When Yin saw that she had come out, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, she immediately moved to stop her master, cupped her hands and said, Baiye master, may I ask my king, go away! Baiye waved her hand, and a strong force swept Yin aside, and without stopping, she left in a flash. Yin was shocked, and then she felt a little scared. Although she didn't know why Baiye was angry, there was obviously something wrong with Baiye's state just now. Her pair of eyes were actually red, and there was a trace of obvious desire in them. Although she didn't know much about Baiye, she knew that with Baiye's strong cultivation, even if she really had any desire for women, she wouldn't show it so obviously. Moreover, Baiye definitely didn't lack women around her, so there was no reason for her to show that kind of expression. What's going on? Yin was confused. 100 miles away from the ice palace, there was a huge city, just like the holy city of the Phantom Continent. This city was the holy city of the proud Snow Continent. It only took Baiye a few breaths to arrive here. She rushed directly into her mansion, and after scanning with her divine sense, she went straight to the residence of one of her favorite concubines, and kicked the door open with a bang. The concubine was grooming herself in front of the mirror, feeling sorry for herself. Suddenly, she heard the noise and looked angry, but when she saw who it was, she immediately showed a joyful expression. She got up and said, Master, why are you here? Before she could finish her words, Baiye bent down, picked her up, and threw her directly onto the big bed, causing her to cry out in surprise. The next moment, she felt a pair of big hands moving around her body, tearing her clothes. A moment later, gentle moans came out from the room, and they continued to ring out without end. 2 hours later, the concubine fell into a deep sleep, but more women came in from outside one after another. On the bed, Baya seemed to have gone crazy, showing no tenderness to the fairer sex. He showed the full strength of a man, galloping and whipping. In just one day, he made the dozen or so concubines living in this mansion enjoy the pleasures of fish and water, truly achieving a fair share of the benefits. It was not until a day later that Baya felt the scorching heat in her body slowly disappear. She turned her head to look at the bed. More than a dozen delicate bodies were lying on the bed, and each of them had more or less bruises, which were undoubtedly masterpieces left by him. Sighing softly, she floated up and waved her hand, rolling up the bed sheet to cover the seductive scene on the bed. She walked to the window and looked up in the direction of the ice palace. There was still lingering fear in Baya's eyes. Even she, a half-saint, couldn't bear it. She didn't know how Yamkai was doing now. Maybe he had died on the belly of one of the women. Ice Palace. Just after Baya left, Yamkai suddenly felt a chill in his mind. He couldn't help but blink, and then he became furious. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that he had definitely been tricked. Perhaps it was a secret technique, or perhaps it was a drug, and it should be related to the divine soul, which triggered the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus. A secret technique, or drug that could trigger the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus without him noticing was definitely not a trivial matter. Thinking back to the subtle feeling he had just now, Yamkai was almost certain that it was a kind of charm or aphrodisiac, and its effect was undoubtedly to make him fall in love. And judging from the situation, the latter was more likely. Chapter 3492. Seeing this, Yamkai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Bailey Mo, this cheap slut, had dressed so indecently. Not only was she trying to seduce him, but she had even used an aphrodisiac on him. This was no different from trying to kill him, she was simply too shameless. Yamkai had some guesses as to why she did this. First, he had bitten her a month ago in Cloud Shadow City. At that time, Yuru Ming was present, and she was the one who took the initiative to provoke him, so she couldn't do anything to him. However, she was a dignified demon saint, so how could she let it go so easily? She didn't do anything at that time, but instead waited here for him. Second, in name, he was Yuru Ming's man, and there was a heart-seal secret technique between them. She and Yuru Ming were not on good terms, so she naturally wanted to use him to humiliate Yuru Ming. If he really made a fool of himself here today, Yuru Ming would lose face. Thinking so, Yamkai sneered in his heart. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. You brought this upon yourself. The faint sounds of debauchery continued intermittently, and the women serving Bailey Mo were undoubtedly unable to control themselves. Their breathing was rapid, and their faces were flushed. Yamkai didn't know if it was because they were also affected by the aphrodisiac, but they all looked at Bailey Mo with strange expressions. After Yamkai sat down, Bailey Mo didn't have any intention of speaking, simply treating him as air. At first, Kayan was sitting upright, his back straight, his hands on his knees, his eyes looking straight ahead. However, as time passed, he would occasionally raise his eyes to look at the beautiful places of the women in front of him, especially Bailey Mo's body. His breathing slowly became rapid, and his eyes became bloodshot. Although these little movements were extremely subtle, almost without a trace, how could they escape Bailey Mo's observation? Even if she closed her eyes, Yamkai's every move could not escape her perception. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she couldn't help but reveal a hidden smile. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yamkai became bolder and bolder. After a while, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward brazenly. His Adam's apple moved occasionally as he swallowed his saliva. It had to be said that the scene in front of him was very pleasing to the eye. Even though Yamkai knew Bailey Mo's intentions and had used the soul-warming lotus to eliminate the effects of the aphrodisiac, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. His reaction and expression were very realistic. Suddenly, Bailey Mo let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like the stars in the sky, bright and dazzling. Stretching her arms and twisting her waist, she changed her position and continued to lie down with her side facing Yang Kai's direction. This position made her pair of jade peaks look even more majestic and magnificent. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she had just remembered that there was someone else in the room. She lightly said, "Don't neglect the guest." As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. As soon as she said this, the female demon king who had scolded Yang Kai immediately walked out from beside her. With light steps, she walked in front of Yang Kai and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Her hands wrapped around Yang Kai's neck as she looked at him with a smile. Her soft body was in his arms, and her amazing elasticity came from her thighs. The tip of his nose was filled with an indescribable fragrance. Yang Kai swallowed hard and looked at Bailey Mo hesitantly. "Holy Sage, this isn't very good, right?" Bailey Mo looked up and lazily said, "What's not good about it?" Yang Kai looked embarrassed and said, "Holy Sage, why are you asking when you already know the answer? Between me and you Rumeng you know. Are you afraid of her?" Bailey Mo looked at him teasingly. Yang Kai immediately sneered. "This king is a 7-foot-tall man, why would I be afraid of a woman? Moreover, it's not a matter of whether I'm afraid or not, it's just that I feel that being with another woman behind her back." He glanced at the woman in his arms. This female demon king was undoubtedly under the influence of the aphrodisiac. Her breathing was hot, and she sat in his arms restlessly twisting her tender body. She even took the initiative to grab one of Kai Ying's big hands and place it on her chest, lightly biting her red lips and moaning. Kai Zhang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "I'm sorry for her." Although he said this, his big hands rubbed hard, causing the female demon king to fall into his arms. Bailey Mo chuckled. "In the end, you're still afraid of her. Don't worry, they won't tell anyone about what happened here, and this holy sage won't tell anyone about it either. She won't hear about it. You don't have to be too restrained. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? This holy sage invited you to help me repair the realm gate, so naturally, I won't treat you badly." Yang Kai licked his lips and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your kindness, holy sage." He looked down at the female demon king in his arms and stroked her up and down with his big hands, causing the female demon king to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's eyes were like a wolf's as he casually said, "But seriously, holy sage, don't think that this king is afraid of Rumeng just because her cultivation is not as good as mine. This king really isn't afraid of her. It's not like I haven't hit her before when she doesn't listen to me." Bailey Mo was looking at the show in front of her with a teasing look, but when she heard this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but brighten up. She said in surprise, "You've hit her before?" Yang Kai proudly said, "Not just once." His appearance was so flamboyant that it was as if he had done something extraordinary. Bailey Mo suppressed her laughter and said, "How did you hit her?" This was interesting. One of the 12 demons saint in the demon territory was actually beaten by a human who was only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. You Rumeng, you also have a day like this." Bailey Mo suddenly felt that her hard work today was not in vain. She actually managed to hear such a secret. This was something that she had to investigate carefully. The next time she saw Yu Rumeng, she would use this matter to make fun of her and see if she still had the guts to challenge her. Yang Kai grinned cheekily as he reached out and slapped the demon king's plump buttocks hard, causing her flesh to ripple, causing her to let out another cry of surprise. Bailey Mo's beautiful eyes brightened even more, and she resisted the urge to laugh to the sky. Slightly raising her upper body, she said, "Tell me in detail." Yang Kai blinked and looked around. "This is not good, there are too many people here." Bailey Mo said in annoyance. "Just say it." Yang Kai thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and threw the female demon king in his arms away. Standing up, he pulled away the other female demon king who had been serving by Bailey Mo's feet and sat down by her feet. Bailey Mo looked at him coldly, but she didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him, but the smile on her face was somewhat thought-provoking. Yan Kai lowered his head and looked up from Bailey Mo's jade feet, pausing for a moment between her legs and her chest. Finally, he looked at Bailey Mo's eyes with a fiery gaze. Since Saint Master wants to know, then this king will tell you secretly. Bailey Mo pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, but how are you going to tell this king secretly? Yan Kai grinned and slowly leaned over, moving his head closer to Bailey Mo's as if he wanted to whisper something to her, but his two big hands had already grabbed Bailey Mo's ankles and began to play with them. In any case, in this woman's eyes, she was already under the influence of the aphrodisiac, so it was only natural for her to act like this. Bailey Mo's body stiffened slightly, but her eyes became more and more thought-provoking. Her smooth and sparkling skin was like the world's most exquisite work of art. Yan Kai couldn't help but sigh. This lowly servant was indeed worthy of being called a demon saint. Such a beautiful woman could really compete with Yu Meng. While rubbing her legs, his two big hands had already moved up her calves, brushing them all the way up to her thighs. Such a bold move not only made the female demon king feel that something was wrong, but also made them look with eager anticipation. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, these women were already somewhat delirious, otherwise, how could they allow Yan Kai to blaspheme their Saint Master like this? Under normal circumstances, if Yan Kai dared to come within 3 feet of Bailey Mo, he would definitely be surrounded by them. Yan Kai at this time was in a bit of a difficult situation, and he didn't know what to do. He originally thought that Bailey Mo would stop his actions, or even drive him away when he sat next to her. If that happened, he would be able to leave this place. Yan Kai really didn't want to stay with Bailey Mo, he didn't feel safe at all. But he never thought that this woman would have no intention of driving him away, and even when he touched her, she didn't say anything. What kind of situation is this? At this moment Bailey Mo was still lazily lying on the soft couch, her head resting on a female demon king's thigh. Yan Kai had one hand on her calf, and the other hand had already reached under her translucent dress. A few more inches and he was afraid that he would touch that extremely sensitive place. This kind of atmosphere and posture could be said to be extremely ambiguous. The abnormality of the soul-warming lotus made him feel that something was wrong, and he also understood Bailey Mo's plan, but this woman was after all a demon saint. If he played too much, he might end up angering her. But the hesitation only lasted for a moment. Perhaps because of Yu Meng, Yan Kai didn't have much respect for Bailey Mo, and since she didn't stop him, it meant that she tacitly agreed. Anyway, the one who's at a disadvantage isn't me. Yan Kai's heart steeled, and he paused for a moment before he suddenly reached out his hand towards that deep place. At this time, a jade foot suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air, and fiercely kicked towards him. Even if Yan Kai's reaction was amazing, he still couldn't avoid it, and was kicked in the chest. Immediately it was as if he was hit by a meteor, his chest felt stuffy, and his blood boiled. His whole body flew off the soft couch, and heavily hit the ice wall. Gritting his teeth, Yan Kai clutched his chest, and violently coughed a few times before he raised his head with difficulty. What is the meaning of this, Holy Master? Bailey Mo's eyes were cold, and she slowly got up, and gently smoothed out the hem of her dress that was rolled up by Yan Kai, and coldly snorted. Little brat, your acting is quite good. Chapter 3493. Clutching his chest, Yan Kai's eyes flickered and his expression became awkward. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, So you can see. Since Bailey Mo said so, she must have concluded that he was acting. There was no point in continuing to play dumb, so he might as well get straight to the point. Bailey Mo coldly snorted and stared at him with a cold gaze. If Yan Kai really wanted to touch her because of the aphrodisiac, it would be excusable. After all, she had planned everything today for this. If she could make Yan Kai unable to control himself and the female demon king here, it would be for the best. Yan Kai was the man of that slut Yu Meng and had the heart seal's secret technique to restrict him. Unless the secret technique was broken, the feelings between the two of them were inseparable. If she could make these female demon king and Yang Kai do it, it would definitely disgust Ru Meng. But in reality, Yang Kai was actually acting, which made it difficult for Bai Liemo to accept. For no reason at all, she was once again taken advantage of by this little brat. For a moment, her teeth itched with hatred. If it weren't for Ru Meng and the fact that Yang Kai was still useful, she would have already slapped him to death. How did you see through it? Yang Kai asked, thinking that it didn't make sense. His acting was already very realistic. There was no reason for him to reveal any flaws. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Bai Liemo glanced at him. To be honest, at the beginning, she didn't notice anything strange. The main reason was that she was too confident in her own methods and felt that with Yang Kai's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, many of his reactions were also reasonable. It wasn't until Yang Kai's big hand paused under her skirt that she realized something was wrong. That subtle pause was only for a moment, but as a demon saint, how could Bai Liemo not notice it? The pause represented hesitation, but if he was really affected by the aphrodisiac, it was impossible for him to hesitate. Only then did she decisively give him a kick. Sigh! Yang Kai sighed and walked over to the chair. He sat down again and looked at Bai Liemo sincerely. Why do you have to do this? If you have a grudge with Ru Meng, you can settle it yourselves. Why do you have to involve me? I'm innocent. Bai Liemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think you're innocent? Yang Kai said with a gloomy face. Isn't it? Although he knew that she couldn't really do anything to him, Yang Kai didn't want to make their relationship too stiff since he had to work in her territory for a while. Bai Liemo sneered. If you weren't Ru Meng's man, this senior might not have put you in her eyes. But who told you to be that slut's man? Yang Kai's face darkened and he said, The Lord is the most powerful being in the demon territory. How can you be so rude? Bai Liemo raised an eyebrow. What, I can't even scold her. You're quite protective of her. Yang Kai said seriously. The Lord is also a woman. If someone insulted the Lord like this, how would the Lord feel? Bai Liemo sneered. Do you think that slut hasn't scolded me behind my back? I don't care if Ru Meng has scolded you behind your back, but in front of me, please behave yourself. Bai Liemo was stunned. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would dare to speak to her like this. But then she thought about how he even wanted to molest her. This human's guts had already broken through the sky. So what if he said something? She snorted coldly. So what if I scolded you? Yang Kai stood up and flicked his sleeves. If we don't agree, then please forgive this king for not being able to help you with the realm gate. The Lord should find someone else. After saying this, he turned around and strode away. If you dare to move again, this Lord will break your legs. I'm a man of my word. Bai Liemo coldly looked at Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai instantly froze in place with one foot in the air. He really didn't dare to move. He couldn't help but curse Bai Liemo in his heart. He was clearly invited by her to repair the realm gate. How did this happen? This woman is really too unreasonable. But Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't reason with her. His fist was not as big as hers. Bai Liemo lay down again and looked at his back with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you are very sensible. What do you want? Tell me the truth. This king admits defeat. Yang Kai tilted his head, his face full of grief and indignation. If he knew this would happen, he would never have come to this bullshit-proud snow continent. If he wanted to go to the eternal heaven continent, he didn't have to go through Bai Liemo's territory. He could enter from other demon saints' territories. It's not that I want to do anything, but you did something wrong. Do you want to just walk away like this? Yang Kai sighed heavily and said weakly, I was rude just now. Please forgive me, Master Saint. I won't do it again. You want to do it again? Bai Liemo coldly snorted. Also, I don't hear the slightest sincerity in your apology. Then what kind of sincerity do you want? Yang Kai turned around and looked at her. Bai Liemo looked at him for a while, then pouted her lips. Yang Kai blinked, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. Seeing her pouting her lips again, he reluctantly stepped forward, lowered his body, and pressed his ear against hers. Bailiamo gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked up at her and said with a serious face, "Do you want to whisper to me?" Bailiamo almost laughed out loud. If he really wanted to whisper something, a divine sense transmission would be enough. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? She clenched her teeth and said, "Kneel in front of this sage and apologize. This sage will let you go this time." Yang Kai's face immediately became cold. Slowly straightening his back, he looked down at her and said with a cold expression, "Saint, I will pretend I didn't hear what you said." Then he cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai, I will take my leave first." This woman actually made such an excessive request. Yang Kai felt that there was no need to continue talking with her. This time, he was determined to leave proud Snow Continent. Even if he had to completely fall out with Bailiamo, he would not hesitate. He was indeed powerless to resist the power of the demon saint. Even if he had the space divine technique, it would be difficult for him to survive. But even if he died in battle, it would be better than to compromise like this. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. As for whether Bailiamo would threaten him again, he was too lazy to care. At worst, he would have a big fight. His movements were decisive. It was not until he was almost out of the door that Bailiamo reacted and said coldly, "You are courting death." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and simply ignored her, reaching out to pull open the bead curtain. But in the next moment, a powerful demonic chi suddenly attacked him from behind. Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his emperor chi, crossing his arms in front of him to protect himself. Then, his expression changed greatly and his whole body was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his arms as a violent force passed through his arms and spread to his whole body, shaking his internal organs and causing blood to flow from his orifices. Midair, Yang Kai's consciousness quickly blurred. In a daze, he saw Bailiamo slightly raise her hand and a look of astonishment in her eyes. Falling to the ground, his vision went dark. In the moment before he lost consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind, one move. Strictly speaking, it was not a single move, because Bailiamo did not use her full strength at all. She barely used half a move to knock him out. Although she knew that the gap between her and the Devil Saint was huge, she did not expect it to be so big. On the other side, Bailiamo hurriedly got up from the soft couch and stared in the direction of Yang Kai's unconscious body, her beautiful eyes blinking as a rare trace of nervousness appeared on her face. It was not because she cared about Yang Kai, but because if she had really killed Yang Kai, Yu Ming would definitely not let her off. With the heart seal secret technique, as soon as Yang Kai died, Yu Ming would sense it and immediately leave the Phantom Continent. At that time, she and Yu Ming would not rest until one of them was dead. What's more, she didn't have any intention of killing Kai Yang, it was just that she was really angered by him. How could she not know that a man's knees were worth gold? Putting forward such harsh demands to make Kai Yang apologize, she had already prepared herself for his rejection. She had intended to wait for him to reject her and then haggle over the price. Who would have thought that this guy would actually say he was going to leave, not putting her in his eyes at all? In her anger, she had sent out a palm strike. She had not used her full strength, at most 20%. She did not know if he could withstand it. After a few breaths of time, Bailiamo waved her hand and a cold aura rippled through the room. The female demon king who had been in a state of delirium immediately shivered and woke up. "See if he's dead," Bailiamo ordered. It was the high-rank female demon king who had scolded Yang Kai before. Walking over to Yang Kai's side, she stretched out her hand to check his breathing, and after checking his condition, she raised her head and said, "He's still alive!" Bailiamo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. "It's good that he's alive." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "How are his injuries?" The female demon king replied, "His arms and chest are a few broken bones, and his internal organs are slightly displaced. Other than that, there are no major problems." "No major problems?" Bailiamo was surprised. Yang Kai being able to survive under 20% of her strength was enough to shock her, but now, even his injuries were so light? Although he had broken a few bones, it was not like she did not have pills. As long as he took them and rested for a few days, he would be able to recover. But how could this be? That palm strike just now should have killed a high-rank demon king, but this guy's cultivation was only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king, so how could he be so resilient? Huh? The female demon king who was examining Yang Kai's body suddenly let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. What's wrong? Bailiemo looked up. This man's body is so strong! As the female demon king spoke, she actually reached out and stroked Yang Kai's chest, as if she wanted to examine him carefully. Seeing this, Bailiemo also stepped forward and reached out to touch Yang Kai's chest, her demonic chi surging as she probed. A moment later, she showed a look of surprise, finally understanding why Yang Kai was able to survive her palm strike. Chapter 3494. Indeed, it was as the female demon king had said. This man's body was ridiculously strong. His muscles were firm and his bones were incomparably sturdy. Just this body alone was comparable to a top-notch demonic treasure. Furthermore, golden blood flowed in his body. The blood was filled with vitality, and had an extremely powerful regenerative ability. What shocked Bailiemo even more was that she actually felt an indescribable divinity from Yang Kai's blood. Looking at Yang Kai's face with a dignified expression, as if thinking of something, she reached out and pinched one of Yang Kai's fingers. Gently cutting it, a drop of golden blood flowed out. Bailiemo dipped her finger in the blood and placed it in her mouth, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "Holy Spirit blood! This boy actually has the blood of a Holy Spirit? Moreover, from the taste of this blood and the energy it contained, this is a very high-level Holy Spirit. It may even be a dragon or phoenix." Bailiemo couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. But now, she was completely relieved. Since Yang Kai's blood had such a strong vitality and regenerative ability, it meant that this injury was really not a big deal to him. Even if he didn't take any pills, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. "Saint Master, this boy is too rude. Do you want this subordinate to kill him?" The female demon king looked up at Bailiemo and asked solemnly. Bailiemo glanced at her faintly. "You want to kill him? Sure, but he is Yu Rumeng's man. If you kill him, this senior won't be able to protect you." When the female demon king heard this, her expression couldn't help but change as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This guy is actually Yu Rumeng's man? If these words didn't come from Bailiemo's mouth, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. The other female demon king also looked dazed, as if they had heard some extremely shocking news. Bailiemo pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around and said, "Lock him up in the ice prison and watch over him closely. Tell him that I will only release him when he truly repents." This time, although she had injured Yang Kai and knocked him out, in the end, she was still a little disgraced. She really couldn't take it lying down, unless Yang Kai sincerely apologized. When the female demon king heard the words ice prison, their expressions changed. It was obvious that it wasn't a good place. Not only that, Bailiemo even poked Yang Kai a few times as she spoke. Seeing this, the demon kings all looked at Yang Kai with pity in their eyes. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had actually provoked the Saint Senior. Now he was in for it. Bailiemo waved her hand, and the female demon king grabbed Yang Kai by the neck and took him out. 10 miles away from the proud snow ice palace, Yin, Tukialuo, and Baza were looking in the direction of the ice palace. The scene of Baya rushing out and leaving made them feel a little strange. They didn't know what happened to Yang Kai in the ice palace, but now they couldn't do anything. Although more than 10,000 people were a lot, no one had the guts to break into the proud snow ice palace. Now Yang Kai had been in there for 1 to 2 hours, but he still hadn't returned. However, they were certain that his life was not in danger. Otherwise, Tu Qialuo and Baza would have died without a doubt. After all, their lives were now tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had an accident, they couldn't escape. In contrast, although Yin was worried, she was still calmer. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a large group of people had rushed out of the ice palace and were charging towards them aggressively. The female demon kings in the lead were all upper-rank demon kings. Each of them was riding a different type of demon beast, and they were wearing bright armor, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. And behind these female demon king, thousands of members of the demon race also came out. This scene made the people under Yang Kai a little uneasy. Even Yin, Tukialio, and Baz's expressions changed. Although they didn't work under Bei Limo, they knew that she had a group of elites called the Proud Snow Ice Guards. Each of them was an elite of the demon race. They were equipped with excellent equipment and practiced very special techniques. When they went all out, it was common for them to fight against 3 or 5 people of the same level. If they were in formation, they could even defeat enemies 10 times their number. Looking at the demon race that rushed out of the ice palace, it was obvious that they were the legendary Proud Snow Ice Guards. Therefore, even though they were not as numerous as this side, their momentum had completely overwhelmed the allied forces of the Cloud Shadow Blue Plains. The crowd was in a panic. The group of Proud Snow Ice Guards rushed to the front and stopped in unison. They were orderly as if they were one. Every member of the demon race had an arrogant look on their faces. The female demon king in the lead waved her hand and shouted, "Surround them!" Under the order, thousands of people spread out and surrounded them. In less than 10 breaths, they had surrounded tens of thousands of people in the middle. At the moment of life and death, Yin and the others couldn't help but tense up. Without their orders, the tens of thousands of members of the demon race had already turned around to face the people surrounding them. They all looked solemn. A battle of life and death was about to break out. Tukialio and the other demon kings couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They knew that once the battle started today, their 10,000 people would all be buried here. What did their king do in the ice palace? How did he provoke the Proud Snow Ice Guards? Fortunately, although the Proud Snow Ice Guards surrounded them tightly, they didn't have the intention to attack. It seemed that they were just trapping them here. After a while, seeing that they still didn't have the intention to attack them, Tukialio felt a little relieved. He knew that even if Yang Kai had really offended Bei Limo, there should still be room for negotiation. After pondering for a moment, he pushed aside his subordinates in front of him and stepped forward. He squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands. "Master, greetings. I am Lan Yuan." He had just said a few words when a whip suddenly lashed towards him. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder on the whip, and it was incomparably fast. Tukialio's face changed. He instinctively urged his demon chi to resist, but he gritted his teeth and didn't resist. With a light smack, the soft whip landed on his face, leaving a mark on his cheek, which was dripping with blood. The female demon king in the lead sat on her mount and looked down at him from above. She said coldly, "No one wants to know who you are. Stay where you are obediently. If you dare to act rashly, you will be killed without mercy." Tukialio's face turned green and white. He clenched his fists. He was an upper-rank demon king. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But the other party was from the Proud Snow Ice Guard, so he couldn't do anything to them. He had only lashed them once. Losing face was better than losing his life. But in this way, he was sure that this group of Proud Snow Ice Guards had no intention of attacking them for the time being. The matter in front of them was definitely related to Yang Kai. Did they trap them here to prevent someone from leaking information? Tukialio frowned and couldn't understand. On the other hand, Sound couldn't help but turn to look at Xiao Wu. If there was anyone who could help them in this difficult situation, it would be Xiao Wu. Last time, Yuru Meng's soul descended on Xiao Wu. This time, she could naturally do the same. At that time, even if it was just a wisp of Yuru Meng's soul, these Proud Snow Ice Guards wouldn't dare to act rashly. As if sensing her gaze, Xiao Wu also looked at her, and then slowly shook her head. Sound's eyes darkened. She knew that even Saint Sovereign Dreamlight could not casually use soul descent. Last time, she had been provoked by Bei Li Mo's chi, which was why she had appeared. This time, there was no danger for the time being, so she was far from being able to trigger soul descent. Under the proud snow ice palace, there was a cold ice prison with a total of 18 floors. The environment of each floor was worse than the previous one. In the deepest 18 floors, even a Demon King-level expert couldn't stay for long. The cold that filled the air was enough to freeze a person's soul and cause them to die an unnatural death. In the ice prison, there were many demon race who had committed serious crimes. Generally speaking, once one entered, there was no chance to leave. In the end, they would only be frozen to death. When the female demon king who was escorting Yang Kai to the ice prison under Bei Limo's orders arrived, someone immediately respectfully greeted her. This was also a demon king, and a high-ranked demon king at that. Looking at the luster of stone on his face, he should be a stone demon. However, his status obviously couldn't be compared to the one who was carrying Yang Kai. As soon as they met, they greeted each other. The two exchanged a few words, and then the stone demon looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "Another one? What did this one do wrong? He offended the Holy Master." The female demon king shook Yang Kai. The stone demon grinned. "You have guts." He carefully looked at Yang Kai and suddenly said in surprise, "This guy, he is a human." The female demon king naturally knew what he wanted to ask. "He is actually a human?" The stone demon raised his eyebrows and showed a curious look. He had never seen a human before, so at this time, he was naturally very curious. After looking at him for a while, he found that the human race was just like this. They didn't have any more eyes or hands than the demon race. He immediately lost interest and said, "What does the Holy Master mean? Do you want him to die quickly or slowly?" If he died quickly, he would be directly thrown into the lower floors of the ice prison. In less than a day, he would be frozen to death. If he was slowly tortured, he would be thrown into the middle floors and be able to survive for a while. "This one cannot die." The female demon king shook her head. "He is very useful to the Holy Master." The stone demon was stunned. For so many years, none of the demon race who were thrown into the ice prison survived. How could this one not die? However, since it was the Holy Master's order, he naturally had to follow. He said, "What is his cultivation level?" "Mid-rank demon king. His body is very strong, but his cultivation level has been sealed by the Holy Master." His cultivation level has been sealed. The stone demon looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. He really didn't know how he offended the Holy Master. Not only was he thrown into the ice prison, but his cultivation level was also sealed. He thought for a while and said, "7th floor. With his current state, he won't be able to withstand it anymore. You can arrange it as you see fit." The Demon King handed Yang Kai to the other side and said, "The Holy Master said that when he wakes up, tell him that the Holy Master will only release him when he repents seriously." Chapter 3495. A cold sensation assaulted him from all directions, causing Yang Kai to slowly wake up. After staring around for a while, he suddenly remembered the scene before he passed out, and quickly jumped up, assuming a defensive posture as he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. What he saw caused him to be startled. This was no longer Bailey Mo's room. Instead, it looked more like an ice room. The ice walls were sparkling and translucent. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. It was about a few square feet, and it looked more like a prison cell. The cold seeped into his bones, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Yang Kai frowned, wondering what kind of damned place this was. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was knocked unconscious by Bailey Mo's palm. As for what happened after that, he did not know. Now that he thought about it, he still felt some lingering fear. The power of the demon saint was indeed something he could not resist. "Heh, you're awake?" Suddenly a deep, sinister laugh came from behind him. Yang Kai's expression froze as he quickly turned around, at the same time feeling a little incredulous because this voice was very close to him, but if the other party had not spoken, he would not have noticed. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with his body, and after examining it for a moment, his face darkened. There were several layers of seals placed on his body, and his emperorchi was sealed, making it impossible for him to use it. Judging from the traces of energy left on these seals, it was obvious that Bailey Mo had done this herself. No wonder he felt a little cold. Without his emperorchi to protect himself, and with such a harsh environment, it would be strange if he did not feel cold. However, compared to this, Yang Kai was more concerned about what this place was and what Bailey Mo wanted to do. The one who had just let out that sinister laugh was a stone demon. This stone demon was tall and sturdy, and his cultivation seemed to be quite high. Standing a few meters away, he stared at Yang Kai mockingly. Between the two of them was a door with only a small window. Only through this window could Yang Kai see what was happening outside. This is really a prison cell. Yang Kai's face darkened even more as he approached the small window, glanced at the stone demon, and quickly asked, "Who are you? Where is Bailey Mo?" The stone devil looked surprised. "How dare you call the Holy Sovereign by her name? You are really bold. No wonder you were thrown here. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Yang Kai looked impatient. The stone demon smiled lightly and said, "The saintly senior asked me to pass on a message. Only when you truly repent will she release you. Boy, you'd best behave yourself." Giving Yang Kai a meaningful look, the stone demon turned around and left. Yang Kai immediately became unhappy and cursed. "You want this king to repent to her? Tell her to eat shit." Yang Kai was obviously invited to repair the realm gate, but now he was locked up in this godforsaken place by Bailey Mo. It would be strange if he was not angry. Furthermore, he was knocked unconscious by this woman. He was the one who suffered a great loss, but Bailey Mo still treated him like this. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart. He did not care if she was a demon saint or not. He just scolded her first. The stone demon staggered and almost fell to the ground. He turned around to look at the ice prison where Yang Kai was, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was wrong with this human? How dare he insult the Holy Sovereign like this? Was he tired of living? What would happen if such words were to reach the Holy Sovereign's ears? If it were any other demon race who dared to speak so arrogantly, he would have killed them immediately. However, he could not kill Yang Kai. After all, the female demon king had said that this guy was very useful to the Holy Sovereign. He was only thrown into the ice prison to teach him a lesson. Shaking his head, the stone demon said, "Boy, if you don't want to die, you'd better shut up. You should have heard that trouble comes from the mouth." Yang Kai was just casually scolding, but when he heard the stone demon's words, he was enraged. He immediately shouted, "So what if I scolded her?" He then shouted, "Bailey Mo is A**TCH. Since he could not beat her, he could only scold her. If he could get her to come out, that would be the best." He wanted to ask that woman what she meant. Such vulgar words made the stone demon's eyelids twitch. He clenched his fists, and his face was filled with anger. Yang Kai insulting Bailey Mo was equivalent to insulting the demon race under her command. It would have been fine if he did not hear it, but since he heard it, how could he not do anything? He wanted to teach him a lesson, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Yang Kai. After all, this human's cultivation was sealed by the Holy Sovereign. He was afraid that he would not be able to take more than a few punches. He sneered and said, "If you want to scold me, then go ahead. I hope you still have the strength to scold me later." Yang Kai really did start scolding the stone demon. His voice was extremely loud and full of energy. Vulgar and insulting words kept coming out of his mouth, echoing endlessly in the 7th floor of the ice prison. On the 7th floor, he was not the only one from the demon race. There were at least 100 of them. When they suddenly heard someone scolding Bailey Mo, they were all shocked. They all leaned against the window of their cell to look in the direction of Yang Kai, as if they wanted to see who was so daring. Although they were imprisoned here and knew that there was no way for them to survive, none of them dared to insult Bailey. Daring to do so was not something that could be solved by death. In this world, there were many methods that could make a person suffer a fate worse than death. Although the stone demon had left, he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Listening to Yang Kai's endless stream of words, the stone demon felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Bailey had never been scolded so many times in her life, and almost none of them were repeated. It could be said that the stone demon had opened his eyes. How could someone scold someone so righteously? The human scolded for a full 2 hours before he stopped. The stone demon's patience was almost at its limit. Suddenly, he heard Yang Kai stop, and he let out a heavy sigh. He secretly thought that Yang Kai should not be able to hold on any longer. After all, his cultivation had been sealed, and although the 7th layer was not too deep, he would not be able to hold on for long. Being able to scold someone for an hour was already quite impressive. Compared to Yang Kai's scolding skills, the stone demon admired this guy's endurance more. However, now that he had reached his limit, he could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. But in fact, the situation did not go as he wished. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who had stopped to rest, began scolding again. This time, the cursing seemed to have escalated, becoming even more unbearable than before. The veins on the stone demon's temples throbbed uncontrollably. The reason Yang Kai stopped to rest for a stick of incense worth of time was to take some time to check his physical condition. The injuries he had suffered from Bailey were not too serious, only a few broken bones. Although his cultivation was sealed, his recovery ability had not disappeared, so he should be able to recover after a few days of rest. The only problem was that he could not use his Emperor Chi. Yang Kai had tried to break out of this ice prison just now, but under the premise that he could not use his Emperor Chi, his strength was not enough to break out of this ice prison. This damned place was indeed bone-chillingly cold, and the ice principles here were not something a normal person could withstand, but Yang Kai's physical body was strong enough that he was not too afraid of the cold. Bailey wanted to use this method to make him bow his head and admit his mistake, but it seemed she had miscalculated. The frozen ice prison was a deathly silent place, and the demon race imprisoned here had no choice but to freeze to death, so it was basically silent most of the time, with many prisoners silently waiting for death to come. But when Yang Kai came, this place became as lively as a market. When he was tired of scolding, he would take a break, and when he recovered, he would continue scolding. Several times, the stone demon thought that Yang Kai was about to die, but after waiting for a while, this guy would be alive and kicking again, and this continued for 2 days. This made the stone demon realize that he had underestimated the strength of this human's physical body. The 7th floor was definitely not a suitable place for him. Previously, the female demon king had only said that Yang Kai's physique was very strong, which was why he had arranged for him to stay in the 7th layer, but now it seemed that he would have to send him to the lower layers in order for him to safely descend. Thinking so, the stone demon hurriedly sent a message to the female demon king, and briefly explained the situation here. On the top floor of Proud Snow Ice Palace, under the transparent dome of ice, Bailey was wearing a simple and elegant dress, leaning against the railing and looking out at the beautiful scenery of Proud Snow Continent. Seemingly aware of the small movements of her subordinates, Bailey turned her head and asked, "Is that guy unable to hold on?" The female demon king looked at Bailey with an awkward expression, not knowing what to say. Bailey said lightly, "There's no harm in speaking frankly. What's his situation now? We just need to teach him a lesson. We can't really kill him." The female demon king whispered, "Saint, you don't need to worry, that guy is quite good now." "Quite good?" Bailey looked at her in surprise, frowning. "How so?" The female demon king dawdled for a while, not wanting to explain too much, but under Bailey's majestic gaze she still opened her mouth and said, "The 7th floor is not a hindrance to him at all. Since he woke up, he has been shouting loudly, and this has been going on for 2 days. Bailey smiled. "He still has the strength to shout loudly. It seems that he is quite good." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "What is he shouting about?" The female demon king was originally relieved, but after hearing Bailey Mo's question, she immediately knew that she couldn't hide anything, so she braced herself and said, "He is just insulting Saint." Bailey Mo's expression turned cold. "He is actually insulting me." The female demon king panicked. "Saint, please calm down, I will go and stop him now and make him clean his mouth." Bailey Mo raised her hand and said, "There is no need, a few insults won't hurt this saint, but how is he insulting me?" At this point, the female demon king could only send a message to the stone demon and ask. After a while, she nervously repeated Yang Kai's insults, saying that she was a whore, a lowly servant, a rotten piece of meat that even a stray dog wouldn't care about, and so on. It was really bad. After listening for a while, Bailey Mo's whole body trembled with anger, her teeth grinding as she said coldly, "Throw him to the 13th floor. I want to see if he still has the strength to insult me." Chapter 3496. The frozen ice prison had 18 floors, each one more frigid than the last. Every sixth floor was a threshold, just like the 6th and 7th floors. The degree of coldness could not be compared. The same was true for the 12th and 13th floors. Bailey Mo was also annoyed by Yang Kai's vicious words, otherwise she would not have thrown him into the 13th floor. She had only thrown him into the 7th floor to teach him a lesson, but now she had thrown him into the 13th floor as punishment. If he couldn't beat her, then he would have scolded her. This man was simply too ungentlemanly. 10 breaths after this order was given, the stone demon arrived in front of the ice cell where Yang Kai was and looked at him through the window with a look of pity. Yang Kai wiped his mouth and looked at the golem with his nose. "What are you doing?" The golem shook his head and sighed, not bothering to say anything, simply taking out a token and opening the frozen ice prison's restrictions, opening the door and turning to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "That slut wants to see me? Tell her to get her ass over here. You're thinking too much." The golem snorted coldly and reached out to grab him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but Bailey Mo had placed a restriction on his body. Although his physical body was still strong, his strength had been greatly reduced, and he was easily caught by the golem. Immediately after, the golem dragged him deeper into the frozen ice prison. Yang Kai felt that something was wrong, but he was also angry now, so it was impossible for him to lower his head. Twisting his body, he said, "Let me go, this king will follow you. But you'd better tell Bailey Mo that unless she comes over and apologizes, this king will not forgive her and will not let her get what she wants." The golem snorted twice, completely ignoring him. Not long after, a flight of stairs appeared in front of him, leading him to the next floor. Without stopping, he continued down. Yang Kai then discovered that this frozen ice prison did not only have one floor, but many, each one harsher than the last. He understood that his insults just now must have reached Bailey Mo's ears, otherwise, he would not have been transferred to the deepest part of the frozen ice prison. This was within reason. Since Bailey Mo wanted him to repair the realm gate, she would definitely pay close attention to his movements. She wouldn't really want him to die. After walking down 6 floors, the stone golem finally dragged Yang Kai into an ice prison. After throwing him in, it closed the door and left. Yang Kai was shivering from the cold. This place was much colder than the place he had been in before. Although there had been some chill before, he had been able to easily resist it with his powerful physique, but this layer had some effect. In just a short while, Yang Kai felt that the flow of his blood had slowed significantly. The omnipresent ice principles were like invisible toxins, constantly corroding his body and penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs through his pores. He bounced around in place for a while, but it did not reduce the coldness in the slightest. Yang Kai was furious. He rushed to the window and cursed outside. Staying here like an idiot would only make him colder and colder. Cursing a few words could make him feel better, maybe he would be able to warm up. Seeing this, the stone demon who was guarding the ice prison was a little speechless. He thought to himself that this human was really something. Even the 13th layer couldn't shut him up. What kind of enmity did he have with the Saint Senior? It was just that he didn't know how long this human could last. The 13th layer and the 7th layer were on completely different levels. The stone demon estimated that Yang Kai would be exhausted in 2 days at most. At that time, he would naturally have no energy to continue cursing. In fact, Yang Kai's tenacity and perseverance were beyond his imagination. Or rather, the sage had seriously underestimated the strength of this human's body. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai was still cursing. Although he would only curse for a while and then take a break, it was already incredible that he could last this long. During these 3 days, the sage would ask about this human's situation almost every day. He could not hide anything, so he could only report the truth. He guessed that the sage must be very angry. He could feel this from the tone of the female demon king who passed on the message. On this day, Yang Kai just opened his mouth to curse for a while. Suddenly, a heavy sigh came from the frozen ice prison next to him. "Boy, you have been cursing for a few days. You only have so many tricks. My ears are about to grow calluses from listening to it. Can you come up with something new?" Yang Kai was somewhat surprised to hear someone talking to him. When he was imprisoned here before, he also observed the situation on this floor. It seemed that there were other demon race prisoners here as well. They were all demon king level existences. He did not know what they had done wrong. There were not many of them, only less than 10. However, these guys were indifferent to anyone who came here. They just sat cross-legged in their own ice prison and tried to resist the cold. No one paid them any attention and let them fend for themselves. Once the demon chi in their bodies was exhausted, they would die. The demon race who spoke should be diagonally opposite. Yang Kai looked through the window and did not see anyone. He guessed that they were hiding in the innermost part of the room. He smiled and said, "This brother is right. Why don't you curse a few times and see if you can come up with something new?" The other side was silent for a while, then said, "I am not as bold as you." In fact, he also did not understand how Yang Kai had the guts to curse Bai Liemo. What he did not understand was why Bai Liemo did not shut him up. Daring to curse a supreme saint like this was something that had not happened for many years. "It's just death left and right. What kind of guts do you need to curse?" Yang Kai sneered. The Demon King said, "There are many ways to die. I don't want to be tortured before I die." Suddenly, another Demon King's voice came from the other side. "You there, don't disturb him. Let him continue cursing. That's right, that's right. It's rare for this damn place to be so lively. Who cares if he has any new ideas? Just treat it as having some fun. Boy, just continue cursing. Don't pay attention to him." Yang Kai was stunned by the voices coming from all directions. He did not expect that he would have an audience for his cursing. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let these demon kings who were imprisoned here curse Bai Liemo, they really did not have the guts to do so. But there was no harm in listening. "Brat, don't stop. Being able to hear you curse me like this before I die makes me feel good," another person urged him. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. "Since everyone is so supportive, let's change to something new." Organizing his words, Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "It is said that in the demon territory, in the proud snow continent, there was a poor family who gave birth to a daughter named Bai Liemo. This Bai Liemo was smart from a young age. At a young age, she was already a beauty. Under the transparent dome of ice, Bai Liemo sat on the windowsill, wearing a transparent chiffon dress. Her 2 snow-white legs dangled from the edge of the cliff. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her body leaned against the window, as if she would be blown away by the wind at any time. Her eyes were blurred as she looked at the snow-white world in front of her. Her slender hand held a cup of dark red blood wine, and she took a light sip, causing her red lips that were crystalline and translucent like gems to have a trace of blood-red color, causing her to seem even more charming and enchanting. She tilted her head slightly and asked in a light voice, "How's that fellow now?" When the female demon king who brought Yang Kai into the ice prison heard this, the corner of her eyes twitched, and she whispered, "Very good." Bai Liemo frowned. "Very good?" "The same answer was given last time." The female demon king said, It seems this subordinate underestimated the strength of his body. Although his condition is not as good as before, his life should not be in danger for the time being. Is he still cursing me? Baliemo asked calmly. The female demon king hurriedly shook her head. No. Baliemo was surprised. No? Does he not have the energy to curse me, or does he not have the energy to curse me? She paused for a moment before continuing. To be honest, why would I lower myself to the level of a mad dog? Speaking of which, when she found out that Yang Kai was cursing her, she was quite angry. But after thinking about it, she felt that there was no need to do so. It was just a few curses, and as she said before, she would not lose anything. At most, she would teach him a lesson in the future. He really did not curse me. The female demon king looked embarrassed. But he has been telling stories recently. Baliemo laughed. Stories? What stories? To whom? She did not dare to imagine such a scene. What kind of stories is he telling in that ice prison? This person is really interesting. It is a story that he made up himself. You should not listen to it, lest it pollutes your ears. Balimeo's heart was as clear as a mirror. She coldly snorted. Is he making up stories about me? Tell me, what exactly did he make me do in that story? The female demon king sighed in her heart. Although she was unwilling to tell the story, she could only reply. The story that Yang Kai made up was very simple, and even very melodramatic. A poor girl fell in love with a rich young master, and for love, she threw herself into a flame like a moth to a flame. Unexpectedly, after the rich young master got her, he abandoned her like a worn-out shoe. The girl was heartbroken and wandered into the world of mortals, and made a living in a brothel. The first part of the story was briefly mentioned, but the second part was very detailed. When the female demon king was telling the story, the girl called Baliemo had already received more than 100 patrons, and the price was extremely cheap. The patrons were also very varied, and even the beggars on the streets were lucky enough to have a relationship with her. In the beginning, Baliemo listened calmly, but when she heard that the main character of the story was a prostitute, she crushed the cup in her hand. When the old beggar appeared, Balimeo's face was extremely cold. Although she knew that Yang Kai was making up stories to disgust her, she still could not accept it. She had never seen such a hateful man before. She turned around and walked down from the window, her eyes cold as ice. Enough. The female demon king fell to her knees and said in fear, Saint, please calm down. This subordinate will go and pull out his tongue. Baliemo sneered. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Throw him into the 18th floor. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The female demon king suddenly raised her head. But Saint Dream, Baliemo looked at her coldly, causing her to swallow her words back into her stomach. Chapter 3497. After about 7 or 8 days in the 13th floor, the golem appeared in front of the window again. Yang Kai was just telling the most interesting part of his story, so he was not surprised to see the golem. He just sneered and said, You want to go down again? The golem looked at him from head to toe, then raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. His face was full of admiration. No matter what, the man in front of him was definitely an extraordinary person. No one had ever been able to make the Lord change his orders time and time again. Moreover, he had increased the severity of the punishment each time. In a way, this human had created a precedent. However, the 18th floor. Even the powerful golem could not help but shudder. As usual, he took out the token to open the ice prison. There was no need to catch him. He just signaled to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai took the initiative to walk out. There were many unfamiliar and haggard faces on the windows of the ice prison. They were all Yang Kai's loyal listeners. Although they did not know what Yang Kai would encounter this time, they knew that he was probably going to die. They did not have any friendship with each other, but Yang Kai's stories for a few days made them feel a little more interesting. They nodded slightly and walked past each other. As they went deeper, the environment became colder and colder. Yang Kai silently memorized the number and asked, Which floor was the one I was in before? The golem seemed to think that Yang Kai was definitely going to die, so there was nothing to hide. He said, "This time, I will send you to the 18th floor." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "How many floors are there in total?" "The 18th floor is the lowest floor." The golem glanced at him. Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "Your lord really thinks highly of me." The golem shook his head and sighed. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Let me give you a piece of advice. When you reach the 18th floor, find a place to sit down and do nothing. Don't even think about resisting. That way, it will end faster. Oh right, your cultivation is sealed, so you can't resist anything." Yang Kai squinted at him and said, "You think I will definitely die?" The golem smiled and did not comment. That was the 18th floor of the frozen ice prison. If you could still be alive there, then it would be unreasonable. Yang Kai knew what the golem was thinking, but he did not care too much. He guessed that Bailey-mo was just teasing him, and would not really kill him. However, there was no need to say much to others. Instead, he said, "Is there anyone else on the 18th floor?" "Yes." The stone devil nodded. "They're all dead." Kai Yang's mouth twitched as he remained silent. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the entrance to the 18th floor. The golem did not even have the intention to send Yang Kai in. He just opened the entrance with the token in his hand, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Go in by yourself." Yang Kai glanced at the entrance, and felt a bone-chilling cold before he even stepped in. He did not know how long he would last if he went in. He thought about his current strength, and what were his chances of killing the golem. In the end, he was disappointed. With his cultivation sealed, he was not a match for the golem. Of course, if his embodiment came out of the sealed world bead, it would be easy to deal with this golem. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was sealed and he could not even open his own space ring, his embodiment could still escape from the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai did not want to expose the existence of his embodiment so quickly under Bailey-mo's nose. Unable to resist, Yang Kai could only plunge in. After Yang Kai stepped into the 18th floor, the golem quickly sealed the entrance and left in a hurry, as if he did not want to stay here any longer. The 18th floor was a little different from what Yang Kai had imagined. The previous 17 floors all had separate ice cells, but there were no ice cells here. Instead, it was a world of white. As soon as he stepped into this place, Yang Kai felt his entire body tighten as a layer of frost appeared all over his body. What's more, this layer of frost was thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pervasive ice principle seeped into his body through his pores, making Yang Kai feel like he was being pricked by hundreds of millions of needles. In just a few breaths, Yang Kai's face had turned blue and his lips purple. He hurriedly moved his body, breaking the frost that covered his body so that he wouldn't be frozen. But as soon as he moved, his expression could not help changing because he found that in this damned place, even his thoughts seemed to be affected. His thoughts could not be transmitted to every part of his body, making it difficult for him to do so. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he realized that this 18th layer of ice could even affect his soul. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid his soul would actually be frozen. A cool sensation began to emerge from Yang Kai's mind, resisting the cold that was invading his knowledge sea, allowing him to think more clearly. Only now did Yang Kai have the time to look around. There was nothing to see here, there was not the slightest bit of life, nor was there a single living person. All he could see was a vast expanse of white. Not far away, there seemed to be something, but he could not see it clearly. Yang Kai took a step forward and walked over to take a closer look, only to discover that it was actually an ice sculpture. It wasn't an ice sculpture carved by someone, but rather a frozen corpse. This was undoubtedly a demon race. Yang Kai did not know which race it belonged to, but before it died, its expression was serene, as if it had not experienced any pain, but Yang Kai knew that this was because its soul had been frozen, so it naturally could not feel any pain. As for a demon race that could be placed on the 18th floor, it was likely to be a high-ranked demon king at the very least. Yang Kai really did not know what kind of mistake it had made to actually die here. Looking around again, Yang Kai was shocked to find that every so often, there was an ice sculpture. Inside each ice sculpture was a frozen corpse, old and young, male and female. Roughly counting, there were about 30 to 40 of these corpses, and this was not even counting the ones further away. This crazy woman! Yang Kai gritted his teeth. No wonder the golem said that there were only corpses here, they were indeed dead. Even their soul had been frozen, so how could they still be alive? Bailiamo would not really want him to die here, right? Yang Kai's heart was pounding. Although she was a demon saint, she was still a woman after all. When a woman went crazy, there was no reason to reason. This was something that Yang Kai deeply understood. He secretly made up his mind. If he really reached the point where he could not resist, he would let the embodiment break the sealed world bead's barrier and pull him into the sealed world bead. At that time, with the help of the sealed world bead's world force, he might be able to break the restriction that Bailiamo had placed. However, in this way, the sealed world bead would inevitably be exposed to Bailiamo. If she managed to snatch it away, then everything would be over. In this lonely white world, Yang Kai could even hear his own heartbeat and breathing. There was no audience here for him to tell a story, so he continued to move his body, breaking the frost on his body as he walked around to investigate. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He did not know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him. At first, he was a little uncertain, but as time passed, this feeling became more and more obvious. Yang Kai could not help but sneer in his heart. It seemed that Bailiamo really did not intend to kill him. In this damned place, even the golem guarding the ice prison was not willing to enter, so there was no one else but Bailiamo could secretly watch him. As a demon saint, she should have the ability to do so. Understanding this point, Kai Yang suddenly became somewhat fearless, all of his previous worries vanishing into thin air. Looking left and right, Kai Yang took a deep breath. He felt as if his lungs were being pierced by the ice-cold air, as if he was about to be frozen. But at this moment, he didn't care and opened his mouth to curse. It was still vulgar and unpleasant to hear, and it was still the same vicious words. Although he had cursed before, it was just scratching an itch through a boot. Now that Bailiamo was paying attention to him, he would fiercely curse in front of her, and see how long she could endure. Over the past few days, Yang Kai's other skills had not improved, but his cursing had become much more powerful. He was a little disappointed. A grown man cursing and swearing like this was not something to be proud of. After cursing and swearing for half a day, he still did not see any response from Bailiamo. On the other hand, Yang Kai could not hold on any longer. The 18th layer was really the 18th layer. It was definitely not comparable to the 13th layer. Even with his strong physique, after half a day, many parts of his body had frozen to death. Even the injuries he had suffered before had not fully recovered and were showing signs of worsening. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he did not even feel Bailiamo's anger. His cursing gradually weakened and even became somewhat weak. Yang Kai's eyelids were covered with frost, almost unable to open his eyes. Leaning against an ice sculpture, he wailed in his heart. If that bitch Bailiamo did not appear soon, he was afraid that he would really be doomed. He would have no choice but to let his embodiment take action. Secretly instructing his embodiment to pull him into the small sealed world bead if the situation was not right, Yang Kai forced himself to continue cursing for a while. Yang Kai's consciousness became more and more blurred as his eyelids opened and closed constantly. Although his mouth was still moving, no sound came out. His entire body was covered in frost, as if he was about to become an ice sculpture. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, an icy cold force suddenly swept across Yang Kai's body from a certain place. The frost that had covered Yang Kai's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an invisible force protected him, preventing him from being affected by the ice principles in this place. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly and chuckled for a while. I knew you wouldn't do anything to this king! Slowly getting up, Yang Kai stretched his body. With the protection of the ice principles, the influence of the ice principles in this place on him was greatly reduced. Glancing around, Yang Kai coldly said, "Show yourself, what's the point of sneaking around like this?" Chapter 3498. After waiting for a long time and seeing no response from his surroundings, Yang Kai sighed and said, "You're so boring. I know you won't do anything to me, everything you've done is just because you're angry. Since this king has offended you before, I have no complaints. Since you can't kill me now, let's all sit down and talk. If we can't talk, then we'll go our separate ways. Is it fun to keep tormenting people like this?" After saying so, Yang Kai looked around, as if trying to find where Bai Liemo was hiding. At this moment, a weak but pleasant voice suddenly entered his ears. "I think you should be talking to me?" Yang Kai was slightly surprised and quickly looked around. "Who is it?" This voice definitely did not belong to Bai Liemo. Although it was weak, it was extremely gentle and the tone was completely different from Bai Liemo's. Yang Kai was not confused by this. This surprised him greatly. There was actually someone else in this 18-layer ice prison? Yang Kai had investigated this damned place before, and although it was not small, it was definitely not large either. There were no signs of life, but there were many corpses of masters from the demon race scattered around. Suddenly hearing someone speak to him, how could Yang Kai not be surprised? "This way!" The voice called out again, guiding Yang Kai in the right direction. Yang Kai looked around for a moment before looking in a certain direction, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward. Yang Kai's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know who was talking to him, and why he had not noticed them before. Bypassing one ice sculpture after another, Yang Kai walked a few dozen meters before finally standing in front of one of the ice sculptures, his eyes staring forward as a look of amazement flashed across his face. There was also a demon race sealed inside this ice sculpture, and it looked like it was the same as Bai Liemo, a snow demon. Her skin was crystal clear, her hair was black and soft, her figure was slender, and her facial features were exquisite and perfect. Yang Kai had seen many beautiful women and his wives were all outstanding beauties. Of course, due to the limitations of his strength and vision, he could not compare to Yu Rumeng and Bai Liemo in terms of temperament, but this one in front of him definitely did not lose out to them. Unlike the other ice sculptures, the demon corpses in the other ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged without exception. She was the only one standing in the ice sculpture with her hands folded over her lower abdomen. Her expression was serene as if she had fallen asleep. She didn't look very old either. She looked like a young girl who hadn't grown up yet. Yang Kai did not feel any vitality from this ice sculpture, or perhaps it was because his cultivation was sealed, so even if there was, he could not detect it. Looking around, Yang Kai looked back at the woman in front of him and asked with uncertainty, "Are you the one speaking?" After a few breaths, the gentle voice sounded again. "Yes, it's me. I'm sorry, I've been trapped here for too long, so my soul has been affected and my reaction is a little slow, please forgive me." Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. The words of this young girl made him feel that she was a little naive, but when he thought of what happened to her, he could not laugh. In his heart, he felt that Bai Liemo was really not a good person. Although he did not know what this young girl's temperament was, he felt that she was not a bad person. However, Bai Liemo actually threw her into this 18-layer ice prison, and from the looks of it, she had been frozen for who knows how many years. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. Even he could not withstand the cold for too long in this damned place, almost fainting from the cold, but this young girl was still able to maintain consciousness to a certain extent. It was obvious how strong she was. As if seeing Yang Kai's thoughts, the young girl said, "I also cultivate the ice element, so although the environment here is harsh, the effect is still reduced for me." Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone who cultivated the ice element to end up in this situation. In fact, the harsh cold of this place could be used as a foundation for her growth and cultivation, but if there was a more powerful person who did something, then the situation would be different. Since Bai Liemo locked her up here, she must have made some arrangements. However, the ice element. Yang Kai suddenly understood and asked, "Was it you who saved me just now?" When he almost fainted before, he felt a cold force sweep over his body. He thought it was Bailey Mo who did it, but now it seems that it was not that woman at all, but this young girl in front of him. I can save you for a while, but I can't save you forever. Over the years, many people have been thrown here, but in the end, you saw the result. Not a single one of them was able to leave this place alive. This was undoubtedly an admission. Yang Kai chuckled. In any case, I must thank young lady for saving my life. Although it was not that he did not have a backup plan, it was a fact that this young girl had saved him, so after a pause he asked, May I ask young lady's name? After a few breaths of time, the young girl replied, My name. I have forgotten it myself, you can call me whatever you want. Yang Kai couldn't help sweating. How many years had she been locked up here? She actually forgot her own name, or was it because her soul was damaged? Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai snapped his fingers and said, Then I'll call you Young Lady Bing. Young Lady Bing. Haha, as you wish. The young girl did not have any objections and asked curiously, Why were you thrown here by Honored Master? Honored Master? Yang Kai blinked a few times, then said in horror, The Honored Master you speak of. Could it be Bailey Mo? You are master and disciple? Young Lady Bing said. From what I remember, we are indeed master and disciple. This time, Yang Kai was really surprised. He thought that this young Lady Bing was like him, and that she had offended Bailey Mo in some way, which was why she was thrown here as punishment. He thought that she should be Bailey Mo's subordinate, but who would have thought that these two women were actually master and disciple? Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. Although Yang Kai did not like Bailey Mo very much, he did not expect her to be so ruthless. She was even willing to punish her own disciple so severely. Throwing her into the ice prison was tantamount to taking her life. After all, she was her disciple. Even if she had done something wrong, she should not be punished like this. However, Yang Kai did not know the cause and effect of this matter, so he did not say much. But Bailey Mo was a demon saint, so her disciple should be at least a half-saint, right? No wonder this young Lady Bing could last so long in the ice prison, young Lady Bing said. You still haven't answered my question. How did you offend Honored Master? Yang Kai scratched his face and said, Anyway, I accidentally offended her. He couldn't say that he tried to molest her Honored Master, but was seen through by her, and then severely beaten. That would be too shameful, so he quickly changed the topic. What about you? Why are you locked in here? Young Lady Bing was silent for a long time, then said, I shouldn't be saying this to you, but after so many years you are the first person to talk to me so much. I am locked in here because of a man. Yang Kai's imagination ran wild. You two master and disciple fell in love with the same man? Miss Bing laughed and said, How could there be such a thing? It's just me, that's all. But master didn't agree and then cruelly tortured that man to death in front of me. I remember that master wanted him to humiliate and curse me, but he would rather die than curse me. Bastard! Yang Kai was furious, but he quickly reacted and said, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that bitch Bailey Mo. Young Lady Bing said, Don't curse my honored master. Although her tone was light, Yang Kai could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice, so he could not help but ask, What happened after that? Since she had already killed that man, why would she do this to you? Because I was angry and attacked her. She was very disappointed, so it became like this. When Yang Kai heard this, he sighed and didn't know what to say. If this matter was true, then this young Lady Bing was undoubtedly the most tragic victim in this matter. The man she loved was humiliated to death by her honored master in front of her, then she was cut off from her honored master and was frozen in this place, living a life worse than death. What could be more tragic than this? It was really difficult for her to hold on until now. If it was an ordinary person, their divine soul would have already collapsed. Right, I just heard you say that honored master won't kill you. Why are you so confident? When Yang Kai heard this, he smiled. Because your honored master still has something to ask of me. Oh? Young Lady Bing was surprised. What can honored master ask of you? Yang Kai did not answer, but instead rolled his eyes and laughed. I've thought about it. When your honored master comes to ask me, I will ask her to release you. It can be considered as repaying you for saving my life. Young Lady Bing said. No need. Yang Kai frowned and said. You don't want to go out? It's not that I don't want to. Young Lady Bing's voice was bitter. It's just that my body has already died, leaving only a broken divine soul. If I am frozen here, I can still struggle at death's door for a while, but if I really go out, I'm afraid I will die even faster. This was difficult to deal with. Yang Kai couldn't check the condition of her body now, otherwise he might have been able to find a way out. Just as he was thinking, Young Lady Bing said, Are you sure you can leave this place? It's not that I don't believe you, but for so many years, no one who was thrown here has been able to leave alive. Yang Kai smiled and said, Just wait and see. So it's like this. Young Lady Bing sighed faintly. It seems that this is really heaven's will. What heaven's will? Yang Kai frowned. Young Lady Bing said, You just said that you are grateful to me for saving your life, and that you want to repay me. Are you sincere? Yang Kai said solemnly. Naturally, Young Lady Bing, if you want to leave, I can really say a few words to you in front of your honored master. I can't guarantee that she will agree, but I am 80% sure that she will. Young Lady Bing hurriedly said, Please don't, and even if you can really leave, you must never mention me in front of honored master, otherwise your life will be in danger. Is it that serious? Yang Kai had a suspicious look on his face. Wasn't it just a little dirty between the honored master and disciple? He couldn't even mention her name, although he didn't know what this girl's name was. Chapter 3499. Miss means. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. I want to ask you to do me a favor. Miss Ice replied. Yang Kai smiled. Miss has saved my life. If there is anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Miss Ice said. Don't be in a hurry to agree. Listen to what I have to say first before you decide. Although this matter isn't that difficult to handle, if you really do it, then it's extremely likely that you'll anger Master, and it's even possible that she'll want to kill you. If that's the case, are you still willing? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Miss, can you elaborate? Although he was sure that Bailey Mo would not really kill him, after all, the realm gate in the demon territory needed to be repaired by him. No matter how angry she was, if she wanted to kill him, she would have to ask the other demon saint in the demon territory first. However, he had already offended Bailey Mo once, and if possible, Yang Kai did not want to worsen their relationship. After all, it was not a good thing to have a demon saint hate him. Inside the ice sculpture, Miss Ice was silent for a while, as if she was considering something, but in the end, she said, I have an item that contains a forbidden technique I created myself. It is very powerful, and I want you to use it on my honored master. Yang Kai's pupils shrank when he heard this. You want to kill her? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little strange. From the words of this Bing girl before, it seemed she still respected Bailey Mo very much. Even if her beloved man was tortured to death, even if she was imprisoned on the 18th floor of the ice prison, she didn't show the slightest resentment. Even when Yang Kai had scolded Bailey Mo, she seemed a little unhappy, even speaking up to defend her. So she suddenly made such a request. It was really puzzling. Miss Ice laughed. Honored Master is a demon saint, how can I kill her? Not to mention that I don't have the ability to do so, even if I did, it would be impossible. Then why did you? Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. The Ice Lady sighed faintly. This is just an explanation. Back then, when that person was humiliated to death by Master, I didn't beg for anything. Although I lost my rationality and attacked Master afterwards, it was already useless. Perhaps, if I had pleaded for mercy back then, Master might have let him go on account of our many years of relationship as Master and disciple. For so many years, although I've been sealed in ice, between life and death, my heart has always been uneasy. Now that my time is almost up, I'm afraid it won't be long before I have to go to the netherworld to accompany him. This is my explanation to him. When we meet in the Yellow Springs, I can also tell him that I have avenged him, but my power is limited. Although Miss Bing's tone was calm, Yang Kai could feel her sorrow and grief. He also understood what she wanted to express. He couldn't help but be silent. Miss Bing continued. The 18th floor of the cold ice prison is a dangerous place. For so many years, no one has been able to come out alive. I thought that the forbidden technique would no longer be useful, but I didn't expect to meet you at the last moment. Don't you think this is the will of the heavens? Since the heavens want this, then I can also take this opportunity to fulfill a wish. Of course, you can rest assured that although this forbidden technique is not small, it won't be able to do anything to my honored master. After all, she is a demon saint, but she will definitely investigate this matter. You just need to tell her what I said today, and I think she won't make things too difficult for you. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel conflicted when he heard this. If this Miss Bing had asked him for something else, then it would be fine. But to use a powerful forbidden technique to deal with Bai Liemo, wasn't this a bit too much of a joke? Even if she said that Bai Liemo wouldn't make things difficult for him, who knew what that crazy woman's attitude would be? If he angered her, who would save him? But since he had already made the promise, if he refused now, it would seem like he was going back on his words. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, I won't hide it from Miss, I am not a member of the demon race. I am a human and have never cultivated any ice attribute secret arts. Since Miss Bing is a disciple of the Snow Devil race, then you must have cultivated ice attribute principles. Miss Bing said, It has nothing to do with you. You just need to activate it, and the forbidden technique will be activated. I also know that this request is somewhat difficult, but if you are not willing, then forget it. Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. Miss Bing is trapped, and can't even protect herself. Since you are willing to save me, how can I refuse to help you with such a small matter? He had already thought about it. Since he couldn't refuse, he could only agree. In any case, he was just taking a risk in front of Bai Liemo. At worst, he could just drag Yu Rumeng away and Bai Liemo wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Then I really have to thank you. This way, I can die in peace. Miss Bing thanked him happily. At the same time, inside the ice sculpture, a soft light suddenly bloomed from her chest. That light stretched out as if something was about to break out of her body. In the next moment, a light flashed and a hole appeared in the ice sculpture. A crystal-clear needle that was half a foot long and as thick as a bamboo stick appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was suspended in front of Yang Kai under the support of a gentle force. Miss Bing's voice rang out. This Xianming needle is sealed with a forbidden technique of mine. I don't know how powerful it is because I created it after I was imprisoned here. I have never tested it before, but I'm sure it won't be weak. I can see that your relationship with Honored Master isn't very good, so you can keep this thing for the time being. If one day she attacks you, you can use this thing to block her. This was a pretty good proposal. Hearing this, Kai Yang's eyes lit up. This was tantamount to obtaining a trump card. Although it was a consumable item, the requirements for something free couldn't be too high. Opening his mouth, he asked, How long can you block her? At most 10 breaths, maybe only 3 breaths. Miss Bing quickly replied. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but when he thought about Bai Liemo's demon saint cultivation, he couldn't ask for too much. Just as he was about to put away the dark profound needle, he remembered that Bai Liemo had placed a barrier on him that prevented him from opening his space ring, so he couldn't help asking awkwardly, Where should I put it? Miss Bing smiled and said, I was negligent. After hesitating for a moment, she said, How about this? I'll plant it in your hand. When the time comes, it will be more convenient for you to use, but I don't know if you trust me. Yang Kai casually stretched out his hand and said, Please do as you wish, Miss Bing. It wasn't that he trusted others easily. Although he had a good impression of this Miss Bing and was grateful to her for helping him, it wasn't to the point where he could confide in her. The only reason he agreed so readily was because he was certain that even if she had ulterior motives, he wouldn't do anything to her. Bai Liemo had indeed placed a barrier on him and sealed his cultivation, but his soul was protected by the soul-warming lotus, making it impregnable. The foundation of his physical body hadn't disappeared either, so even if this Miss Bing really had ulterior motives towards him, she wouldn't be able to do anything to him after being sealed in ice for so many years. Miss Bing obviously hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so readily and was startled for a moment before saying, "Bear with it a little, it may hurt a little." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he wasn't afraid of pain. In the next moment, the dark, profound needle floating in front of Kai Yang trembled slightly. With a flash of lightning, it pierced towards Kai Yang's wrist. Yang Kai felt pain and a cold aura dormant in his wrist, but it quickly disappeared. Yang Kai carefully felt it, and could clearly feel that there was a foreign object in his wrist, but it didn't have any effect on him, so he immediately relaxed. Looking down again, Yang Kai discovered that there wasn't even a wound on his wrist. He couldn't help but admire Miss Bing's methods. Although he couldn't clearly distinguish the strength of Miss Bing's energy fluctuations, he estimated that she was definitely a half-saint. Yang Kai casually waved his hand and asked, "Is this enough?" "It's enough," Miss Bing replied. "Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I'm afraid that we won't meet again in the future, so you must take care of yourself. Also..." Speaking up to here, Miss Bing suddenly stopped and a gentle force came from the ice sculpture, pushing Yang Kai several dozen feet away. At the same time, the protective force that had been shrouding Yang Kai's body disappeared in an instant, and the cold aura suddenly surged from all directions, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. His hair and face were quickly covered in frost. This was too sudden, and Yang Kai didn't have time to react. When he came back to his senses, he was already several dozen feet away, and he couldn't help but shiver. But soon, he understood why Miss Bing's reaction was so violent, because a powerful aura was suddenly approaching from above. Even though his cultivation was sealed, Yang Kai could still feel that it was Bailey Mo's aura. This girl actually ran down here by herself. Sure enough, after a while, a snow-white figure appeared behind the 18 layers of ice. Yang Kai had already cooperated and hid in a corner, his entire body covered in frost, his face blue and his lips purple. Sweeping her beautiful eyes around, Bailey Mo saw Yang Kai's figure, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Swaying her waist, she slowly walked over to Yang Kai and raised her jade foot to touch Yang Kai's calf. "Are you dead yet?" Yang Kai had curled up into a ball, but when he heard this question, he struggled to raise his head and squinted his eyes. "Damn you, even if you die." "I won't die," Bailey Mo sneered. "You still have the strength to curse. It seems you're still far from death. Stay here and tell me when you're about to die. I'll come and collect your corpse." Saying so, she turned around and walked away, completely heartless. But before she could leave, Kai Yan used all his remaining strength to grab her ankle. His expression was one of grief and indignation. He knew that this woman had deliberately come to see him make a fool of himself. Perhaps she also wanted him to bow his head to her and apologize. But the situation was stronger than the person, and the fist was not as big as the person. No matter how unhappy Kai Yang was, he still had to consider a way out. If he continued to be close to this crazy woman, he would only suffer. Chapter 3500. Bailey Mo turned around and looked down at him with a mocking smile. "What are you doing? If you have something to say, why can't we talk nicely? Why must you use your hands and feet?" She glanced at Yang Kai's mischievous hand and said, "Take your hand away or I'll break it." Yang Kai quickly withdrew his hand. He had no choice but to do so. This woman may not really kill him, but torturing him was definitely something she would like to see. He didn't want to give her an opportunity to make things difficult for him. Trembling, he said, Don't go too far. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. If you continue to humiliate me like this, do you believe that I won't die right in front of you? My tolerance is poor and I can't take any grievances." Bailey Mo giggled and slowly squatted in front of Yang Kai. She stretched out her jade-like hand and lifted his chin with a finger. Smiling, she said, "It's only been a while and you're already acting like you're dying. Didn't you have a lot of fun scolding me a few days ago? Why aren't you continuing? Oh right, you also told me a very interesting story. Why don't you tell it to me?" I'm also very interested in that story. Yang Kai's face was filled with disgust as he tried to turn his head away, only to be pulled back by her and forced to look straight into her eyes. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with joy and happiness, but Yang Kai didn't know why she was so happy. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What do you want?" Bailey Mo narrowed her eyes and said, "Am I beautiful?" Yang Kai blinked a few times, unable to recover from his daze. This question had taken too many unexpected turns. Just as he was about to say "You're as ugly as a pig," he heard Bailey Mo continue, "You better tell the truth, otherwise, humph." The meaning of the threat was self-evident. Her long and narrow eyes were overflowing with a cold light. "Beautiful! So beautiful that it's bubbling," Kai Yang angrily said. Although this was the truth, his heart was still full of grievances. He secretly swore, "Little slut, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise one day I will definitely catch you and ask you 10,000 times if I am handsome or not. It's impossible to say that I'm not handsome. If you say that I'm handsome, then you have to give me a reason for being handsome. Then, between me and you Ru Meng, who is more beautiful?" Bailey Mo asked again. "Hey, don't push your luck. What do you mean by asking this kind of question? Are you trying to set me up?" Yang Kai glared at her. "Answer me honestly first." As Bailey Mo spoke, her finger gently brushed Yang Kai's lower lip. Even though his body was cold, Yang Kai's throat was burning. He swallowed his saliva and said, "You're both beautiful." Bailey Mo was obviously not satisfied with this kind of answer. Glaring at him, she said, "Answer me properly. Don't try to fool me." Yang Kai said dejectedly, "What's the point of arguing with me? My relationship with Ru Meng is completely different from my relationship with you. In my heart, Ru Meng is the most beautiful woman in the world. Other women can't even compare to her. But from the point of view of other men, you and her are like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Each has their own merits. A woman's beauty cannot be compared. The only thing that can be compared is that men have different preferences. As the saying goes, carrots and vegetables, to each their own. If you ask Brother Baya about this, he will definitely say that you are more beautiful. And I just don't know if he has the guts to answer." "Cunning thing!" Bailey Mo snorted. But from her tone and attitude, Yang Kai knew that although she was not very satisfied with this answer, she could still reluctantly accept it. After all, what he said was not wrong. "Then, if I want you to abandon Ru Meng and give yourself to me, what will you do? Kill me!" Yang Kai straightened his neck, his attitude firm. Bailey Mo angrily knocked his head, making a dong sound. "You don't want to think about it. In any case, I am not much worse than you Ru Meng. To be able to be valued by the saint, Yang Kai is very honored. It is really a blessing from my ancestors, but there is nothing to think about. Just kill me." Bailey Mo chuckled and said, "Well, I won't make things difficult for you. You can't be blamed for this. With that bitch's heart seal secret technique, I'm afraid you can't easily get rid of her influence on you. Speaking of which, did you know that she used the succubus demon clan's divine technique on you? Your feelings for her are the result of that secret technique, not your own feelings. On the first day, Ru Meng told me. But I think that even without that secret technique, it wouldn't have affected anything." Bailey Mo smiled lightly, declining to comment as she stood up and looked down at Yang Kai again. "Boy, don't think too highly of yourself and think that Ru Meng really likes you. She is the same as this saint, one of the demon territory's 12 demon saint. Although you are not ordinary, it is difficult for you to enter my eyes. If not for your relationship with Ru Meng, this saint would be too lazy to tease you. Let me give you a piece of advice. When the day comes when you feel that you have lost your value to Ru Meng, you should leave as soon as possible and save your life." When Yang Kai heard this, he felt that there was a hidden meaning in her words and frowned. "What does saint mean?" Bailey Mo smiled contemptuously. "Didn't Ru Meng tell you that once the heart seal secret technique is used, it is impossible to break it?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "She did say that." When Bailey Mo heard this, she laughed wildly, but when she looked at Yang Kai, her eyes were filled with pity, as if she sympathized with him. Yang Kai thoughtfully said, "Could it be that this secret technique can be broken?" Bailey Mo stopped laughing and said lightly, "An ordinary succubus demon wouldn't be able to break it, but she is a demon saint. If she is willing to pay a price, how could she not be able to break it? She can cut off the heart seal's secret technique's restraint at any time, or put it this way, as long as she is ruthless enough to kill you, the heart seal's secret technique will break. Sadness only lasts for a moment, but it can be exchanged for a lifetime of freedom. If it were this saint, do you think you would still be alive if you lost your value? I will definitely take your life. A dignified demon saint entangled with a mere human, what kind of person would that be?" Yang Kai's face paled when he heard this. He didn't know if Bailey Mo's words were true or if she was deliberately trying to sow discord, but it was undeniable that Bailey Mo's words had successfully pierced a thorn in his heart. It wasn't that he valued his relationship with Yu Meng, but rather that he had already transferred the heart seal's secret technique to the soul-warming lotus, so the heart seal's secret technique's restraint on him was almost non-existent, but it was a great restraint on Yu Meng. Although after being entangled with each other for so long, he couldn't treat Yu Meng as a stranger, if Yu Meng really wanted to harm him, then he would absolutely not resign himself to death. What he needed to be wary of was whether Yu Meng would do as Bailey Mo said, and once the time was right, she would cut off the heart seal's secret technique's restraint. If such a time really came, then he would have to make some preparations in advance. Otherwise, if a demon saint insisted on taking his life, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. His expression fluctuating, Yang Kai looked up and saw the smile on Bailey Mo's face, but he quickly said, "Nonsense!" Bailey Mo sneered lightly. "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, don't you know in your heart? There's no need to deceive yourself." Yang Kai shook his head. "No matter how alarmist you try to scare me, it's useless. Don't waste your time. The feelings between me and Ru Meng are not something you can shake with just a few words." How could Bailey Mo not see through his lies, so she coldly said, "If that's the case, then I'll ask you a question." "What is it? Do you want to kill her?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, not expecting this woman to ask such a question, so he couldn't help frowning. "What does this have to do with what you just said?" Bailey Mo smiled. "How is it not related?" Let me guess. Since you're a man, you must have thought about this before. She probably rejected you, but she didn't reject the intimate actions between you, right?" "That's right," Ezechen said. "So what?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly. It was indeed as she said. Although he and Yu Meng had some intimate actions, there was no substantial breakthrough. First, Yang Kai was holding back. After all, they were different from each other, and he had an ulterior motive for coming to the demon territory with her. If he really did go that far, there would be some trouble in the future. Second, Yu Meng didn't seem to have any thoughts in this regard. Bailey Mo smiled faintly. "She didn't give it to you because she left a way out for herself. After all, if she really did lose her virginity to you, then there would be no turning back. Women are different from men. Even if she and I are devil saints, we are still women in our bones. How could we be willing to kill our own men?" Yang Kai's face was gloomy, but he didn't say a word, his expression slightly sinister. Seeing this, Bailey Mo continued, "So if I were you, I would definitely find a chance to get rid of her as soon as possible. Only then will you be able to rest easy. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it when that day comes." Yang Kai's face became more and more sinister as he listened, his fists clenched tightly, as if he would explode at any time. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Bailey Mo. "Are you trying to scare me?" Bailey Mo looked at him indifferently. "Whether I'm trying to scare you or not, you will know in the future. When that time comes, don't regret not listening to my warning today. If that day really comes and you are lucky enough to escape, you can come to this senior will guarantee your safety." Yang Kai sneered in his heart. Don't be fooled by Bailey Mo's words now. If such a day really comes, she will absolutely not accept him. She does not get along well with Yu Meng, but it's not to the extent that she would go to war with Yu Meng for him. At most, she will use him and Yu Meng to exchange for some benefits. A demon saint-level powerhouse, How can her thoughts be so simple? Without a doubt, she has said too much today, so although Yang Kai is not sure what her purpose is, he is sure that she is definitely up to no good. She said that she is still a woman in her bones and can't bear to kill her man, but in front of the Tao, even her own flesh and blood can be cut off, so what is the point of love between a man and a woman? Yang Kai did not forget that they are from the demon race. Thinking this in his heart, Yang Kai still replied, "Then I thank the saint for her kindness, but I don't think that day will come. If Ru Meng really wants to kill me, this king will stretch out his neck and stab her." "Idiot!" Bailey Mo looked at him with disdain. Chapter 35:01. After an incense stick worth of time, Bailey Mo carried Yang Kai out of the ice prison and threw him directly to the ground. At the same time, the Emperor Qi that had been imprisoned in his body was finally released and began flowing freely. Yang Kai shuddered and silently circulated his secret art to force out the chill in his body. Looking at the light in the distance, he felt as if he could see the light of day again. Being locked in the ice prison for these past few days had been very boring. For the matter of the Realm Gate, go to the Holy City and find Baya. She will cooperate with you. After saying this, Bailey Mo floated away, not even bothering to look at Yang Kai. The stone demon guarding the ice prison walked over from the side and cupped his fists with a smile. "Brother Yang, this king was only following orders and had offended you. Please forgive me, Brother Yang." He had guarded the ice prison for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone walk out alive, and this person was actually brought out by the Holy Senior himself. Although because Yang Kai was locked in the 18th floor, no one dared to enter easily except for the Holy Senior, but this was still an extremely amazing thing. If the Holy Senior did not value this human so much, he would not have personally come here, so in the stone demon's opinion, this human was worth making friends with. Yang Kai glanced at him sideways, coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and left, leaving the stone demon behind with an embarrassed expression, but immediately gnashed his teeth in hatred. Just a mere human, what is he so arrogant for? Yang Kai did not go directly to proud Snow Continent's holy city, but first went to find his subordinates. After the 10,000 people were brought here, they had been stationed outside the ice palace. Yang Kai had been thrown into the ice prison by Bailey Mo before, so he didn't know what had happened to them. Everyone else was fine, but Li Shiqing had to be safe. When he arrived, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 10,000 people were still in their original state, as if they had not moved during these days, and not a single one was missing. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Tukuro, Yin Baza, and the other demon king hurriedly came forward and asked with concern. A few days ago, when the proud snow ice guards were dispatched, they were really scared out of their wits. They all thought that Yang Kai had angered Bailey Mo in the ice palace, implicating them and causing them to lose their lives. However, they didn't expect that the proud snow ice guards would only besiege them for a few days before suddenly retreating. Just as those proud snow ice guards left, Yang Kai appeared. As soon as they met face to face, Yang Kai asked them a few simple questions and found out what had happened to them these days. Yang Kai guessed that Bailey Mo had mobilized the proud snow ice guards to prevent Yin and the others from leaking information to Yu Meng. Although Yu Meng could enter Xiao Wu's body in times of crisis, who knew what kind of trigger conditions would be required? Li Shiqing also cast a concerned look at him from behind. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded slightly, then ordered Boya and Yin to go to the proud Snow Continent's holy city to find Baya. The rest of the people were naturally on standby. Li Shiqing looked eager to follow, but Xiao Wu tugged at her sleeve and made her stay. The holy city was only 100 miles away, so it was easy to find. Boya had been here before, so she naturally would not get lost. After entering the holy city, he asked someone to inquire about the location of Baya's residence. A moment later, a group of 3 appeared in Baya's residence. The servants in the residence went to report, while Yang Kai sat in the living room, waiting for the arrival of the master. Not long after, Baya hurried over, and cupped his hands as soon as he saw him. "I've made Brother Yang wait for a long time." Yang Kai looked up at him and said in a slightly disgusted tone, Brother Baya, you're not very kind. He also understood some things later. When he was at Bailey Mo's place, he was affected by the drug. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus dispelled the effect of the drug. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself. At that time, Baya must have been affected as well, or else he would not have left in such a hurry. Combined with his behavior, Yang Kai was sure that Baya definitely noticed it at that time. Even a half-saint could not resist the effect of the drug, which showed how strong the drug was. If he did not have the soul-warming lotus, he was afraid that he would still be lying on a woman's belly today. Baya was startled when he heard this, then laughed, and said, "Brother Yang, please forgive me. I was also a victim that day, and there was nothing I could do." He showed concern. "The Lord did not do anything to you, right? Why did I hear that you angered the Lord later, and as a result, you were thrown into the ice prison and locked up on the 18th floor? Brother Baya, you are quite well informed in the holy city." Yang Kai snorted. Baya twitched the corner of his mouth. "Brother Yang, are you blaming me for not speaking up for you? Brother Yang, please forgive me for this. The Lord has her reasons for doing things, and as her subordinate, it is not my place to say anything." He also felt that it was funny in his heart. "I have nothing to do with you, so why would I risk offending the Lord for you?" "Forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I know that Brother Baya is willing, but not capable enough, so I don't blame you. Fortunately, it was not dangerous." Baya said, "How did Brother Yang anger the Lord?" "She actually let her throw you into the cold ice prison. That damned place is not a place that ordinary people can enter." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Brother Baya, if you want to know, you can ask the Lord directly. It is not convenient for me to say it here." Baya laughed dryly. Of course, he did not have the courage to ask Yang Kai about the details. No matter what Yang Kai did, it must have been something that made her extremely angry, or else she would not have thrown him into the ice prison. If he went to ask her, wouldn't it be embarrassing the Lord? Then, the next one to be sent to the ice prison would be him. Back to the topic. Yang Kai bent his finger and knocked on the table. "I have been in the Ao Shui continent for quite some time, but I have been locked up by the Lord, and wasted a lot of time. Now that the Lord has released me, of course, she still wants to focus on the portal. The Lord is busy, so she asked me to find Brother Baya to understand the situation. Also, she wants Brother Baya to fully cooperate with me. If there is any hindrance, you will be killed without mercy." He added the last two sentences casually. After all, he was using a chicken feather as a token of authority. Even if Baya went to ask Bailey Mo, it would not matter. Baya heard him and said quickly, "The Lord has also instructed before, so if Brother Yang needs anything, just tell me. I will do my best to cooperate." Yang Kai nodded and said, "First, I need information on all the missing continents, missing portals, and unstable portals in the Lord's territory." Baya directly pushed a space ring over. "I have already prepared these things. All the information is inside, Brother Yang, please take a look." Yang Kai looked at him, slightly surprised. He took the space ring and scanned it with his divine telekinesis. He found that there were many jade scrolls inside, which should contain information about the portals and the missing continents. After keeping the space ring, Yang Kai said, "Brother Baya, please conscript 500,000 soldiers and have them be on standby." Baya could not help but look suspicious. "Brother Yang, why do you need 500,000 soldiers?" Yang Kai said casually, "When I repair the portals, I need an absolutely quiet environment. I cannot be disturbed. When the time comes, I will naturally seal the portals from the outside. How can I not use some people?" Baya nodded and said, "I see, that's easy to handle." It was only 500,000 soldiers, so it could be easily gathered. After all, it was just sealing an area, so it did not require a high cultivation level. It only needed a few demon king to hold the fort. Yang Kai had also brought 10,000 soldiers, so it was definitely enough. "Then Brother Baya, go ahead and prepare. I will study this information. We will start tomorrow at the earliest, and the day after tomorrow at the latest." "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Yang! Baiya's residence was vast, so there was naturally room for Yang Kai. She personally arranged the best guest room for Yang Kai and had someone bring him in. Ming Yin and Boya guarded the door. Yang Kai went into the room and took out the information Baiya gave him and the map of the demon territory that he bought. He carefully studied it. The night passed without a word. Baiya did not give him much information, so it did not take much time to study it. However, Yang Kai had other plans in mind. If he wanted to put these plans into action, he would need to plan carefully, so he wasted some time. After a night of research, Yang Kai gained some understanding of the world gates in Bailey Mo's territory. In terms of the size of their territories and the number of continents they controlled, Yuru Meng and Bailey Mo were almost on par. On Yuru Meng's side, there were problems with the world gates of more than a dozen continents. Over the years, a total of 6 continents had disappeared. Yang Kai used the power of return to ruins to find 3 and had rolling stones swallow them, expanding the space of his sealed world bead and even changing its world principles. The situation on Bailey Mo's side was similar. There were also problems with the world gates of more than a dozen continents. Even Proud Snow Continent was the same. The number of continents that had disappeared was even greater, a total of 8. 5 of these continents had a high chance of being entered. As for the remaining 3, Yang Kai would need to find some reason to do so. However, this was not what excited Yang Kai. What really excited him was that he could use one of these continents as a springboard to enter the Eternal Heaven continent. As long as he entered and explored it, he would know whether the Bright Moon Great Emperors had fallen there. However, this was not something that could be done overnight. No matter how anxious Yang Kai was, he still had to take it slow. At the very least, he had to numb the nerves of Bailey Mo and Baiya first and make them lower their guard. Only then would he have a chance to sneak into the Eternal Heaven continent. The next day, Yang Kai opened the door and led Boya and Yin directly to Baiya, telling her that everything was ready and they could start at any time. Baiya naturally hoped that Yang Kai would be finished as soon as possible. The two sides hit it off and immediately set off for the nearest world gate. The Proud Snow continent had a total of 8 world gates, leading to 8 different continents. Among them, 1 had disappeared, and 2 had problems. At this rate, the Proud Snow continent would disappear from the map of the demon territory within a few thousand years. This was the place where Bailey Mo rose to prominence. It was also the ancestral land of the Snow Demon clan in the demon territory. It was very suitable for the Snow Demon clan to cultivate and grow, and they could not afford to lose it. This was also the reason why Bailey Mo personally went to find Yang Kai. The survival of ordinary continents was not worth her attention. Chapter 3502. The army of 500,000 that Boya had previously promised was also prepared overnight. Yang Kai did not hold back and divided the 500,000 people into 5 groups, giving them specific targets to march to. 4 of the groups were tasked to block the 2 unstable world gates, while the last group was tasked to head to the world gate that had disappeared in advance to prepare. Baiya looked on coldly and had no intention of interfering. Since Bailey Mo had entrusted him with the gate, he naturally had to accompany them. Firstly, it was to monitor Yang Kai and prevent him from doing anything to the gate. Secondly, it was to guard against Yang Kai in case he had any other needs. He could satisfy them at any time. With a half-saint assisting him, it was naturally very convenient. However, if Yang Kai wanted to devour the continent that had disappeared from Bailey Mo's territory, or even enter the Eternal Heaven continent, he would have to find a chance to get rid of him. Opportunities were always waiting. Things had just begun, so Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Half a day later, everyone arrived at the first gate. This gate had shown signs of instability hundreds of years ago, and now the situation was more and more obvious. It was flickering, as if it could collapse at any time. The army of 100,000 had been scattered 100 miles away and sealed off the area, not allowing anyone to enter without permission. Yang Kai arranged 10,000 of his troops in the inner circle to guard the area of 10 miles. Only then did he turn his head to look at Baiya, who had been following him all this time. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Baiya to leave temporarily. However, Yang Kai had obviously underestimated his thick skin. Baiya had no intention of leaving at all. Instead, he chatted with Yang Kai about the customs of the proud snow continent. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. He knew that he would not be able to drive him away. Even if he made things clear, he would have an excuse to stay. When the time came, he only needed to say that it was the Lord's order, and Yang Kai would be helpless. In any case, Yang Kai wasn't afraid that he would steal anything. He simply ignored him and flew straight to the realm gate. His body shook, and the space laws surged. Baiya had stopped chattering the moment Yang Kai made a move, her eyes fixed on him as if she wanted to see through the mysteries behind his actions. When she felt the fluctuations of space force, a look of interest appeared on her face, and her divine sense surged silently as she tried to pry into the mysteries behind it. Although Yang Kai's back was facing Yang Kai, how could he not sense Yang Kai's subtle movements? He couldn't help sneering. If space principles were so easy to grasp, why would Bailey Mo want him? It was not the first time that he had to maintain an unstable portal. Yu Meng had more than a dozen continents under her command and had maintained at least 30 portals. This gave him a lot of experience and confidence. Although the situation of the portal here was more serious, if Yang Kai went all out, it would only take less than half a day to restore it to its original state. At the very least, there would not be any changes for the next 1,000 years. However, if everything was too easy, it wouldn't show his importance. Therefore, Yang Kai was happy to slack off. He looked like he was concentrating and going all out, but in fact, he was thinking about the Eternal Heaven continent and the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. After stopping and resting several times, the situation of the portal became better and better each time. Baiya was finally sure that Yang Kai really had the ability to repair and maintain the portal. It wasn't until a few days later that the portal was completely stabilized that Yang Kai flew back with a tired face. He nodded at Baiya and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Baiya's spirit was shaken, and she hurried forward to check. Although he didn't know the law of space, he could still sense whether the portal was stable or not. He passed through the portal and went directly to another continent. 2 hours later, he flew back from another direction with a face full of joy. Halfway back, he had already sent a message to Bailey Mo, informing her of the situation. Bailey Mo seemed to be very happy, and ordered him to fulfill all of Yang Kai's needs under conditions that permitted, and to let Yang Kai repair all of the portal as soon as possible. Because Yang Kai's ability had already spread to the ears of the other demon saint, many demon saints were naturally very interested in this matter. Several of them had already sent messages to Yu Meng, and were willing to pay a certain price to invite Yang Kai to their territory to take a look at the situation. Yu Meng naturally also sent a message to Bailey Mo, warning her not to mess around with Yang Kai, and to send Yang Kai back as soon as possible. A human, not long after coming to the demon territory, actually became a piece of delicious cake, and even many demon saints were attracted to him. It was really inconceivable to the extreme. Although Bailey Mo also wanted to keep Yang Kai in her territory for a long time, she also had to consider the feelings of the other demon saint. If she really did so, she was bound to become the public enemy of all the demon saint. This was also the reason why Yu Meng didn't stop Yang Kai from coming here, because she couldn't stop him. Otherwise, with her and Bailey Mo's grievances, how could she let Yang Kai come here so easily? After resting for half a day, the group set off again. As for the 100,000 soldiers who were on guard 100 miles away, Yang Kai had already sent them to the portal of another continent. In less than 5 days, the 2 unstable portals of the proud snow continent had been repaired, leaving only one portal that had disappeared. This portal took Yang Kai a little more time, and Baiya also accompanied him throughout the whole process. Although she was mentally prepared, when she saw Yang Kai reappear in front of her eyes and stabilize the portal, she was still a little shocked. One had to know that this portal had disappeared for thousands of years, but even so, Yang Kai was still able to find traces of it and reopen it, showing how exquisite this human's attainments in the law of space were. Previously, she called Yang Kai Brother Yang because of Feng Li Mo's order, and now it seemed that this child's future was really limitless. She heard that there was also a guy in the astral boundary who was proficient in the law of space, and was known as the first person under the great emperors, relying on the mysterious space divine technique. If Yang Kai was lucky enough to grow to this extent, she might not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Baiya's attitude towards Yang Kai also changed a little. In less than 10 days, the 3 portals of the proud snow continent had been repaired, and there was no need to repair them. Yang Kai led his 10,000 subordinates directly through a portal and entered another continent to continue his work. Days passed, and although there were tens of thousands of subordinates guarding around, Yang Kai's life was monotonous and boring. However, the process of repairing the portals was also helpful to his comprehension of the law of space. After all, the realm gate was a passageway between worlds. Although he could also set up a space array, the space array could only be used in the same world. In comparison, the space array was inferior. If he could completely understand the secrets of the realm gate, he might be able to break through the barriers between worlds in the future, and take a big step forward in his attainments in the law of space. At that time, even Li Wui couldn't be compared to him. Because of this idea, the repair and maintenance of the portals was not a burden to Yang Kai, and he was happy to do it. He couldn't wait for the portals in the territory of the demon realm to have more problems, so that it would be more convenient for him to pry deeper into the mysteries of the portals. As time passed, Baiya also lost the novelty at the beginning. When Yang Kai was repairing the portals, he could only watch from the side, and didn't even dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Yang Kai. Even though he was a half-saint, and his temperament was not bad, facing this kind of thing for a long time, he would also feel bored. From the beginning, he was monitoring the whole process, until now, he just closed his eyes and rested not far away, and even occasionally meditated to cultivate. It was true that he was a half-saint, but it didn't mean that he didn't need to cultivate. In the territory of the demon realm, there was also a saying that the bottle of heaven and earth was the limit. 12 demon saint was the limit, and it was impossible for a 13th demon saint to be born. But now, the war between the 2 worlds was in full swing, and even the half-saint and fake emperors had gone into battle, and there was a risk of dying at any time. Who could guarantee that one day in the future the demon saint and the great emperors would not fight each other? When that time came, there might be a demon saint or great emperors who would fall, and the vacated position would naturally be fought for by the half-saint and fake emperors. At this time, the more strength they accumulated, the more chances they would have in the future battle. Not to mention, there was still a great emperor trapped in the territory of the demon realm, and the demon saint hadn't done anything to him yet because they weren't fully prepared. Once the butcher's knife fell, it was bound to be another life and death battle. At that time, at least 2 digits of half-saint would be buried with him. Baiya didn't want to be one of them, so he naturally had to be in peak condition at all times. Yang Kai naturally saw the changes on his side, and he was in a good mood. He felt that he was not far away from getting rid of him. 20 days later, the group of people passed through a realm gate and entered another continent. After walking out of the portal, Baiya frowned slightly, looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and said, "Brother Yang, if I remember correctly, there is no problem with the portal of this continent. Why did you come here?" Yang Kai said, "There is no problem now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Maybe you guys haven't found out yet. Since the Lord entrusted me to handle the portal, I naturally have to be responsible to the end. It doesn't take much effort to come here and investigate. It's best if there is nothing wrong, but if there is, I can make up for it in advance." Although Baiya felt strange, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He nodded and said, "Brother Yang is really responsible." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I was entrusted by others, and I'm just doing my duty." As he spoke, he flew forward first, found a portal nearby, and carefully investigated it. And this investigation took 3 days. Baiya was a little impatient from waiting, and thought that Yang Kai really found something wrong. When Yang Kai flew back, he hurriedly asked, "Did you find anything?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No, this portal is in good condition." Baiya was stunned. Everything was in good condition, but you checked it for 3 days. Although 3 days wasn't much, this was only one realm gate. If every realm gate was inspected like this, how much time would that waste? Chapter 3503. Very quickly, Baya felt that Yang Kai was being a little too serious about the realm gates. As they walked through the continents, he had to check every single realm gate carefully. In the end, the realm gates that were still in good condition naturally had no problems. He was wasting a lot of time for no reason. This made Baya a little speechless. She tried to persuade Yang Kai several times, but to no avail. She decided not to say anything more. If you want to waste time, so be it. At most, I'll accompany you for a few months. A month later, when they entered another continent, Yang Kai suddenly said, Brother Baya, it seems that you've been running around with me recently. Why don't you wait for me here? I'll see if there are any problems with the realm gates here. If there are no problems, we'll set off for the next place. Baya thought for a while and said, All right, then, Brother Yang, go quickly and come back quickly. The main thing was that the realm gates on this continent had always been very stable. There were no problems at all. Based on their previous experience, she also knew that Yang Kai would definitely check every single realm gate one by one. In the end, she would find nothing. Yang Kai nodded and ordered his 10,000 subordinates to set off. When they were far away from Baya's perception range, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Damn, I finally got rid of this dog skin plaster. I didn't waste all my previous efforts. The realm gates on this continent were indeed very stable. However, according to the information that Yang Kai had obtained, there was once a realm gate that collapsed. The continent that the realm gate connected to also disappeared. Baya only knew that he could maintain the unstable realm gates and repair the ones that connected to the continents that still existed. However, if the continents disappeared, then there was no way to find the realm gates that were connected to the continents. However, what Baya didn't know was that the return to ruins could provide some help for what Yang Kai couldn't do. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai led his 10,000 subordinates directly to the realm gate that had disappeared a long time ago. He ordered Tu Charo, Ian Baza, and the others to seal off the area within a 10-mile radius. No one was allowed to come close. The Demon King naturally didn't suspect anything. They had done this before and were already familiar with it. More than 10,000 subordinates were quickly arranged. Only then did Yang Kai come to the realm gate that had disappeared. He carefully identified the location and used his perception to sense it. He then turned his head and looked around. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly released the return to ruins from the small sealed world. The void of N shook its head and opened its bloody mouth. It bit down on a certain spot in the void and tore a hole in it. After a few bites, the aura of the other world faintly. Yang Kai quickly put it away before pushing his space principles to open this void corridor. He couldn't go there himself. If Baya came here on a whim and didn't see him, she would definitely be suspicious. Then, he could only let the embodiment go. With a flick of his finger, he directly sent the sealed world bead to the continent on the other side. Then, he waited silently. In order to deceive others, Yang Kai even used his space principles to obscure the traces of the void corridor. This way, even if Baya really came here at this time, she wouldn't necessarily discover anything. After 4 or 5 days, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. Using his space principles, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void in front of him. After a short while, when he retracted his hand, he had already taken back the sealed world bead. He didn't have time to communicate with the embodiment about his gains on this trip. He just punched the void in front of him a few times, causing the power of the void to become even more chaotic. Then, he turned around and left. It wouldn't take long for the traces here to be restored. At that time, no one would be able to find anything. He wasn't in a hurry to find Baya. Instead, he led his subordinates to continue to investigate the other realm gates. Since he was putting on a show, he naturally had to go all the way. Halfway through, he communicated with the embodiment and learned that he had gained a lot this time. Although he had found 3 missing continents in Yuru Meng's territory before, he had only found some myriad demons pills the first time. The next 2 continents had even destroyed the nest of myriad demons, so naturally, he didn't find any myriad demons pills. This time, he had gained more than 1,000 myriad demons pills. Including the ones from last time, it was almost enough for the embodiment to advance to a half-saint. However, even if he had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, it would still take some time to refine these myriad demons pills. After all, the energy stored in the myriad demons pills was really incredible. A few days later, the last realm gate was investigated. A group of people rushed toward Baya, ready to meet up with her and enter the next continent. Boya suddenly flew to Yang Kai's side and turned to look at him. Yang Kai glanced at her and frowned. "What are you doing?" Boya stammered for a while, but in the end, her curiosity won out. "Can you find those missing continents?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Boya rolled her eyes and said flirtatiously. "I mean what I said. Don't pretend. The place you first went had a realm gate that connected to a continent, but that continent disappeared thousands of years ago. If you didn't find it, why would you waste so much time there?" Yang Kai said indifferently. "I'm just doing some research to see if I can find traces of that continent. I did the same in St. Dreamlike's territory. What's wrong with that?" Boya didn't know whether he was telling the truth or not. She was just a little suspicious. She frowned and said, "But I clearly saw you take something out of the void. Don't forget, I'm a feather demon." As she spoke, she even poked her eyes to show that she had good eyesight as a feather demon. What others couldn't see didn't mean that she couldn't see. "You saw wrong." Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Boya curled her lips. "You're quite careful. Don't worry, since I'm telling you this, it means that I won't tell anyone. Otherwise, I could have secretly told that Baya. I'm just a little curious. Curiosity kills." Yang Kai snorted. Boya said angrily. I know. You're so annoying. Why can't we have a proper chat? Why are you acting so weird? My soul puppet is still in your hands, so how can I not want something good from you? I just want to remind you to be careful in the future." Yang Kai didn't say anything. Although he wasn't sure what she saw, she definitely found something. A feather demon's eyesight was indeed incomparable to ordinary people. However, with the soul puppet in his hands, Yang Kai wasn't afraid that she would do anything to harm him. Otherwise, if he was in trouble, she would definitely be in trouble too. Tukuro, Baza, and the other high-ranked demon king who stayed behind in the Blue Plains continent were the same. These 3 were even more miserable than Boya. Yang Kai had planted his divine soul brand on them. He could truly decide their life and death with a single thought. After meeting up with Baya again, they entered the next continent through the realm gate. He found that with this experience, the rest of his journey was much more convenient. Only when the realm gates were being repaired and maintained would Baya watch from the side. However, when he went to investigate the realm gates that were still in good condition, Baya was too lazy to follow him. This naturally made it easier for Yang Kai to act stealthily. After Boya's reminder last time, Yang Kai also became much more cautious. He directly ordered his 10,000 subordinates to stay 30 kilometers away from the realm gate, while only Tukuro, Baza, and Boya stayed within 10 kilometers of the realm gate. Even sound was excluded from the equation. This time, Tukuro and Baza also felt that something was wrong. Although they didn't quite understand what Yang Kai was doing, it was obviously not something good. Helpless, they were planted with the divine soul brand by Yang Kai, so even if they were suspicious in their hearts, they didn't dare to ask. Like this, Yang Kai found 3 missing continents in Bailey Mo's territory. The area of the small sealed world expanded again, and myriad demon pills were harvested again. The continents swallowed by the small sealed world reformed into a new world inside the small sealed world, leaving behind obvious characteristics of the demon territory and the world principles of the demon territory. Yang Kai estimated that even if he threw in some demon race, they would still be able to survive inside. 2 months later, on another continent. In a wilderness, 10,000 subordinates were scattered 30 kilometers away. There were only 4 figures here: Yang Kai, Boya, Tokuro, Baza, and the others. A strong wind blew, causing his clothes to flutter. Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn, and even Boya and the others were a little nervous. Their experiences a few days ago had made them all speculate, and they knew that now was the time to lay all their cards on the table. Among the three of them, only Boya knew a little more because she had seen more. Although Tokuro and Baza knew that Yang Kai was definitely hiding something, they didn't know what it was. Today, Yang Kai suddenly left the three of them here alone. Obviously, he was up to something, and if things went wrong, they might get into trouble. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the three people in front of him, and finally fixed on Boya. The three of you are this king's most trusted people, and you are bound together for good or ill. That's why this king left you here. If something happens to this king, the three of you won't be able to escape death, but if I'm safe, you can naturally sit back and relax. Hearing him speak so seriously, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Tokuro braced himself and cupped his fists. If there's anything your majesty needs, please tell us. We will do our best. Baza also echoed. Please give us your orders, your majesty. Boya didn't say a word, and her face was filled with reluctance. Ever since she discovered a little bit of Yang Kai's secret, she knew that following him was never a good thing, and now it seemed that she was right. For a moment she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She thought that she could borrow Yang Kai's power to protect herself, but who knew that she would end up in a trap? Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's not a dangerous matter, so don't think too much about it. This king only needs you to stay here. Immediately, he quietly transmitted a few words to the three of them. Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other, but they didn't ask any questions and obediently obeyed. Tokuro's body trembled, and as his blood chi surged, the world was dyed red. In the blink of an eye, the place where everyone was shrouded in a blood mist. This blood mist had the effect of isolating divine sense, so unless one's cultivation was stronger than Tokuro's, it would be absolutely impossible to find any clues. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.